Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam
Walaikum
wa rahmatullahi wa
salam.
barakatuh.
We're doing Brother Abbas, Brother Muris.
Alhamdulillah, very well, thank you. Lovely to join you again, mashallah.
Always a pleasure to have you both on our panel. So, brothers and sisters who are joining for the first time, if you don't know Brother Abbas, Brother Maurice, please do check out their channels. So, Brother Maurice's channel is displayed on his name, is Dawa Digest, and Brother Abbas is one of the famous guys in Speaker's Corner, mashallah, from EF Dawa. Alhamdulillah.
Infamous guys, yes.
Mashallah. How are you doing, Abbas? How is your week been? Good.
Alhamdulillah, very well. I was shortly on the previous stream, and there were a couple of things actually that really bothered me about some of the things that were said, and I left early, and I think the conversation had moved on. But it was a little comment actually that was made by one of the Hindus that came on. Mm-hmm. We were talking about the Babri Mosque and it being knocked down, and I asked him, what do you want done to the Muslims? What is the agenda here? And he said something which was actually quite shocking, but I as I say, couldn't continue the discussion. He said, the wrongs of history have to be made right, and it wasn't specific to Babri Mosque. He was talking about on a more wider scale, right? And it had me thinking actually, because virtually, if you look back at every genocide that has happened, that's the claim that people made, that historical wrongs have to be made right. We have to go back to history, and if we find persecution, or we find that we were persecuted, or we find any wrongs, then we have to effectively make that right today. And we're talking about Muslims being in India for what, nearly 1,000 years, or 1,000 years plus, over 1,000 years. So you're going to go back 1,000 years, and you're going to cherry pick events that perhaps agree with your narrative to justify the persecution of a people who came 20 or possibly 30 generations after the people you claim that did the wrongs to you. And it just got me thinking, because then what happens? So now you'd potentially do wrong to the Muslims, whose generations will then remember back, and they will say the wrongs that were done in history have to be put right.
Yeah.
So you end up
with a vicious
perpetual circle, a spiral of endless conflict and endless war and endless killing and endless persecution and endless wrongs. Because regardless of who you are, at the end of the day, you're never going to have your whole community adhere to what is just and what is fair. You'll always have people who will step out of the bounds, right? The other thing that was really alarming, Hashim, is that according to whose history we're talking about here?
Yeah.
Who's written and recorded history are you referring to? Are you referring to the nutcases who claim that the Taj Mahal was not built by a Muslim? Because that's people are making those claims as well. Are you going to make the claim? Are you going to follow the historical argument of every mosque was built on a mandir? Because some people claim that as well. Are you going to follow the historical narrative of some people who say that Muslims were all an invading people, even though I look Indian, you look Indian, right? Yet we are somehow invaders into this land.
It's crazy, honestly. Yeah.
You see my point?
Where do you draw the line?
Where do you draw the line?
The Native Americans will say the wrongs done to them, yes, hundreds of years ago. Now we have to take revenge. The Aborigines in Australia will say the same. Where do you draw the line? I mean, people, only the most, fanatical and radicalized people would use such language.
You have to be a fanatic, absolutely.
You have to right the wrong from the past. When your forefathers, your generations after generations weren't even born. I mean, it's just crazy talk. It's radicalization within the society. And unfortunately, let's be fair, we have our own share of black sheep who would say such things.
Of course.
you know. So we are not saying only the Hindus are like that,
Of
and
course.
we're saying all Hindus are like that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of good Hindus out there, who have nothing to do with this hardline, fanatical, radicalized
Yeah.
Hindutva
Yeah.
uprising that we are seeing in the recent decades. It's just those crazy people, Most people in India, be it Muslims, Hindus, Jains, Sikhs, every community, the Buddhists as well, they live peacefully there
Mm.
because these guys make the most noise. Obviously the media loves attention. They don't want to show people who live peacefully because they won't get much um, traction, so they have to show
Mm.
people who are the radical part,
Mm.
just like you see elsewhere in the world. So unfortunately that's the case we have today in this hardline Hindu BJP.
Yeah.
When the government is ruling, they yeah, they just want to basically
Well,
cause
the other thing, Hashim, is that
problems.
a small, even if you're a small minority, a radicalized
Yeah,
minority, with government and police backing, because they are backed by the police. In fact, the police will watch them while they are committing the atrocities. In fact, in Gujarat, I remember a Hindu worker that used to work for me, um, Sunil, and I remember Sunil saying to me that the police would take off their uniforms and they'd be joining in the
oh yeah.
riots.
I
They'd
mean,
be doing the,
it's all because of the backing from the government. When you
mm,
have the green light from the government,
yeah,
just like you see in Israel today. You
mm,
know, any atrocity is welcome as long as you're backed up by these fascist
yeah,
governments.
mm.
So yeah, it's unfortunate, and it's something
And
that
the other thing that worried me as well is
yeah,
that clearly, I know there's a psychological condition that most of us, including myself, in fact, we base many of our decisions on confirmation bias, on, we have our biases. Of course we do. We all
yeah,
do, right? But I remember, you even going through the legal reports of the inspection of the foundation of the Babri Masjid, that there was some sort of structure there before, you know.
yeah,
My question, Hashim, would be how many mandirs, mosques, or even buildings, banks, for example, if
mm,
you dig down a little bit, you'll find some sort of potential structure that was there before.
yeah.
Do you understand my point?
Yeah,
Having
I
a
mean,
structure
absolutely.
there.
The Buddhists have been claiming a lot of their statues have been, converted into Hindu idols,
Yeah.
and a lot of their own temples have been destroyed because predominantly it was in the north. I think it was mainly the Buddhists who were actually in numbers. When you think about Ashoka the Great, you know, and you look at his kingdom extended most of North India, and all the way to Afghanistan. Do you think he just did it by lying down doing
Mm,
nothing? The
mm,
people were so generous they would just give them the lands?
mm,
No, he was a warrior. He fought for it. He killed and destroyed thousands of people until he came to his senses at the end, and he
mm.
actually adopted Buddhism.
But also, if you study the history, there's a lot of Hindu
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Hindu infighting as well, where they destroyed each other's temples, where they destroyed each other's
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
murtis,
Mm,
their statues, and they put their statues in. Now,
mm.
look, we're not saying Hindus are all bad. We're not saying Muslims are all good. There are good and bad people who behave in a good way or behave in a bad way on all sides. We're not claiming that somehow just because somebody calls themselves a Muslim, unless they live by the ideals and the principles of Islam, they're not representative of Islam. They're not representatives of
Yeah,
Muslims
absolutely.
if
Yeah,
they're not following the religion, right? Anyone who goes and rapes somebody or
yeah.
he goes and kills an innocent person, we distance ourselves from these people. We say that this
Mm.
is not part of our religion. And in fact, the Prophet, peace be upon him, in the
So,
famous story where a new Sahabi, he executed the prisoners of a particular conflict. What did the Prophet, peace be upon him, do? He immediately raised his hands up to Allah and he said, I have no part in this. But because he was a new Muslim and he didn't know, he was corrected. But the Prophet distanced himself from this. So Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Now,
so,
we don't have an issue with this, but I just find some of these young Hindus, especially most of the people that came on here were quite young, or certainly compared to me anyway. um, and yet they seem to very quietly justify what's happening. They justify the violence. They justify that these wrongs have to be made right. They don't seem to question the fact that the whole story of this even mandir being there under the grounds of the in Ayodhya under the Babri Masjid was started by the British.
Yes, yes. They saw
It
the
was
seeds.
started, the whole thing started, it began by the oppressive rulers. And you know what's astonishing, Hashim? What is astonishing is that the British, it's a well-known fact that they divided and ruled. They created the infighting to establish a situation of mayhem and chaos so they could rule easily, because the people would be fighting one another. And you trust that person, you trust that entity, the entity that was responsible between 1880 and 1920 for 100 million Indians losing their lives because of British rule. 100 million, yes. Go and Google it yourself if you don't believe me, right?
That's true. Yeah.
And you trust that entity to tell you that there was a mandir here, and that's how it all starts and how it all begins. I mean, really, you have to completely disengage your rationality and your reason to sort of go down this route. But clearly,
I mean, what is really baffling is the fact that before this 16th century, no Hindu claimed that was the Ram Janmabhoomi. Isn't that odd? I mean, Ram has been there allegedly since the Treta Yuga, which is supposed to be since 2.1 million BC.
yeah.
Yes, and this is their claim, not our claim. 2.1 billion BC is like the Ice Age. I don't know if there were even Homo sapiens back then, because the Homo sapiens or the modern man would actually, even according to the scientific discoveries and archaeological evidences, don't date back to more than 300,000 years, not 2.1 million BC. I
Not only that,
mean,
but they say
which
that somebody said
it's
last time
complete
that Ram,
disconnect, honestly, from the actual
somebody said
reality.
that Ram came into existence 51 times during that time or something. So then in his most recent time, that possibly would have been just a few thousand years ago. Then,
Yeah,
so
I think this is their way of trying to somehow mitigate the situation,
yeah,
because they got so many versions of
salvage something.
stories with different narrations. So
Mm,
they say, oh, Ram came this many times. So,
mm.
and in every single time, there's a
Different things
different
happened.
story.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just beyond even mythology, because even the
Mm,
Greek mythology, they stuck to one narrative,
yeah.
not 10 different narratives
Yeah.
or 20 different narratives, and then say, oh, he came 50 different times. I mean, it's just bogus,
Yeah.
trying to cover up
And the
lies
other
after
thing I
lies
don't
there.
understand is that you can be an atheist and still be a Hindu.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, one thing we need to understand is, for the Hindus, these definitions of even the term God, the term Hindu, the term atheist, is not the same as the ones we use. For example, for the Hindus, what is an atheist? Someone who rejects the Vedas. That is an atheist, you know. But then their own scriptures say that those people who reject their books or scriptures are the worst of creatures, or basically they are not someone to be worthy of even to have a gathering with. So you can't
Mm,
even sit amongst them. They're
mm,
supposed to be following some sort of adharma, and they are not fit to have even moksha, the
mm,
liberation, from birth and the recycle of life and death,
mm.
or rebirth and life again. But anyway, I think, Brother Maurice, how are you doing? You've been quiet. Everything
Yeah,
okay?
Morris, what's
Look,
your view about everything you've heard? And
you
like,
guys, you guys get me thinking a lot. And here's the thing: two things that I really want to talk about, just very briefly. The first thing is this younger generation, the way that they're locating information, vetting this type of information, need to understand the consequence of setting the line in the sand for what's going to happen in the future. And I mean that both for what's happening here with the Babri Masjid, as well as the stuff that's going on in Gaza. When we don't have moral accountability, when we don't have justice, the next time that an event happens, it's going to be far worse, because people are going to now have a new baseline on what they determine to be okay. So when these people are seeking out methods to validate their own position. They're suffering from their own biases and all this other stuff. They really need to think critically on what this means for their kids, for their kids' kids, and so on and so forth, because it's just going to be chaos, like absolute chaos. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, from a religious perspective, right? You know, subhanAllah, every time I crack a book or an article about Hinduism, it makes no sense to me how you can think that we're all a part of God, but you have justification to kill some portion of God that is not labeled as either a Hindutva or labeled as something that is relevant to your sect of Hinduism.
That's a very good point. Yeah, mashallah.
To me, like, that's mind-boggling. It doesn't matter if somebody's a Muslim or not, right, or atheist or not. It's the fact that you're all part of the same umbrella, right? And now all of a sudden you have internal hate. So, like, from an outsider's point of view, like myself, you guys have nothing but infighting, and your system doesn't work, like, no matter how you spin it, right? So I really encourage people to think along those lines, you know, because it doesn't make sense. It absolutely doesn't make sense. And I had so many questions from doing some basic due diligence, which inshallah, when we have the guests come up, you know, I want to probe into some of these questions, and I'll save it for when they pop up. But the vetting, you know, like, to give you an example, just the vetting of how somebody becomes a rishi. You know, what is the deal? How can someone become a rishi, you know, to vet the authorship of this epic? And how did he, you know, go from being a robber to becoming a rishi? Like, what is the qualities? What are the characteristics? What's the time frame? Who administers the test? What kind of test is it? You know what I mean? There's nothing concrete. And it's just, you know, the more you dig, and, you know, the surface is thin, right? But when you break the ice of that surface, and the more you dig, the more you realize, like, there's just a lot to unpack, and no one knows the answer. Not even the most enlightened person in the world. So what's going on here, you know?
Yeah, and that's the reason they always say, oh, Hinduism is so complex, you will not understand. But what is that to understand? You know, if you just scratch the surface, you will see a lot of contradictions. And for a fact, I'll tell you that if you have the truth, it will certainly be free from contradictions. So if you have one supreme God, and then you have another one saying, oh no, he's not a supreme God, Shiva is a supreme God, it's not Vishnu. Another will say it's the goddess Shakti. You know, where do you stop with this? They can't even decide who the supreme God is. And to reconcile that, they say it's Brahman, but Brahman is just reality. It's got nothing to do with anything to do with your affairs. This consciousness doesn't take part in anything in your life. It cannot even move or do anything with a leaf. It cannot even move a leaf. That is what this universal reality is. What is it? It's non-existent because it's got no attributes. It's got nothing. So it's just another thing. Because they cannot reconcile the fact that they have so many different gods and different people in their communities, recognize these as separate supreme gods. So it's not like one supreme God like the way the Muslims have. So it doesn't matter if you're a Shia or a Sunni, all the sects, they all unanimously agree that there is one supreme God, and that is Allah. There's no ifs and buts about it. Okay? But for them, it's not as simple as that. They will use the same term God or Bhagwan or Ishwar, and they will then say, no, this is Bhagwan for us. But for them, this is the other Bhagwan who is inferior to our Bhagwan, who is inferior to our God. I mean, it's like, this is what Allah says in the Quran, isn't it? There'll be clash between these deities who claim that they are gods. Because if you have multiple gods, that's bound to happen. Yeah. So one God gets dropped from even being worshipped. The one who created everything, Brahma.
Yeah, and that's
the creator God is like
point.
demoted to such an extent. Shiva cursed him that he'll never ever be worshipped again. So they got only like a handful of temples in his name.
Yeah, and what happened to the previous ones for other rishis that may have had an experience and that wrote in the books? Did they just fade away? You know what I mean? They didn't make it mainstream or something like that. What happened to those guys? You know,
it's like different traditions within Hinduism, following different gods and goddesses. So everybody has their own favorite god that they keep in the corner of their home, make it into a mandir or a temple inside their home, and they worship it. They dress it up, they even feed it food. They, if it's winter, they give it winter clothes. So they actually believe that this idol is alive and they have to take care of it. Instead of God taking care of you, they take care of the God.
SubhanAllah.
Now, how does that make sense? You tell me. You know, it's like Allah saying in the Quran, you make your own, your own self into a God, your own desires, your own whims and desires. You start worshiping that. So I don't think you're worshiping that little statue. You think you're God because you decide what is right and wrong in your life, and you think you dictate that. That idol doesn't do anything. It doesn't tell you anything. It neither benefits you nor does it harm you.
Yeah, to me, it's akin to just staring at a mirror. And when you're constantly looking at something, it's an echo of what your thoughts are, right?
Yeah.
When it's not interacting with you in any way, shape, or form, all
Projection.
you really have is
It's
your own
projection,
personal
yeah.
reflection. Yeah, it's a reflection.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm going to quickly pray Maghrib. Abbas, I think you should do the same. Brother Muris, if you want, you can just have a quick talk. Have a chat with the live chat. Inshallah, we don't usually get time to do that even in our 7-hour long streams. Really sorry, the viewers, brothers and sisters. We actually just get into the discussion. So inshallah, one of these days, Abbas, you're muted. One of these days, inshallah, we will interact with the users, with the brothers and sisters. But yeah, quickly pray Maghrib and we'll join you shortly, inshallah. Over to you, Brother Maurice. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. First and foremost, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept their prayers. So make dua for the brothers. Wa alaikum salam. I have somewhat not really moderator privileges on here, so I'll try my best to look at the comment section, but let me know what's on your guys' mind. It could be relevant to the topic or relevant to Islam as well. And I'll do my best to interact. I can tell you that on the last time that I was here, I was curious. I was genuinely curious. So I started doing some research and I have some of my notes here. So, what exactly makes up a rishi? What exactly is the central point and the dogma of becoming this rishi? And what scriptures do you have to believe in? And how do you actually get to that position? Because we have scholarship, we have things such as processes, we have a science in which Islam dictates that you have to take a particular path in order to get recognized. So your memory needs to be checked, your character needs to be checked, all these things have to be checked. And I was trying to kind of do a sort of like a cross comparison on what exactly our foundations are in order to be recognized in Islam and as a scholar, and the studies that you have to take. And what is the comparative difference and the similarities of something like Hinduism to be accepted as a rishi? And truth be told, the things that I found in regards to becoming a rishi is very, very subjective, right? There's no formal examination. There's no guidance. I mean, there's certain things like, say, for example, you have to have an aspiration and a desire to see the truth and to be dedicated in your life for this particular quest. But I mean, that's pretty much everybody. Everybody fits that criteria of trying to locate that truth and trying to have an aspiration and a dedication towards the quest that is life. So it was relatively vague, a little bit ambiguous. Then there's also a physical and a mental discipline. And some of the characteristics that popped up within these disciplines are things like yoga, meditation, austerity, and ethical conduct. So if we take a look at the ethics that we have explored in some of these stories, what would define ethical conduct? When you have these kings conducting these acts of having their pregnant wife go out into the forest, would that be considered ethical? Would it be ethical to have a king sentence a wife to a trial by fire and have a bunch of witnesses? And then there was a pretty good discussion last time in regards to where do you actually draw the line of pleasing, and who are you trying to please? Are you trying to appease the crowd And you're going to run into complications, the 50-50 stuff that I talked about last time in regards to the people that are 50% satisfied that the queen passed this examination, and then the other 50% that were not satisfied. How do you go about appeasing that from that ethical standpoint? What are the characteristics of a physical and mental discipline? Like, how are you actually physically disciplining yourself? Are they just kind of hitting the gym? What are they doing? Is it dietary restrictions? Is it stuff like that? Another one is the aspirant has to receive guidance and blessings of a guru or a lineage of rishis. So there's a bit of a chain when it comes to receiving this type of guidance, and there's a bit of a chain on what we can kind of track. But the complication again comes up when you've got so many different paths and so many different choices. So how do we know what the vision of one rishi is with respect to the vision of his colleagues? Is there any type of unification? And where is that unification? How do these differences kind of go in so many ways? These are the things that I kind of thought about. There's also various tests and trials to purify his mind and overcome his ego. Okay, well, again, subjective. How do we know where your ego was at and what did you actually purify? And how do we know that you're telling the truth at the end of it? It's very, very difficult. What are these tests? What do they consist of? Who built the test, right? And again, I'm not trying to be overly critical on what something like this would have to entail, but understand that it's a position of you're guiding people towards the most important thing in life, which is the purpose of their existence, which again we believe is to serve Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if you have these tests and you have these trials and you're considered a leader in the community, then it's a pretty big deal, and you better be sure that whatever action that you're taking is vetted and you are upon certainty and you are upon truth. And that's really the difference between the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and as well as all the other prophets. So they were upon certainty, they were upon truth. There was criteria that had to be vetted because they were leading people. And then the Prophet, he was for all of mankind until the day of judgment, right? So you better be dang sure that you're upon that truth, because you are responsible ultimately for all these people. And when you bring ego into the mix, if you're going to be someone that's not egotistical, you're going to want the welfare of other people. You're going to want people to be upon that truth. And if it boils down to just a subjective matter, it can be very, very complicated, and we arrive at the issues that we do today. We also have another requirement, which is the aspirant has to have either a vision or an experience of the ultimate reality, either in the state of what they would call a samadhi or in a natural setting. So what does that actually mean? What does it mean to actually have an experience of ultimate reality? What is ultimate reality in accordance to their viewpoint? We know what our ultimate reality is. The ultimate reality of Islam is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one, that he is judge, that he is the creator, and that every single thing that we do in this life, we're going to have to be held accountable, and we're going to return back to him. And that is the reality, right? The reality is there is an afterlife, that there are angels, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does exist, and that his message and his messengers are true, and that they came in, they delivered that message, and we have to honor that message because of the witnessing that we had, that Bala Shahidna, when he asked us, Alastu bi rabbikum, am I not your Lord? So we're going to have to come up to that ultimate reality. We're going to have to recognize that we are going to have to answer to that pact that we basically made. And the issue with all this stuff is, from a Hindu perspective, is the requirements, they're not fixed, they're not rigid. Everything seems to be kind of like free flowing, and it tends to be the nature of what I've read so far. Everything is, well, you know what, in a general sense, and if your path generally leads to this, and if you're doing okay to some capacity, but again, what determines what is okay? What determines what is generally good, right? So these are the things that I'm very, very curious about, inshallah, when we have the guests come up, just to see what it is from their point of view, and how is it that, you know, this this author of the epic, Valmiki, how did he fit this criteria? What was his vetting process? What was the test that was given to him? Who gave him this examination, and how did he pass? How long did it take to pass? You know, some of the things that I was reading was like, oh, there's 1,000 years of it took for him to repent, over 1,000 years, right? Okay, well, I understand that there could be an exaggeration of time, meaning, yes, 1,000 years doesn't necessarily have to be verbatim 1,000 years, like 365 days, like we know, right? The complications arise when, if it is verbatim, now we're talking about multiple lifetimes. And what if he, you know, wasn't the same across multiple lifetimes? You run into issues with that. I want to know what the guests' thoughts are on that. Same thing with the sacrifices, right? There was sacrifices that were ordered into the events within the story, right? There was a sacrifice of horses. And I'm curious if they believe that, you know, there is a godliness to these horses, and that these horses were also going through some type of a reincarnate state, right, to attain whatever purity that a person needs to attain in order to get to the good place, right? How does that impact their purity now that they were just sacrificed, right? And the back foot of the argument could be something like, well, that's what their destiny was, and blah, blah, blah. But unfortunately, that's just not good enough for me. You know, that's just simply not good enough for me. There was discussions of various mantras and how, who gave this mantra over to the author of the epic, that Valmiki gentleman. And what was his history, you know, as a robber? Why was he all of a sudden enlightened? It was just, it's just too many things are just hitting me from an angle of like, this is a typical hero story where somebody has that they were very bad and they had the capacity to do all this good, and they were just inspired to turn a new leaf. And now it's very applicable, right? It's very applicable to ourselves and so on. So that's kind of where I'm at when it comes to things like this. And then determining the difference between what can be historically accredited and what can just be thought up of as mythology is tough, man. It really is tough. So to me, it's just hitting too many elements of that mythical realm, and it's not hitting too many elements of that historically critical realm where there's this pragmatic approach to it. I don't know, guys. It's not really looking too good for them. And, you know, alhamdulillah for that. You know, we hope that they accept Islam, because if they just open their eyes just a little bit and they just try to rationalize some of these things, it's not looking real good. So
Well, welcome to another mythology. So,
yeah.
what do you expect? I mean, you know, like just like the Greek mythology, the Indian mythology is probably more daring, I would say. But yeah, I mean, let's dig into it. You know, inshallah, we will open up for Q&A. Once again, we'll be inviting the Hindus, because this topic revolves around their belief, their scriptures, which is the Ramayana. So Ramayana allegedly was written something in 300 to 200 BC, between that to 300 CE. So you got like a range of 600 years within which they are not certain when it was written. Yeah. And Ram came 2.1 million BC. You can just imagine, you know, the disconnect between the author and the hero of the story of Ramayana. It's like 2 million years of difference, you know, like how can you trust someone telling you what happened 200 million years ago without a direct connection? You know what's the other strange thing? Is the fact that Ramayana was being taught to the children of Ram. So Love and Kush, this sage who had written the story, you know, he transports himself in the story. He's the author, remember. he transported himself as one of the characters who taught the children of Ram this book Ramayana. So he went back in the past, you know, just like Back to the Future. This is Back to the Past. It's crazy. Honestly, it's all these things which make us think that this is nothing but bogus stories. It's just, somebody want to make up a story to give you some moral lessons, added a lot of masala in it, a lot of things which are immoral actually within that so-called moral stories, and then just presented it as a book, a scripture from God, and everyone believed it. So I think these two books, Bhagavad Gita and Ramayana, are the most read books amongst the Hindus because they base their moral values on it, their belief, their devotion. The they will go to any length. They would even kill for it, like we saw in the case of the Babri Masjid and the riots that ensued after it. So they are willing to destroy property. They're willing to kill people, all in the name of Ram, Sri Ram, who never existed. Yeah. Is there any Hindu out there who can prove the existence of this Ram from Ramayana? Please do so and make sure you provide some evidence, some solid evidence from 2.1 million BC. Come on. Even Ram Setu, according to you guys, is only 7,000 years old. So
But
that
Hashim,
it goes way before Ram existed. Yeah.
it's even worse than that. The Vedas, are they regarded as the most sacred, oldest
It is, yeah.
scriptures?
So
And
for
yet,
them,
and yet
Vedas
they
are
don't
equal
mention
to like the
Ram.
Quran of ours, like that's the primary text. Anyone who disbelieves that is not even a Hindu, is more like an atheist. He can be Hindu by tradition,
Yeah.
just because you live in India. Many people used to say the Indian Muslims, Jains, Christians, Buddhists, everyone is a Hindu
Mm,
by geography, not
mm,
by belief. Because that's one of the definition one guy who came last time also gave us. What is a Hindu? Just
mm,
someone who lives across from the Indus Valley,
mm, mm,
from that particular place beyond the river, the Indus River. And that's a
mm.
Hindu, according to them. So, geographically, is it a geographic term or is it a religious term? Because most of the Indian government forms, whether it's to do with your immigration or your taxes or your citizenship, you need to declare what religion you are, and one of them is Hindu, another one is Jain, another one is Buddhist, another one is Muslim. Yeah. So Hindu is within the religious category, uh, if you're talking from the theological perspective. And there, like I said, everything has different definitions.
But
Depends
do,
what
but do
context
the
you're using
Vedas
it.
do the Vedas mention Ram?
No, they don't. They don't mention Ram. They don't mention Krishna.
Right.
Even Shiva, who's supposed to be the supreme god, is
Yeah.
only mentioned as Rudra, and
Right.
that too something as an adjective rather than a person.
Explicit. So
Yeah, explicit.
no, it doesn't matter how you slice it or dice it.
Mm,
If the very foundational book that you have, the core, the foundation of your religion, the most sacred book, the book that you can't deny, that you have to accept,
yeah,
and then it literally misses out any mention of Ram.
yeah.
It just, it's ridiculous, quite
They
frankly.
they got a response to that. So Ram is supposed to be the seventh avatar of Vishnu. Now Vishnu is one of the supreme gods. He's got several avatars. So after Ram, you have another avatar called Krishna. So they're all basically just another manifestation of this supreme god who comes in several different forms. One of them is a wild pig as well. He comes as a half fish, half human, or something like that as well. There are so many avatars of his. So they do have response. What they say, that whenever a particular epoch or period comes into disarray, when there is chaos, when there is adharma, means a lot of sins happening and bad things happening, this avatar comes to fix it. That is the job of the avatar, to come and fix the wrong that's happening in that period. Uh, However, these avatars themselves were committing sins, major sins. Vishnu himself committed a grave sin, I would say, with somebody's wife. So he committed adultery with Vrinda. just to get to her husband. Her husband had this really good boon from Brahma. You know, Brahma always gives boons, which means you get these magical powers, which even the gods can't defeat you. Now, this guy called Jalandhar, who was the husband of Vrinda, had such power that he would actually destroy the gods. They were afraid of him. He had such powers that the gods were afraid of this Asura. Asura is a demon. Jalandhar was a demon god, a demon king. And he was so powerful that the gods were afraid of him. So what
Just a quick question for that.
yeah,
So,
go
like,
on.
look, the previous incarnation was responsible for that, like, call it a generational gap, like whatever, 5,000 years, 5 million years, doesn't matter.
Yeah, they
But
work
there,
in millions, bro. They work in
okay,
millions.
so great. So now basically what you're telling me is that that the ultimate God needs to correct himself by having a avatar of himself come down and fix what the previous avatar did as a result of, right? So, like, as a result of the previous avatar's work, now the ultimate God has to reincarnate in a different form in order to balance things out.
Not exactly. So what they believe is that they have these several periods. They have 4 periods, 4 main epochs, I would say. So the first one is called this period of Sattva or Satya, where everything is good. Nothing bad happens in that period. The second period, then, okay, people start to lose their good deeds, or sorry, their morals, and it gets the deprivation comes in gradually from the second period to the third period to the fourth period, which is the current period. This is called the Kali period, or the Kal, I believe. And this yug, this Kali yug, is the worst. So now everything is materialistic. You have become distant from God, your morals, you start doing adharma, sins and so on. So as the periods go forward, and we as Muslims, we believe that as well, since the time of the Prophet ﷺ, the first 3 generations were the best of generations. But then we are talking about earth years, we are talking about normal years. So within the 1400 year period, the first 3 generations were the best, which is like what, a couple of 100 years. Yeah, but here everything is like multiply. They just keep adding zeros, to everything. They love that. They love exaggerating. Millions and billions and trillions. It comes out of the mouth as if it's just, another play of God's. That's what they call it. These are the different plays of God. So the God has got so much time. He uses this millions and trillions of years, and he keeps playing with people by showing them. So this story, back to the Jalandhar story, what happened was he actually enacts a play in which Vrinda thinks this Vishnu, who took the form of her husband Jalandhar, is actually her husband. They have passionate sex for many, many days. And then finally, Vrinda, after enjoying all that, she realizes this is not her husband. It's it's too good to be true. And then she actually finds out, and I think Vishnu, he admits that it's not him, and she curses him. Guess what? This supreme god of theirs turns into a stone when she curses him. So mortals can curse gods, mortals can scare gods, mortals can have more power than gods. I mean, you tell me, where do you want to go from here? And that's the reason, today Hinduism is the least accepted religion by any of the countries. How many countries actually follow Hinduism? You might have like Nepal or India, or a couple of countries. Yeah. The entire world has rejected this paganism, this idol worship, this caste system, which still plagues them to this day. And that is the reality of Hinduism today. They think, oh, what is their main slogan? I would say, we are the oldest religion. Does that make you good? The oldest meaning you're furthest away from the truth, because your truth came long ago, and you have now come into this Kali Yug, and you become the worst. I mean, look at you. Your Vedas doesn't tell you to go and worship God in the form of an idol, but you do. Your main text, your primary text, never ever mention go and worship God as an idol, because you don't know what God looks like, what kind of idol you're going to make. It'll be an elephant, It'll be a human, it'll be some animal, because that's all you know. That is limited to your capacity to think about God. You can never think what God is. You know, the description that Allah gives is the best, mashallah, in the Quran. Allah says, "Laysa kamithlihi shay." There is nothing like unto him. Nothing that you can imagine, nothing that you have seen, nothing that you have heard, nothing at all. So you can make as many statues or as many idols as you want. They will never, ever compare to what God Almighty is. Because you just have a limited capacity to think. What do you understand? What do you see? That's all you got. And that's your limit. So yeah, I mean, inshallah, we're going to open for Q&A soon. You brothers want to share your thoughts while I do that?
Yeah, I mean, it literally, if anybody was interested in studying Hinduism to find out what it was as a belief system, to adopt it potentially, it would just depend upon which Hindu you were speaking to, because they all have different gods, they all have different types of following. Whenever the Hindu guests have come on, they've disagreed often on fundamental stories of the particular gods that they're talking about. So it just seems like there's no grounding, there's no certainty as to what happened. And in fact, I remember in one of your last guests when I asked him, does it matter if the stories are accurate? And he said no.
Oh boy.
I mean, does it matter if it's accurate? Does it matter if it's been recorded accurately? Does it matter if it's been changed?
Yeah.
No.
Do you value truth?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
So it's like, where do you go from that?
Yeah, might as well believe the shaitan, worship the
Well, I
shaitan.
mean, effectively, you can believe anything you want then.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at Kali, she's a shaitan. She looks like a jinn.
Yeah.
All the portrayals of her with the garland of human, limbs and the head of the, the skulls and so on. That's like a jinn.
Mm.
Yeah. They might be worshipping jinn, after all. And this is what is very common to people who are into magic, black magic, whatever magic is. Brother Zakaria, mashallah, he made a really good video recently on his channel. Sorry, is it one prophet, many messages? Yeah, something like that. I'm pretty sure. And it's sorry, one message, many prophets. My bad. And that's his channel. So go and check it out, inshallah. We have had it on the Dawah's community section, one of his recent videos, and it tells you about the different magic, all around the world, whether it's in India, whether it's in Africa, wherever you go. One thing is central, the central theme amongst all these different magicians, black magic, white magic, whatever magic they call it, is shirk. So they have to associate with shirk in some way, form, or manner. And that's how you will actually achieve this power, this supernatural powers that the magicians claim they have. It's something from the shaitan. And I think he explains it quite well. So do check out the video, inshallah. We have put the link already. We have already pinned the link. Please, once again, we ask only for the Hindus to join initially until we call where the others can join in later on, inshallah. So if there are Hindus out there, today we'll be discussing once again Ramayana and the contents. I want to know from you if Ram existed, if you can prove it, if you can reconcile this blatant, discrepancies within the stories. For example, even the time it was authored and the time when Ram actually existed, you got like 2 million years of a gap. How do you reconcile such things? Why would somebody be living in the ice age when there were no Homo sapiens 2.1 million years ago? How do you reconcile these things? Come and talk to us, inshallah. The other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is one of the main characters in that story of Ramayana, in Ram's story, is obviously his wife, Sita. Now, Sita is supposed to be this really loyal wife. So she, even though he was exiled from his kingdom, he was a prince and she had all the luxuries available as a princess. And when he was exiled by his stepmother, Kaikai, I think that's her name, she accompanied him. She wanted to go with him. She said, I don't care about all this riches. I love you, and without me my life is meaningless. In this palace, in all this, amongst all this riches, my life is entirely meaningless without your company. So you're my lord. I want to accompany you. And then she goes through all the trouble living as a hermit in the forest and all that. One day, Ravan, who is supposed to be this demon, he comes and kidnaps her and takes her to his palace, keeps her there for a year because Ram couldn't rescue her for an entire year. Even he had at his disposal people like Hanuman, who could become this giant monkey, uh, big enough to carry mountains. Even then, it took him a year. Anyway, so what I want to discuss is the loyalty of Sita was not repaid with justice in during her time, with Ram, and we'll see soon. Let's see if we got any people who want to join. This Ajay Rathore. Oh, Ajay, come on, man! I was going to take him in. He left. All right. If there are any Muslims in the back studio, please leave because we are only taking Hindus. So if you're a Muslim, I want you to leave.
I mean, if we contrast these type of beliefs with Islam, for example,
Yeah.
we have specific creedal issues that generally there's consensus on, right?
Yeah.
We don't have these issues about God is one, God is two, God is three, God looks like this, no, he looks like that. We just simply don't have these issues.
No, I mean, it's pretty unanimous, even amongst the different sects within Islam, about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's standard. So we don't even argue about this, to be honest, regardless
Hello,
of what the other sect is. Hi, Ajay. How are you doing?
hello.
Can you hear us?
Is my
Ajay?
am I audible?
Yes, you are, but can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Nice to have you back on our panel. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's long time.
Okay, everything okay with you?
Yeah, great.
Good. Are you one of those? You were giving that exam, isn't it? What was it?
It's you can say that I have cleared few stages. Final is pending.
Right. Remind me what exam that was. It was something to do
That
with
was UPSC. It's basically IAS examination, which is about like
oh,
administrative jobs,
right.
and it is the highest officer job in our country.
Okay.
So
Are
the
they
exam
paid well?
process is administrative
They're
officer
paid.
job.
Those officers are paid well in India.
Yeah, very well. And you can say this is at the highest job which is paid and the most premier job of the country.
Okay, very
There's
good. I
no
hope you pass the exams and you maintain justice once you become an IS officer.
yeah, I will.
Okay, thank you. So what's on your mind, Ajay? You've been
Yeah,
listening to the
I
stream
was
so far?
have to speak about the some ASI report which you people are discussing last stream I
Okay.
heard.
What do you want to discuss? Go ahead.
So basically I came with a link of Supreme Court website which
Hmm.
uploaded the judgment, and it talks about that the particular spot where the Ram Mandir was standing and Babri Masjid was built on that same.
Okay. So what evidence do they provide for this claim?
Yeah, they quoted the Archaeological Survey of India report, and Supreme Court mentions in its judgment. I can give you link.
Are you sure
So,
it's the judgment and not the appeal the other guy brought last time?
no, it's not. When our Supreme Court passed judgment,
Hmm.
it's right on the top of it the civil appellate jurisdiction, because the Supreme Court is the highest appellate authority. So
Do you
when
know what the appellate means?
appellate means when some appeal is done in the court from its
Exactly.
high court, or there
Exactly.
is second
So
process which you
an
can directly
appeal,
reach.
as an IS officer, you should know, or potential officer, you should know that an appeal is not the final judgment. Anyone can
No,
make an appeal from a lower court to a higher court.
yeah,
That doesn't mean it's a final judgment. Do you understand the difference?
yeah, I know. I am telling that the appellate jurisdiction, it means that we can file a appeal. But when Supreme Court announce its judgment in on its website, it's written in the same manner in every judgment. Like I can give you a link of direct website of Supreme Court. You can download any judgment. It will show the civil appellate jurisdictions. So
No,
it
no,
means
there's a
it doesn't mean,
difference. There's a difference between the final verdict given by the court and an appeal. Do you understand the difference between the two?
yeah, I understand the difference. That's what I'm talking about. That
Okay.
it
So when you give a
mentions
final verdict, it
hmm,
doesn't start with civil appellate jurisdiction, does it?
yes, in
The
our
title
India
doesn't
it's
start with that word with those
no,
verdict.
in our India it starts with the civil appellate jurisdiction because it is the
No, I'm talking
highest
about the
appellate
final. I'm
authority.
talking about the final verdict. Doesn't start with those words.
No, you can check any final verdict of Supreme Court. You will find the same words. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, go on. Give me final verdict of another case.
Okay, I'm sending you a
Prove
link.
yourself. No, no, not this case. Prove because you said it appears in any case where the
Hmm.
final verdict is given. Go on. Give me another case where the final verdict starts with
Okay,
civil appellate
let
jurisdiction.
me let let's do one thing. I will send you Supreme Court open Supreme Court website on Google if you have.
No, no, you
That,
because it's your claim, so you post it in the private chat.
I
Post the
can
link in
send
the
you a link.
private chat.
You can open. Okay,
Yeah.
let me send you.
And I asked you what evidence was presented. Because all
Yeah,
you're saying is
evidence
Supreme Court, because you see the Supreme Court judges were also under pressure during the
under
BJP
pressure.
ruling. Yeah, of course they are. Do you really think they are
No,
not
no,
under pressure to give a verdict in favor of the ruling party?
no. Because there are also upon opposing authority also. So there were equal. You can say lawyers on
Everyone
both
can be
sides
bought
who were
with
fighting.
money and power in India. You know that. Everyone.
No, if we go by this logic, then there are many cases where Supreme Court has gone given favor in the you can say the Muslim side. So
Okay.
it is
You know what?
equal.
I'll tell you what. Why didn't you present the evidence that
Hmm.
was given to come to this judgment?
Yeah, that I'm talking about the evidence which
Okay,
is the
read
ASI
read the
report.
read the final verdict. Go on. If you got it in front of
Okay,
you, so go and read it.
let me open it.
Okay. By the way, do you believe Ram existed in history or is he a mythological figure?
Yeah, he existed in history. Like he is
How
our
long ago?
the
How long
time
ago did
time.
he exist?
There is a many mentions of time period. It's a debatable
Give
issue.
me your best shot. Go on. Give me your best shot. What time period did he exist in?
He existed before many thousand BCEs, but like I
Thousand
don't have
BCE.
reference with me now,
Okay.
which
Are you
mentions the properly.
are you aware of the Treta Yuga?
Yeah, I am aware of it.
When did it happen? Do you know?
There are many references, like some Puran mentions thousands of years ago, some mention lakhs, and many mention that it is just a
Millions.
few
Millions.
thousands.
Not
Okay,
thousands,
I
millions.
opened the
Two
uh,
2.1.
ASI.
Ajay, listen.
Mhm.
2.1 million BC. So this is the
There are
ice
many.
age. Treta Yuga. I'm
There are
talking about
many.
the Treta Yuga. Are you not? Do you not believe that he was born or he existed in the Treta Yuga?
He existed in Treta Yuga, but there are many different references of Treta Yuga,
So,
which
so
mention
who is
different time
who is
frames.
right? Whom do we believe then? Because truth cannot be more than one, right? Truth has to be one. For example, if you were an IS officer
We,
and you
Mhm.
went to for a job interview and you said, "I have more than one birth certificate," what
Mhm.
will they think about you?
Yeah, truth is
That you are a
mentioned.
fake, that you are a
Okay,
fraud. Do you understand what I
so
mean? So Ram cannot
yeah,
have more than one birth
okay,
date. He needs to have at least one. Okay, you can get the year wrong. You can get the decade wrong. You can't get a million to BC, sorry, entire millennia wrong, that
okay.
would be crazy.
Hashim, while he's pulling out that verdict,
Yeah.
Yeah, I have pulled out.
lovely.
Okay.
Just a quick question: Was he
Post the
called
link,
Ram?
Ajay. Post the
Was
link.
he called Ram 2 million years ago?
What?
What was he called Ram 2 million years ago?
Yes, his full name was Ramchandra.
And when were the Vedas written?
Vedas. Look, Vedas. There are many different manuscripts. Like UNESCO mentions about the, like it mentions second millennium, 200 millennium BC, like
Sorry,
that.
200 million
No,
BC.
no, it mentions second millennium BCE of the old, not oldest, but what they have
That
with them
that
right
means
now.
2000 BC. Is that what you're saying?
They have, look,
Second millennium
manuscripts
means
are.
2000 BCs. Is that what you're
It
saying?
doesn't mean
2000
that
BC.
Vedas are that old, but we
No,
have the manuscript.
I'm asking you, when do you believe the Vedas were written?
Vedas were written many thousands of years ago.
So Ram existed and he was called Ram 2 million years ago. The Vedas were
2
written.
million. No. That's what the problem. The Vedas were written before the Ram, so we are not debating our timeline right now. I
Hold
have
on a
pulled the
second. You said,
debate.
I said to you, did Ram exist and he was called Ram? You said 2 million years ago. I
No,
said, when were the Vedas
I didn't
written?
claim 2 million. No, listen. I
No,
said
no.
there are many
It's Treta
different
Yuga, which is
mentions about Treta
2.1
Yuga.
million BC.
I'm not saying
So,
that
so,
2
so
million.
when do
Okay,
you think Ram
what is the
existed?
earliest? I'll tell you what. Give me the latest date you think is Treta Yuga.
Latest date. mm, latest. I can give you approximate. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Approximate. You can say 10,000 or 20,000 BC. That's not. That's approximate, not
20,000.
proper.
Okay, let's say 10,000 BC. Okay.
Bro, that I'm not. I have not come for that topic, but I
No,
have
but
pulled the
that is the
reference.
topic. Hello. Do you know what the topic is today?
I came with ASI report.
No,
Yeah,
but
we
that's not
can
the
talk
topic
about
today.
the
Do you know
ASI
what is the topic?
report. We can talk about the ASI report, but you know what's very important, Ajay, is that if the ASI report says that yes, this
Hmm.
was definitely Ram Mandir,
Hmm.
and then we find no evidence for Ram, that makes it quite difficult to
Yeah,
accept the ASI report,
it
right?
would be
No,
questionable then.
problem is that I am not having the reference for Ramayana right now. Somewhere I can read and tell you that what's the time frame. If
But
I will come next time, I will bring
Listen,
the references of Ramayana and
we are
the
not
mentioned
asking for
yugas.
reference of Ramayana. We are asking you, when did Ram exist? You are
According to
not sure. You're all over the
no,
place.
I'm sure. I'm
If you
sure that
answer this way in your IS exams, you'll fail definitely.
no,
When I ask,
that's
it's
why
a
I'm
very
not.
simple question. When
Hmm,
did Ram exist? You are uncertain about that, but you're
no,
certain about the exact spot where he was born. Don't you
Ram
see that to be highly questionable from
Ram
all the
exists.
Hindus who claim this is the exact spot where the Babri Masjid is? Okay?
Look, Ram
It's highly
existed in.
questionable whether it's ASI, whether it's the Supreme Court of India, whether it's the top pundits in India. It doesn't matter who it is. If you don't even know when, which era, which millennia he was
No,
born, then everything is questionable about Ram.
listen. According to Valmiki Ramayana, it's Ram existed in Treta Yuga, but the definition of Treta Yuga is given in many different interpretations. So, w- according
So
to
it's a
Ramayana, I have
contradiction
to
then.
give you reference,
So
but I'm
Ajay,
not
it's a
having right now.
contradiction then. If you don't
According
have
to.
one fixed time, like you
Hmm,
can't even get the decade right, then it's certainly a contradiction.
Forget decade. We're talking about
no,
even 1,000
Upanishad
years.
mentions. Listen. Upanishad mentions the proper time, but I'm not having reference with now. We will accept what Upanishad says.
No, but hold on. What Upanishad mentions
Hmm,
is it's, for example, say million years in Treta
hmm,
Yuga, yeah, 2.1 million years. Would you accept
hmm.
it?
No, Upanishad doesn't mention such a long time. They mention short, but I'm not having reference with them right
Okay.
now.
So, according to you, short was, when I asked you earlier, you said 10 or 20,000 BC. Am I right?
Hmm, hmm.
Okay. Would that be acceptable to you if it's 20,000 BC?
Look, if you will go with the science like human, and that will be the evolution type debate. So I'm not
I didn't
into
ask you for
that debate because
evolution. All I'm asking is the period when he was born.
what
What would
Upanishad
be
say will.
I'm asking you, what would be acceptable to you as a Hindu? Is it your
Yeah,
own
what
scriptures,
Upanishad
or is
says
it
will be acceptable to me.
science and factual evidence? Which one would be more acceptable for you?
Whatever Upanishad say, I will accept that because that's the
But you just
highest.
said
What did they say?
Upanishads.
What did
Upanishads,
they
if you
say,
said
Hashim? Are you
20,000,
aware of what they say?
yeah,
No,
I mean,
Upanishad.
there are many references for the Treta Yuga, but I'm asking him, if it says 20,000, will he accept it? 20,000 BC.
Yeah, what's the problem in it?
What's the problem? Okay. How old
Hmm.
is Sanskrit?
How old is Sanskrit? Sanskrit
Yeah.
is you can say that if we go with linguistic, we and the latest new historians say that it's about 5000 BCE. Okay,
Okay.
but when we
What
go,
language? What language did Valmiki write Ramayana in?
Valmiki write in Sanskrit.
Good. So if you're talking about 20,000 BC, when the language didn't exist,
No,
neither
that's not the
did
question.
Valmiki exist, then how did
There
he
are
get
many
the
problems
information?
regarding that,
Hear me out, Ajay. Hear the question
regarding the
first.
Sanskrit.
Listen to the question first,
Hmm.
because I want you to use logic, not scriptures right now.
Hmm.
Okay, we are using a logical deduction here. We're coming
Hmm.
to see by inference if this whole thing makes sense or not. If Ram existed 20,000 BC,
Hmm.
Sanskrit language existed, let's say 3,000 BC. When
No,
did Valmiki
that
exist? When did Valmiki
no,
exist, according to you?
that's not my claim. Listen to
No,
my
no,
claim
no.
only.
I'm asking in order to reach a conclusion based on logic and inference.
Sanskrit.
When did Valmiki exist?
Let me repeat. Sanskrit exists from the time when the Vedas were there.
No, it
Okay,
didn't.
so
You have no evidence for that. That's a
no,
complete and utter
you are
lie.
asking me hard evidence. How can we bring a hard evidence for that?
Well, why are you speculating if you don't have evidence then? Is that the
Because we
Hindu
have
way? If you don't have any evidence, just speculate. Put zeros in it and it's done.
no. That's not the question. When we will pass next 50,000 years, okay. Now we
Ajay,
will
when
lose
did
the evidence
Valmiki
of
exist? A simple question. When did he
Val-
exist?
when Valmiki exists.
Yes. When was he
He
born?
was contemporary of Ram.
Was he?
Yeah.
Valmiki was written in 300 BC.
No,
At the
that's the
latest,
no.
300
Listen.
BC.
That's the problem. You are
Not
quoting some
20,000 BC.
no. Listen, the
OMG. I can't
2000 or
believe you're going for
200
an IS
BCE.
exam. You, if with this logic,
No,
honestly.
bro, you have to see the many different sides. What you are quoting 200 BC or 300 BC is the time frame given by the some new historians. But
No,
when we
it's
go
based on
before that,
it's
the
based on the
language tree or
writings.
these kind of things, we will say that it's much older than that.
And where's the evidence for that?
So the exams that you're doing, are you is that you're studying to be a lawyer? Is that right?
No, it's some sort of a police officer.
A police officer,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so you know you're going to be arresting people. God forbid. Ajay, why don't we, if Hashim, you're okay, why don't we actually go to the crux of what you're arguing, Ajay? Because obviously, on the
Yeah. Okay.
theological arguments, clearly there seems to be some massive problems. Because you said to me originally, Ram existed, 2 million years ago, and he was called Ram. You gave the full name of what Ram was called. Then you
Hmm.
said Vedas were written 5,000 years ago. Then that would be a problem because the Vedas don't mention Ram. But
No,
anyway,
Vedas don't need to mention Ram. No,
the Vedas don't need to
Vedas.
mention Ram. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Okay, I'll tell
I
you
can
what we
give you
do. Why don't
explanation
we move?
for
Why
that.
don't we move to your evidence if Hashim's okay to move on?
Yeah.
What was the
I
verdict?
asked him to post the link in the private chat. He still hasn't
I,
done it. Can you
I
post the link
posted.
in the private
I
chat?
have
He's
posted.
Guys?
general. He gave the general
It,
link to the government
No,
website.
that's just the
I've been searching the website this whole
that's the
time.
link of the homepage. Give me the
no,
exact
that's
link
yeah.
for the document.
I When you open this link, I will tell you the order number and date number. You can open live.
Just
That's
put
why
the
I send
order
you home
number,
link.
man. You're making me struggle over here. I've been
Why
searching
can't you
and
just
searching
give the
for the
link
No, no,
last
for the
15
PDF?
minutes. Just tell us the order number.
Yeah,
PD,
man.
bro, you can download from there. I have to go back to search for the PDF link. You can open the website and I will give you the order
I'll tell
number
you what.
and
I'll
the
tell
What's
you
date.
the
what. Just
order
post the
number?
link for the PDF, like the last Hindu guy did, and we'll go there. It's no big deal because that's an
Bro,
appeal. It's
now
an
I
appeal.
have to
It's not the
go
final
back.
verdict. It's
Okay,
not even the
just
final
give me
verdict.
just 10 seconds. Let me open another tab. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you able to listen me right now?
We
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can hear
you.
you. Yeah.
Okay, just a minute.
So
I have
Hashim,
opened.
I just said he's studying something that makes it the highest paid, whatever it is. What, a police officer?
Yeah. It's
So
like
No,
one.
not police officer. It's like deputy commissioner, this kind of things.
Well,
so
the commissioner is a police officer, police commissioner.
No, there are different commissioners. We have some administrative and
Okay.
10.
right,
Bro, he's like Judge Dredd, dude. He's just going to go around and judge,
Judge
jury,
Dredd.
executioner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Wow.
No, it's Ajay is actually one of the good guys who comes on our panel. So it's not like those hardcore guys who come and mock and make fun on their channels. So it's one of the good guys.
Okay,
So Ajay,
Ajay.
have you found the link? I'm sure you can manage
Yeah,
that.
just a minute. I am searching to say exact
Okay.
order. Then I will put
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I have found. Let me copy it.
Good.
Yeah. So now open. It's a direct link to that judgment.
It just says judgments. It doesn't give you the direct link still.
No. it will give you proper details too. If you open this,
Right. Just give us
this
the
is the
order
website
number
of Supreme Court of India.
and
Okay,
I'll.
Muris, are you on it? If you
Yeah,
can
I've
just
been
go
on
down.
it for like the past 15 minutes, and I tried to do like a query search of the
Yeah.
key terms and stuff, but nothing's coming up. Just give me the order number and give me the.
Okay, give him the case
Okay.
type, the number, the year.
Mm, Okay. The number is 10866.
No, first you need to give him the case type.
Case
Oh,
type is
the
civil appeal.
civil appeal. Okay, so it's an appeal from the civil court.
Yeah, it is this appeal was from the lower court to highest, and it ended in the Supreme Court
What?
of India.
Okay, so this is an appeal from the High Court or from the even lower than that?
It is from the High Court.
What's the
Okay.
year?
Year is 2010.
2010. So before the
Yeah.
verdict, before the final verdict, huh?
What?
2010 is before the final verdict.
It is no. It started from the 2010 the Supreme Court and ended in 2019. So when
Okay.
you will open this, it will show the 2019 written on that.
And what is the number?
Number is 10866.
108.
66. And case type is reportable.
Reportable. Okay, go on. You got it, Brother Maurice?
I do, and so here's the question that I have for you, Brother AJ. Who was the judgment by?
Judgment by name of judges.
Yeah, who was it?
You can open that link it mentions, because I have to go back.
Okay, no problem. Here, I'll do a screen share.
Yeah, I have found the
because there is
bench
more than
was,
one judgment. That's the reason he's asking.
Yeah, I have found the bench was Honorable the Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi, Honorable Chief Justice.
No, he's not asking you for who the Chief Justice, because there's more than one link for the judgment under that particular section. So if you look on the right hand side, there's more than one link. There's like 6 links.
Okay,
Which one
just
do you want to
open the 9/11/2019.
The first one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. This was the.
Yeah, it says in the Supreme Court, the appellate.
Yeah, it's website of Supreme Court.
Yeah, and what is the date of this particular judgment? It's the same one the other guy gave the other day. It says, you know what it says in the corner here? It says the signature is not verified.
Yeah,
so it's digitally signed.
Yeah, I can explain that also. Yeah. Because when this is the kind of digital signature, the name mentioned of Chetan Kumar, he is the court master. Like we have many court masters who upload the same digital document to the website, and these are affiliated with Supreme Court. So when they upload
when was this presented in the court?
It is started from 2010 and ended in 2019.
No. When was this particular document published on this site?
The
there's no date when it was actually. There's no date when it was published on the website. It just shows when the appeal started, which was 2010, as you already.
You are asking about ASI report?
No, I'm talking about this one. When was it presented in the court?
Bro, this is judgment. How can I tell you when it was presented? It started from 2010 and ended on 19.
Yeah, 2019. What date?
What date it mentioned? Like 9/11 or just a minute. 9/11/2019. Like.
No. Is it mentioned on the paper on this particular document itself, or you're just making it up?
No, this is the judgment when it is uploaded when the case was over. So how can I tell you the exact date?
Yeah, but where does it claim this is a case when it was over? That is what I'm asking. Where does it make this claim? You're the one making the claim. Yeah, the document is not making that claim.
No, that's why I send you the proper home link, because when you will go to the judgment sections, then you will file the
judgment
case
doesn't
number.
Even say this is a final judgment. Nowhere does it say this.
Bro, this is
an appeal. It's an appeal.
Again, this is the website of Supreme Court of India. When you can search any case, you will find the same format.
Hello, I'm not denying that. All I'm asking is for the date when it was submitted, or when it was was published on the website. Because what I'm trying to understand is, was it before the final verdict, during the final verdict, or after the final verdict? And how do you know that without any dates?
What the signature mentions the date on the first page?
It says unverified.
No, date of the signature.
Does it give a date? Muris, does it
Mm,
give a date?
I'm just reading it right now. I'm trying to see. I'm at the part where it's talking about
It
the
doesn't give
release.
the date actually. It says 11. It's a number actually.
it's date number 11/9/2019. Like, wait a minute. 9/11/2019.
Okay. Yeah. Which page you want us to go to?
Just a minute, 10. Wait, 1019 or just a minute. Let me open it too. It is the point 1111 1112. Again, like I have to open that. Just a minute. If I exit this, will it be cancelled from here?
Exit what? The tab?
Yeah, I will press the.
Just open a new tab. It's fine, no problem.
Okay, just a minute.
Right. While he's finding that, are there any other Hindus who would like to participate? Can you just mention in the private chat if you want to discuss this? We'll take one more person in so we can finish it quicker. I think Piyush came in earlier, didn't he? Piyush, do you want to add something to this discussion?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, well, not exactly this, but I have a few other points that I would like to discuss.
Okay, how about you discuss what we asked Ajay, and he was all over the place when you asked him about the existence of Ram. When did Ram exist in history, if it did exist?
Yeah, well, I would like to start with the
Hello,
validity
can
of
you listen me?
asking that.
Yeah, Ajay, one second. Let Piyush complete his sentence.
Okay.
Go on, Piyush.
Yeah, so I would like to start by asking the validity of asking that question, right? So, why do we ask this question, and what does it seek to change, and what exactly are we trying to conclude from the existence of
Piyush,
Ram?
your voice is quite low. Is that just me, Hashim?
No, actually, it is low. I agree. Yeah, Piyush, go ahead.
And am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. So, Piyush, the reason we ask this question is very simple. You know, a lot of people died after the Babri Masjid was demolished, and the entire thing revolved around Ram, about his existence, about the fact that exact spot is where Ram was born. Now, what we are trying to understand from our Hindu brothers and sisters is simple. Did he ever exist? And if he did, can you produce proof for it? The reason we ask proof for a human who walked on earth, you know, just like we would ask proof about, like many Hindus would ask, and many non Muslims would ask about proof of the existence of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. We actually have the manuscripts dated from the time of Prophet, peace be upon him. We have a lot of evidence to say that yes, he did exist in history, because there are many non-Muslims make a claim that Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam never existed in history. He's just a mythological character. Oops, what happened to Ajay Bhai? Okay, so what I'm saying is that is this factual, this claim of the Hindus that Ram actually existed in history? And that is the reason we ask this question, Piyush.
Okay, so completely understand that the existence of Muhammad is your prophet is backed by archaeological evidence and everything, but
Yeah.
the well the well to us Hindus, the mere existence of Ram seeks to put a moral conduct into our lives, right? And what happened at Babri, I do not um a temple
Condone
is
you.
supposed
You
to.
don't, you condemn it, or you
I don't.
condone the
I,
destruction of the mosque?
Firstly, I do not agree with the destruction of the mosque. I understand
Do
that
you
even if
condemn
it
it?
was
Would you
to a point,
condemn the
to
illegal
a point,
destruction
definitely.
of the mosque,
Yes,
which
to a
even the
point,
Supreme
definitely.
Court of India gave in its
To a
verdict, its
point.
final verdict?
Because, see, to me, a temple is a place of sacred worship,
Hmm.
and building a temple over dead bodies in itself makes no sense. Whether or not Ram
but
originated
that's
from there.
assuming there was a Ram temple before that, isn't it? You're basing your judgment on an assumption for which there is no solid evidence. It's just a
No,
claim.
I'm actually half agreeing with you over here that the destruction of Babri Masjid, to a point, I condemn it because of the fact that a temple is a region of worship, and building that region of worship over dead bodies in
Once
itself.
again, you're assuming there was a temple there. You see what I mean?
No,
So it's like me saying, okay, there's a temple, there's a Hindu temple there, and I'm actually claiming that there was a Buddhist temple underneath it. Now you have to break the temple. Would any Hindu agree to that?
okay, I think I'd like to correct myself. I meant to say the destruction of the mosque, building a temple over the destruction of a mosque that led to the death of millions. But again, that goes back to the point that I'm sure you've heard of
It
the
wasn't million,
Mughals.
it was thousands, by the way. No need to
Yeah,
exaggerate.
that was just yeah.
It's a habit.
But
It comes naturally to many of
yeah,
you
that
guys.
just comes out.
Millions,
Yeah, right.
like it's just another thing in the history.
Yeah,
Look,
definitely.
Piyush, I agree that it was wrong. And by the way, this is the Supreme Court saying, yes, they actually claim that this is criminal, illegal, what these car savaks had done. Unfortunately, the same Supreme Court never, ever brought any of them to justice. None of the leaders. Yes, at that time it was the VHP, the RSS, the BJP, all were involved. They were the ones who spearheaded with slogans and raising this claim that Ram Janmabhoomi is here and the temple will be built here. So you see, this particular claim, all we're asking is there any basis for it? If Ram didn't exist, then the question of Ram Mandir is irrelevant. Do you agree?
And you see, Piyush, just to go back to what you said originally, that we derive, good teachings or morals or whatever from this teaching. The
Yes.
point is, isn't it more important first to establish that the person existed in the first place?
No, I don't think so, because see, asking the question of the existence of Ram is quite similar to asking the question of the existence of, well, your own Allah.
No, it's not.
No,
I'll
it's
tell you
not.
why
It
not.
is actually.
Priyesh, I'll tell you why not. We don't claim
Yeah.
Allah walked on the earth. You claim Ram walked on the earth. So when somebody walks on earth is a historical figure. Do you understand the difference? It is like
Not
if you're
his,
comparing like for like, then you would be comparing Allah with the Brahman, the Nirakar Brahman. That would be a like for like comparison.
Yeah, that would be a fair comparison.
Yes.
Your comparison of Ram would be
Yeah.
potentially hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people would have interacted with Ram. And therefore it would be conceivable and reasonable to expect to see lots of archaeological some writings that would survive, maybe not entire books, because obviously thousands and thousands of years things degrade.
yeah, I
You
mean,
would
well,
have
if
lots of
Hinduism,
you would have
if
lots of
what
rock inscriptions. You would have lots of stele. You might even have some coins that are stamped with Ram written on them. You'd have jewelry with Ram on them. You'd have an array of evidence, because now millions of people potentially have interacted with this individual who has,
Can I pause
shown
you guys for just a second?
himself, right? The other thing is why, Piyush, is so important to ask the question, and why it's so crucial, especially when we're talking about the Babri Masjid being knocked down, is that if somebody is claiming, as Hashim mentioned earlier, the very specific claim of him being born exactly on that spot, and yet you cannot establish whether he even existed, or whether there's any evidence that he existed, or whether the stories were perhaps originally had some truth, but they've been clearly embellished, they've been changed, and they've been manipulated. Whatever the thing is, how can you have something that you would require precision on, that you don't have any precision on, i.e. whether he existed or he didn't exist, or was witnessed, and where's all the records? Yet when it comes to the precise nature of where he was born,
Everyone is sure.
there is a sure claim being made there.
Yeah.
The other thing, Piyush, is very interesting, isn't it? that this claim first arose from a British general or British, viceroy or whatever who was in that area. That's very interesting, isn't it? That it wasn't even something that was a claim that was made by hundreds of thousands of Hindus. And the other thing, Piyush, is this: when a temple is destroyed, especially one as important as the birthplace of Ram, you would have had throughout history riots, people writing about it, inscriptions on buildings, on rocks. This injustice of knocking down a temple where Ram was born, you would reasonably expect a lot of evidence to survive that would corroborate that type of claim. Yet we have nothing. And so this is why we're asking these questions, Piyush. Can you understand why we're asking them now?
Hey,
Hello, can I
Piyush,
speak?
hold on. No, you can't. Hang on one second. And here's the reason why. Because I've been scouring this document. I'm down to page 976 out of 1045. So I want to take the stage for just a second. I just want to read something to you.
You read very fast, Muris.
Yeah. Oh, I'm super fast.
I can give you exact page number.
No, I was looking out for what the reliefs are and what the judgments were. Okay, so first and foremost, from what I can gather, this is a settlement. Okay, so what that means is the parties had to come to some sort of an agreement. But here's the caveat. The caveat is that the Hindus were allowed to utilize religious texts as a form of evidence. Okay,
No,
so that
I will quote you exact page number about ASI.
No, that's totally fine, man. So here, I'm going to quote you on page 976. It says right here, the historians report to the nation, which is extent number 62 in suit number 4, may be first considered. Report referred to as a historian's report to the nation was their comments on the stand of Vishva Hindu Parishad in the Ayodhya dispute. The 4 historians in their letter to the government of India opined, our study shows, and I quote, our study shows neither any evidence of the existence of a temple on the site of Babri Masjid, nor of the destruction of any other structure there prior to the construction of the mosque. The above observations in the report that the absence of any such reference to ancient...
I have to reply to that, to your...
Yeah, you will get your chance. Let him finish.
First of all...
Don't worry.
Let him finish, Ajay. Let him finish.
It makes it very doubtful that the belief in Ram Janma Asthan is of such respectable antiquity as is being made out. The epic Valmiki Ramayana, as noticed above, which was a composition before the start of the Christian era, states Ayodhya as the birthplace of Lord Ram at the Ayodhya at King Dasarath's palace. The report jumped to the conclusion that it is even doubtful that belief is earlier than the late 18th century. Further observations were made in the report regarding the period of composition of the Skanda Purana. The report comes to the conclusion that the Ayodhya Mahatmya has to be of the period towards the end of the 18th century or the beginning of the 19th century.
Now, let me reply.
Before you reply, Ajay,
no,
Ajay,
you are reading the proceedings. I am quoting you the conclusion.
Ajay,
page number 1020.
Ajay, before you reply, what Muris has just read, is that accurate?
Yeah, he's reading the proceedings, which were rejected by the court. I am telling you the conclusion, which is on the page number 1020.
Yeah, but the question still remains. What is the basis for the conclusion? You can't just say ASI and then say that's a conclusion, because ASI needs... Hold on, let me finish, Ajay. Let me finish.
Yeah. Okay.
ASI needs to present actual factual evidence. Have you got that?
Yeah, the page number 1020.
No. You're not listening to the question.
Yeah,
I'm not asking for the claim being made inside this document. I'm asking for the actual evidence presented by ASI.
Yeah,
have
that's
you got
why yeah, let me reply. The same page mentioned that ASI is saying that the Ram temple must be very fine because the Muslims used those things in the masjid extracted earlier. Means there were some extractions which showed that there was the temple behind the mosque. And this is mentioned on the page number 1020.
Did ASI say this is exact spot of where Ram was born? And do they have evidence? Do they have evidence for that claim?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the evidence? Now listen to the question properly, because you're already jumping the gun. The question is very simple. Did ASI, number one,
Hmm.
make the claim this exact spot is the birthplace of Ram? Number
Yeah.
two, which is
Hmm.
connected to the first question,
Okay.
what is the evidence they provided to make that claim?
Okay. Let me answer. First
Now,
of all, yes, ASI
yes.
made the claim with the direct exact statement that Ram Mandir was there on the very spot, and in their spot they mentioned that some extractions were done on the site, which proved that the columns, or you can say pillars like that, were used in the construction of mosque, which were of the temple. And when the extraction
Which
took place,
temple?
when the
Which
extraction
temple?
took place,
No, which
yeah,
temple's columns were there?
yeah, behind beneath the mosque,
Did they say
the,
this is the Ram temple where Ram was
yeah,
born?
yeah,
Where
yeah,
is that
because
claim? Where is that claim from? You
where
can't
that
just make
claim
a
from,
claim without evidence, my friend. Even ASI
bro,
cannot make that.
ASI is saying that we extracted, they did the extractions, and even now when
Did you
on the
understand the
2000,
question? Did you? I didn't ask you if there was a existing mandir or
hmm,
a Hindu temple or a Buddhist temple. That wasn't my question. My question is what led to the conclusion that Ram was born at that exact spot? What
yeah,
led to the
okay,
conclusion? Where is the evidence for that claim? That is what I'm asking.
okay, so same judgment mentioned many different sources which says about
No,
the
no, 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 not
exact,
different sources. Give me
hmm,
ASI's conclusion because ASI's conclusion has to be based on evidence. So give me the evidence
bro,
from ASI that this exact spot is where Ram was born. And
yeah,
if you can't give that, I'm going to go to the next caller. This is your last
Well, actually,
chance.
I'm interested, Hashim.
okay,
On what
I
page
am
does it mention, Ajay? On what page
It's
does it mention
1020.
columns? These are
1020.
okay. These are columns beneath the mosque. Is that what you're saying?
No, no, no.
There were
The
extractions
question,
done.
Abbas, just a minute. Just read page 1020. You'll find it. But I want Ajay to answer my question. What is the evidence ASI provided that this particular spot is the exact location Ram was born?
Bro, that's what I'm
Last
taking.
chance, by the way. Ajay, I know you waste time. You have come here many times and you waste time. Unless you're
Okay,
going to
let's do
answer my
one thing.
question, I'm going to go to the next user. So this is your last chance.
Looks, it's looking like it's going too long. I will come next time, or because
So you don't have evidence.
it will take time if I
Because no, no,
start
because you
replying.
don't have evidence. If you had,
Bro,
you would have pointed
I
to
have
this
to,
page, but you don't have
no,
evidence.
because I have to read the 4 pages for that, and I don't think that
Come back prepared
you
next
allow me
time,
to.
because I know for a certain fact that ASI never made such a claim. In fact, ASI did not even go to the extent of saying there's exactly a Hindu temple here. They found
Bro,
many evidences, even
okay,
from the
just
it could relate to Buddhists, it could relate to Hindus, it could
okay,
relate to other
just
religions as
let
well.
let us do one thing,
Yeah.
Hashim bro. Next time I will open my screen and I will take the screenshot from the judgment. I will show you there.
No, no,
Okay,
no. That's not what I want. Did you hear my question? I repeated it
I,
3 times. Let's see if you
whatever you
even
said,
understood the question I asked you.
I have understood your question. The what
What is my
ASI has
question?
the proof. What ASI shows the proof, which proof that there was a temple of Ram.
No, no. You see, this is what I mean.
Look,
Honestly,
bro.
I
He's
can't
not
believe you're going to
understanding the.
become
He's
you're
not
going to
understanding
become
the
an
issue. Okay,
officer of law when you don't
Okay,
even listen properly. If I repeated something 3 times, once
brother
again,
Hashim, let me
this
read
time,
him. Let me read him this. Let me read him this. Okay,
yeah,
so
go on.
look, man. Here's the issue that you're having, AJ. You're saying that just because it comes from this organization, that it must be true. And what we're trying to tell you is that you have to present the evidence of it being, in fact, the temple of Ram. It can be many other things, right? So, like here, let me give you an example. So the first archaeological report was done in 1889, right? And it shows who the team leader is. It looks like it's Alois Anton Fuhrer, of all things, conducted a survey, right? Very bad notion to that. Okay, he found a low irregular mass of rubbish heaps from which material had been used for building the neighboring Muslim city of Faizabad. Okay, next it says it's important to note that the ASI conducted another excavation in 2003 at the Ram site in Ayodhya. And here's what you're stuck at. You're stuck at this. The ASI concluded that a Hindu temple existed beneath the mosque.
no, no,
However,
no.
hold
You are
on.
not reading my point. That's the
Yeah, I am.
problem.
You're saying you're arguing for the affirmative, dude. I already know what your point is. Your point is that the Hindu temple did in fact exist, right?
If you allow me 10 seconds, can I read the exact statement what I'm saying
No, no,
about?
you're not. There's no
You're
need to
not.
read because we
You're
read
missing
it
the point,
in the
man.
previous stream, And the point remains, if you don't have the exact reason why this verdict was given, which means if somebody makes a claim, for example, if somebody comes to your home and say, this is my home because my grandfather used to live here, they have no evidence at all for that. It's just a
Hashim,
claim they're
let him
making.
read.
Are you going to
Let
hand
him
over
read.
your
Bro,
home to them?
look,
Hashim,
just do one thing.
let him read what he wants
Let
to
us.
read, and
Okay,
let's
go ahead. Yeah, let him
let's
read
deal
it.
with
Let
it.
him read it.
Read what you're going to read, Ajay, because
Read
we don't want
it.
to seem unfair. Read what you want to read, and then
Okay, I'm
we'll
reading.
see. Yeah, what does
The
it say?
the ASI thus clearly state that Babri's masjid at Ayodhya was built on the very same spot where the old temple Janmasthan of Ramchandra was standing.
Right, that's what it
Okay.
says, right?
That's what it says,
Yeah,
right?
Okay, that's what it
Okay.
says, Ajay, right, Ajay?
Right.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
Ajay,
what the
that's what it says,
lawyers. It's
correct?
what the lawyers are saying.
Ajay,
It's a
Yes,
claim made
yes,
by
yes.
them,
yes, okay. So
an
Ajay,
addendum.
if they said Ajay
Hmm,
that this is where Father Christmas was born, and this is
hmm.
where Father Christmas started his, presence all over the world. Just because they said it, would you believe it, or would you ask them for what the evidence was to support the claim?
Yeah, I will ask the evidence and I can give you the references in the claim
So,
of what ASI said too,
so
if you allow
that
me.
is what we're asking you, Ajay.
Yeah, I can give you
We're asking
like
you
I
for
have.
the specific evidence that proves that Ram was born here. That's what we want to hear.
Right.
So I have now with me 4 to 3 pages, but that will be too long. If you allow me point, I can quote
Okay.
But
the
then you've
exact some
come
points.
onto the
Before
stream,
you do
Ajay.
that, wait. Let me just present that report so everyone sees that we are not being unjust to you. By the way, do you know this is an addendum?
Yeah, it is a conclusion.
No, it's not. An addendum is not a conclusion.
No,
Okay,
it is in
it
the.
means something that the lawyers from one particular party added that
No,
as
no, no, no.
supporting. Can I finish, man, without you interjecting?
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay, so let me read it for you so you believe it, because seeing is believing in this case.
Hmm.
So this is where addendum number 1 starts. Can you read the heading that you see there? This
Hmm.
bit? Read it for me.
Whether the disputed structure is the holy birthplace of Lord Ram as per the faith, belief, and the trust of the Hindus. Right.
Exactly. As per the faith, belief, and trust of the Hindus, not evidence based.
No,
Okay, so this is based on the astha, on the faith, not on
the,
evidence. Now, that
the
bit
next.
which was said, wait a minute. Now, if I go all the way down, to page number, what is it? 1020.
Yeah.
Now, this is one of the addendums from the Hindu party based on faith. So they are the ones making this claim, not ASI. They are saying
No,
that
no.
the ASI, wait a minute, stop interjecting. They are the ones saying that the ASI thus clearly states that Babur's masjid at Ayodhya was built on the very spot where the old temple Janmasthan of Ramchandra was standing. So whose claim is this? Not the ASIs, but the Hindus, based on their faith, are claiming that ASI said this. And that's
No,
the reason
that's
I
not the
asked you
question. No,
several
no,
times.
no.
Wait a minute,
It's
stop
wrong. It's
interjecting
wrong.
until I finish.
Okay.
Until you provide evidence from ASI to show that Ram was born on this exact spot, then you have no case. It's case dismissed. Okay, now you can say what you
Okay,
want.
now let me reply. First of all, it is not the Hindu saying. This is the court which is mentioning it
It's
in
an
the its
addendum
judge.
based
Yeah,
on faith,
no,
not
no, no.
based on
Listen.
evidence, based on faith.
A look.
Asta, based
A
on the
I
Asta,
have
if you want to use
look.
the
I
Hindi
have
word.
many references with me, even from the Muslim
So why can't you provide
record
the evidence
mentions.
for Ram Janmabhoomi then if you have many references? You went on
Look,
preparation, you did all your homework, but you missed the smoking gun in that. Why?
no, I have references, but it will be too long
No,
if I
no, no.
start presenting.
References,
Maybe
like the
you
way
can,
you said, this
maybe,
page, 1020. Boom.
you
There
know
you
what,
go.
Ajay? Maybe you can
Okay,
come
just
next time. But let me just ask you a question, Ajay,
the
quickly.
page
Yeah,
number. Hmm,
Ajay, let me ask you a quick question. If today you go and excavate under mandirs and you find that there was a church there before,
hmm.
is it okay for the Christians to then come and knock your temple down?
If there are many temples and mosques which are under, which we have temples under that, but the question when it comes to Ram Mandir or some these kind of thing, it is because like Christians have the birthplace of Jesus and Sikhs have the birthplace of Guru Nanak and this kind of
Ajay,
thing. So this
Ajay,
the particular sport.
I asked you a very specific question. You can then by all means justify why this is different to that.
Hmm,
But I'm asking you a principle. as a principle, would it be okay to excavate under mandirs, for example? So now there's a great big mandir that's been built in the UAE.
Mhm.
Is it okay for somebody to come and say, oh, this is Arabia, the Prophet, peace be upon him, you know, he walked past here on this land. Now you built a mandir here. You know, we should be allowed to knock it down. Would this
No,
be
it won't be
acceptable?
good. It won't be good if we start doing thing to every.
Exactly.
Yeah, when it
But
comes to mandirs, it's not good. When it comes to masjid, oh, it's perfect.
And
Perfect.
you
no,
know,
no, I am saying
Ajay, and
it
Ajay,
is
you know
not
double
what?
good for,
standards.
Ajay, you
and
know what's
it is not good for
extraordinary,
any
Ajay?
religious.
Ajay, you know what's extraordinary in our religion, in Islam?
Hmm.
It says specifically that we're not allowed to knock down places of worship of other people.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Why, our
It's not
history has
And you know
Indian history.
the other thing is, if you go to, for example, Spain, there are
Hmm.
many mosques. Many mosques. In fact, there were probably hundreds, if not thousands, of mosques that were converted to churches. So basically, the Muslims should just go there and they should say, "Well, look, these were mosques. They weren't even churches before they were mosques. So we should forcibly change all of those churches back to mosques again."
Yeah,
The
I'm
point.
understanding your point,
The
but
point.
can you acknowledge that some
Now
wrong
going
was
back.
done?
Now going back to your point, Ajay, that why this is different, because you know Ram, a god, actually was born here. This is why this is unique, or this makes it different. In which case, Ajay, you have to have profound evidence to even begin the discussion, let alone knocking the mosque down. But to even have the discussion, you need to first provide I would say, a plethora of evidence to support your case. And you know,
Look,
you've come to the stream to talk about this issue,
hmm.
specifically about the ASI report, but now you're saying you have to go through 3 or 4 pages before
No,
you
no,
can
no, no, no,
specifics.
no, no. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying this is the ASI, but I have all many sources in the same judgment of even the Muslim scholars, or you can say Muslim historians mentioned about the same place worship as a Ram
Okay, I
Janmasthan.
don't think we are getting anywhere. So, Ajay, before you go, let me ask you this. You
Hmm.
actually believe Ram existed in history?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay. On what basis?
On what basis? Like we have our scriptures mentioning it, and there are like this is the whole
Which
tradition going on
scripture?
from the same
Which
place.
which scripture are you talking about? Ramayana?
Not Ramayana, Skandapuran also mentions that, and even
Okay.
the
How
Ayodhya
how
Mahatmya.
old is Kant Purana?
Look, again, if we go in this debate, how old, then there are many things which you have to consider. You are
What?
asking me of the script and these kind of things.
Yeah, because you see your basis is faith, not evidence.
So
Do you
you
not
are
realize
saying,
that? Your
okay, so
basis is blind faith, not evidence.
so so let me now. So you are saying that the place where we are claiming the Ram Mandir is there.
No, I'm saying
Some
Ram's existence itself is based on blind faith, not evidence.
so you want DNA report?
No, I want physical report, actual report from archaeology that he existed.
No, there are many cases where archaeological
Give me
evidence is
one.
not
Give me one
compatible and
archaeological evidence. Go
feasible.
on. Give me one archaeological evidence.
Bro, there are many cases
Give
like
me
we have.
one then. Give me one. Come on.
How can I give you the exact archaeological evidence of
You said there are
person who
many. You should be
existed?
able to mention at least one.
Ajay, you know what it
I
is?
said many sources mentioned the place as worship of Ram.
Ajay, what
Is
it
there a
is,
physical evidence or not? That's a question.
Look,
and
physical. How can we preserve
Ajay,
some physical
Ajay,
evidence?
this
Okay,
is
so
the
you don't have
point.
it. Just say that then.
Ajay, this is the point. You see, many religions didn't allow
Hmm.
the carving of statues or the paintings or the inscriptions of prophets or even God, for example. So it's forbidden within Judaism as well. Okay,
Hmm.
you're not permitted. You wasn't allowed to make statues of God. You weren't allowed to. And when it was done, it was regarded as blasphemy. It was regarded as a great sin, a huge sin, in fact. Right now, the
Hmm.
difference is that your culture, Hinduism, even though in the Vedas it does tell you that you shouldn't be doing these things, but it's widely accepted that you do make statues of gods. So when we say physical evidence, there should be lots of physical evidences, because you have things carved in stone. You could have things written in Sanskrit on the carvings. You could have so much evidence, actually. You
No,
could have
if you are
carving
talking
of
about,
you could have
okay,
carving of Ram that could survive on, for example, stele on gravestones that could survive for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years. You can have
bro, you have to
inscriptions.
look at the history of our India.
The point that I'm
Many
trying to say,
inscriptions were destroyed, and we
the,
haven't left with anything.
the
There are
point that I'm,
many dimensions to this topic. If
so
we
you see,
start exploring,
so now basically what you're saying is that none of this evidence exists because it was all destroyed.
no, not none of that, because there is in judgment mentioned the Vishnu Hari inscription also, which mentions that this place of the Ram Mandir was a door and Sita Rasoi. But you are asking me physical evidence, which is not possible because much of it
Okay,
is
so
destroyed, and
it's just
we have
claims then.
even the
Then it's
historical
just
claims.
claims, isn't it? It's simple as that.
Could I
It's just
point out?
claims. It's not,
AJ,
look, it's not
you
our
guys,
fault that your gods were unable to
subhanallah.
preserve the evidence. It's not our fault. We can't blame, you can't
No,
blame history, you can't blame anything like this.
You guys
What
are
I'm
all
saying is
about
that
having
so far
objects.
it's just claims.
Yeah,
That's all it
you're
is.
all about having objects. You're going to tell me that not a single object survived for evidence?
Yeah. Even the
Come
Egyptians
on,
have
dude.
evidence
single
of their
look,
gods.
when we go to this, you have the birthplace of Krishna Janmastan. Okay, there are only few things left, and Krishna
Are you
came
talking about Dwarka?
later.
Are you talking
Not
about
Dwarka,
Dwarka?
Mathura. I'm talking about
Mathura.
Mathura, where
Okay, so
the
where is the physical evidence of Krishna's existence?
Krishna. There are evidence of the murtis which are excavated from the
Is there
earlier
evidence
sites.
of Krishna from the period
Bro,
of Krishna? Krishna was born in which yuga?
he was born in the, you can say, the Dwapar Yuga.
And when was the Dwapar Yuga?
Again, this is the time I have to
You
give you
have
the
no idea,
reference for
right?
the
You have no
particular.
idea.
I
Because
have
you have no
idea.
idea. You
No,
mention, you make all these big claims, but you don't even know the birth year, the birth millennia, which thousand or million years ago, but you know the exact spot where he
there
was
is the
born. I mean, do you not see the
regarding
disconnect?
no
Okay,
no
anyway,
regarding the date
I
of
think we gave
Krishna,
you
we
enough
have the
time.
proper nakshatras and date.
No, you don't
We
have
can
nothing proper. Trust me. It's all
okay,
claims.
bro. That's
It's
Should I
nothing.
mention
You
something?
have no physical evidence of
So,
any
Ajay, I
of your
want
gods
to
being
ask you
existing.
physical
something.
evidence is the
Ajay, I just
It's a
even
want to
you
ask
claim.
can't present the physical evidence after
Ajay,
few thousands of years.
I can present you physical evidence of the Quran. I can present you physical evidence of the existence of Prophet
How can you
Muhammad, peace be upon him.
prove the physical evidence of
You,
Jesus? Can you give me
why should I
physical evidence?
wait? For us, you know, the connection with all the prophets, including Jesus, is
Hmm.
Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, because he spoke directly to Allah. We know that he can get information about all the past prophets, all the way to Adam, and even beyond that. But you have nothing to
but there is
connect that.
physical evidence for Jesus as well, though. There are still
So
some.
there are many claims that
There are
existence of
still
Jesus is also doubted. So that
there are
will
still some scraps of early biblical stories of Matthew, even though they're credit card size, first,
Yeah.
second century. There are coins. There is a massive historical evidence that Jesus existed. And the point that we're trying to make to you, Ajay, is that when you have a lack of traceable, verifiable evidence, then a lot of people, it's generally known, Chinese whispers, stories change over time. This is why, because we do have evidence of Jesus even from non-Muslim sources, right? From Christian sources. The problem is that the further back you go, the less the evidence is, and the more the stories become embellished, the more they change over time. And this is why many Hindus don't accept certain views and certain stories of certain gods, because
no.
they believe that those are not accurate, for example.
The
Whereas,
basic fact is that 90% of history is in dark.
right, so
Many of the people.
the further back you go, Ajay, the more you have to question, and the more you have to try to verify and put the pieces together to build an accurate picture. But it becomes impossible to do so when you simply don't have those scriptures going back more than 500 years or 1,000 years or 2,000 years. When you're talking
Exactly.
about things that happened 2 million years ago, you now have a huge problem, because you know and I know that people will embellish stories, they will exaggerate stories. And this is where we can have stories like a boy loses his head and a baby elephant suddenly has his head chopped off, and
Yeah.
the
No,
head went off the baby,
if you
and
put you are quoting
God
these kind of
raised.
Brother
stories,
Abbas, it's even by his own admission. He said, when I asked him how old is Sanskrit, he said 5,000 years. When I
no,
asked him when did, wait, Ajay, stop interrupting every time. When I asked him when did Valmiki write this, he said Valmiki was actually in the time of Ram, which is, according to him, the earliest he could provide is 20,000 BC.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, imagine this. If Valmiki wrote something in Sanskrit, but Sanskrit only started from like 5,000 years ago, 3,000 BC, then how will Valmiki write it in Sanskrit before the language itself existed? Ajay,
Bro, we are
if you
talking
write,
about script.
if
You are talking about script.
no,
I
no,
am
no, I'm
talking
talking
about
about the
language.
language. I'm talking about language as well.
But
Sanskrit as a
language existed
language.
in Brahmi script and many kinds of scripts. Sanskrit exists
But
in many
Brahmi
scripts.
script, wait, that is the
Brahmi,
script you're
Kharosthi,
talking
and
about now.
even before that.
You're talking about the script now. I'm talking about the language.
No,
Okay,
I
so
am
it's you
saying
who
that
talking about the script, not me.
I am saying that
Okay,
Sanskrit
anyway,
language, the medium
I think you should
existed.
go and watch this video and see the disconnect in your logic and the evidence, which
No,
is non-existent in the case of Ram. But thank you, Ajay, once more. We'll see you come back with some evidence from ASI, which tells you which
okay,
actually
next
gives you the
time.
exact
Okay.
reference. Listen to the question first before you go. This is your homework for next time. What we want is
No.
from ASI report saying exact reason why they consider this place of Babri Masjid to be the exact location where Ram was born.
Okay,
Bring that
just
from
10 seconds.
ASI,
Okay,
not
okay. I
from
have to say
some
one thing.
addendum.
I have to
Okay,
no addendum. No, I have to say one thing.
Ajay, Baba, you
Next
had
time
enough
I
time.
will. Next.
Yeah, next time you'll give evidence, please. Uh, it's
Yeah.
the same thing every time with him. He goes on and on and on
Check
when we
this
ask.
out real quick, by the way.
Yeah,
So look, there was two archaeologists, Supriya Varma and Jaya Menon, that observed the ASI excavations. And in 2010, they wrote a paper in the Economic and Political Weekly. I put it back in the private chat, detailing why they had objected to the ASI's results and the subsequent Allahabad High Court judgment in September of 2010.
yeah.
According to the article, the duo had objected to the various practices the ASI was following during its dig, which made it clear there was already a preconceived idea in the minds of the ASI archaeologists. So even if they made the claim, they still didn't provide evidences, right? Which is
Absolutely.
to your point. And it says here, the authors argue that the ASI report had gone largely unchallenged because of the power it holds over researchers in the country. And they quote, any archaeologists in India or from outside who wants to explore, excavate sites has to obtain a license from the ASI. So no field archaeologist is willing to speak out against it or its outdated methods. So they're basically going to be barred from ever coming back and doing any type
No,
of
Morris. No, Morris. It was all very fair. It was all
yeah,
done. It was all done
100%.
completely transparently. And you know what,
Yeah.
Morris? Of course, you know India, and my parents are Indian, by the way. Yeah. Of course, there's no corruption. There's no pressure. There's no political pressure.
Yeah.
Of course, the BJP being in power had made no difference whatsoever to the whole situation.
No pressure at all.
Yeah. Of course, it was just completely transparent.
Yeah, and very briefly, I'll end with this. It says here that they told the Huffington Post that the ASI used 3 pieces of evidence, which were all questionable, to say that a temple had existed at the site. The first piece was a Western wall, and the Western wall is, and they quote, the Western wall is a feature of a mosque. It is a wall in front of which you say namaz. It's not the feature of the temple. The temple has a very different plan. The second one was 50 pillar bases. These are completely fabricated, and we filed many complaints to the court about it. Our argument is that if you look at what they are claiming to be pillar bases, these are pieces of broken bricks, and they have mud inside of them. And the third is architectural fragments. And of these 12 most important architectural fragments, none of these were found during the excavation. These were recovered from the debris lying above the lime floor of the masjid. A temple, a stone temple, supposedly this is a stone temple, has much more sculptured material than what they have found. So there's a sound report out there in criticism of what the ASI is. And I
Where
can
was this report from, Maurice?
So this is from, I put it in the back chat. There was
Maybe we can put it on the to let the Hindus look at it, and they can challenge it if they don't accept it. I mean, put it in the
definitely.
put it in the chat as well. You know.
Yeah, definitely. Here you go. This is the column that was written, and
Yeah, just make a note of that heading
okay.
and just Google it. You'll find it. No problem.
Yeah. So
Uh,
just
who's the authors? Are they Muslims? Are they Muslim authors who wrote this?
no, it's Supriya Verma and
Okay,
Jaya Hanan. Is it
so
Hanan?
they sound like Hindu names,
Jaya,
don't they?
yeah, Jaya Menon and Supriya Verma.
Right. So yeah, just in case the Hindus are thinking that Muslims wrote a false article here.
Yeah.
and there's tons of references within that article, by the way, guys. So
It'd be worth it having a read through that. And this is fundamentally the problem, you see. That the fundamental problem here is that people have already made up their mind that this is where Ram was born. This is the Ram Mandir. The mosque was definitely, an abomination because it knocked down where Ram was born and it knocked down the mandir. They've already made up their mind.
Yeah.
You see? And it's clearly become a political football. It's a great way to earn votes in India, just as it is great to earn votes when you are in Israel and you say nasty things about the Palestinian people. It's the same thing. You basically do exactly what the British did. You divide and rule. You divide the people up. You spread hate. You drive the people, and they all vote for you. They flock for you because they think that you're standing up for Ram. You're standing up for your Hindu identity, your Hindu rights. Yeah, and this is what happens. And the evidence, unfortunately, is just flushed down the toilet, and you just become confirmation bias. Oh, it says this here, I accept it. It says that here, I accept it. When all of these people challenge it, I don't accept it. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Mansur.
Welcome, salam warahmatullah. How is everyone?
Alhamdulillah. How are you, Mansur? You all right?
Alhamdulillah. I was just reading just before Brother Muris was going through this paper that you were referring to. This is the PDF version of this. I was just reading and highlighting a few. So this is quite an important piece that Hindu or Sanatan Dharmis need to look at. I'm sure they have read it already. Just want to highlight a few points that as I was reading through. So the ASI, even though this verdict is based on ASI and of course other faith-based claims, when they looked at the ASI, the actual report itself or the methodology they've used, they are questionable according to these authors. The author details many irregularities and outdated methods they observed. Just reading this is like an abstract. In several ways, it was obvious that the ASI was operating with a preconceived notion of discovering the remains of a temple beneath the demolished mosque, even selectively altering the evidence. I mean, this is the credibility of ASI. I mean, we're not looking at just the report itself. Now, when one goes back into, what was their method they used and who were the experts. Remember, we are talking about these people are supposedly the experts who gave their opinion based on archaeological excavations. And when you have people like Supriya Verma and Jaya Menon are actually saying experts are actually questioning their expertise because they are biased. They are a state organization. And I'm just going to highlight a few bits and pieces here if I go through. The High Court, of course, one of the objectives of the High Court when they passed this order in 2003, directing the ASI to carry out excavation to confirm what? One of them was to ascertain whether the building has been constructed on the site of an alleged Hindu temple after demolishing the same. But what did we see at the end? Did they actually even conclude that was the case? Okay. So as Brother Muris already mentioned, the key pieces of evidence based on which they actually gave their reports. Interestingly, the 12 pieces that Brother Muris also talked about, one of them was a stone slab with a Srivatsa design, which is a symbol of an endless knot associated with Jainism. Okay, a stone slab with a lotus design, which could be symbol of Buddhist or even Jain. So if these were taken into account, you can't say this was a Hindu temple, because how do you explain the symbols of Srivasta design or even the lotus design, for example? I mean, this is what I think the report didn't mention. And interestingly, look how the ASI in the initial findings and subsequently the AYD report, when they explained a bit more through affidavits and so on. Initially, the report, they said in July 2003, a noteworthy findings accordingly, a badly damaged mutilated sculpture, part of a human figure. The Daily Register, page 276, lists the object as sculpture broken sandstone. The antiquity register describes the object as sculpture fragment defaced under object and as broken couple under remarks. But when the AID, when they subsequently reported this, they said in their table that it's a highly mutilated divine couple seated in Ananga Mudra. Okay, they transform this human figure into a divine figure, when the initial people who actually excavated and reported it, as was the methodology of reporting the excavation and the dig, they didn't talk anything about a divine figure. It was just a human figure. But these people, eventually what they did, in going against the words of the archaeologist, they made that documentation. So what they're saying is here, the object initially named as Uma Mahashar, which has then whitened out and changed to divine couple. This change is visible if one holds the back of the page against the light. Was this rectified because an Uma Mahashar figure would have been highly inconvenient if found in Vaishnav shrine? So you can see this altering the evidence. Really, this is the questions of credibility, the ASI altogether. And of course, the authors goes into and detailing all these pillars and what they mean, as you can see from there. And one of the points I want to just highlight here very quickly is that what they were saying, the ASI is a statist organization. It's an organization by the state, state-funded, state-controlled organization. It's not going to go against the motives, the wishes and the desires, the beliefs of the people of the state. They want it to be the mandir of Ram in there, and the ASI will try to find or contrive evidence to provide. And that's why exactly, the authors end by saying, look, while commenting on the ASI excavations, an assistant superintending archaeologist mentioned that these involves everything else but research. Everything else but research. It is about money, corruption, public performance, politics, favoritism, personal gains, and everything else. Research is just an excuse. Go and ask any archaeologist and ask what is research, and you will know that it means nothing to them. Okay, this is how they end. So it's interesting that the people need to really go and look into these archaeological reports and excavations and find out, what exactly are these digs. Fine, they had a court verdict, but this story doesn't end there, because if this is really archaeologically sound, that it was actually a temple and so on, the world needs to know that was the case. People need to go and see where the science or the archaeology points towards. If it doesn't point towards any temple of Hindu origin, rather, it's bits and pieces of different time periods and so on and so forth, and observing the tamperings and deliberate manipulation of evidence by the ASI, then one needs to question, what value does archaeological departments of the state-sponsored organization in India has any value in any research at any time in the future or even now? That's really, really something to take on board.
And isn't it interesting, Mansur, that if you were accused of stealing a bag of sweets from a sweet shop, and your defense attorney provided this evidence, the judge would probably have to throw it out. Yeah. The judge would probably have to say, I'm sorry, but this is just problematic because, you've manipulated, you've Tipexed our evidence here. I'm holding up to the light. Words are being written over. Yeah. That's
actually
really
Abbas, there were such judges, right? But instead of throwing out the evidence, they threw out the judge.
Yeah.
I just want to highlight again, who are these people that made this particular piece in this Economic and Political Weekly, December 11, 2010, volume XLV, number 50. Supriya Verma is at the Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And Jaya Menon is at the Department of History, Aligarh Muslim University. So obviously they are academics. Okay.
Okay, let's continue with Piyush. Piyush, been waiting for a while. Piyush, you wanted to share something. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so catching on to what I had come with first, unfortunately, I couldn't get my point ahead because of, I couldn't construct my sentences right. So I started off by asking the validity of asking this question. And to answer your question, yes, I do condemn the building of the Ram temple over the Babri Masjid. And why is because not every Hindu seeks to represent himself as a supporter of this temple, because no matter whether Ram existed or not, I'm pretty sure Ram wouldn't have wanted the killing of these thousands of people just to build a temple for his
Absolutely.
sake.
Yeah. It goes against the nature
And
of
just as
Ram,
I
if you ask me.
no,
And I did
one
mention
second.
that quite a few times in the past.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah. Let me finish this. And just as I condemn um, the destruction of the Babri Masjid and the building of the Ram temple, especially because it was built over dead bodies, I also condemn the destruction of Hindu temples by Muslim invaders to spread the message of Islam. I understand that this is not included in the scripture the exact same way as how this is not included in our scriptures to destroy um, places of sacred worship in order to, I guess, satisfy a deity, but it happened.
Yeah.
So
As
I
Brother
condemn
Abbas
any
already
such
mentioned
activity.
earlier, this is not from the teachings of Islam to destroy places of worship.
Yeah,
So we
that's
can't,
exactly what it.
we judge a religion based on its scripture, not based on what the people do, because the people can be good and bad, just like in every religion, including Islam. So let's use that as a principle.
Yeah,
And
so I
that's
would
the
like
reason
to.
we keep bringing the scriptures every time. Because if a Hindu claims something is from the scripture, then you need to give us the supporting evidence or make sense from what you read in the scripture. For example, if the scripture says Ram existed in Treta Yuga, which is 2.1 million BC, or even let's say 20,000 BC based on the early interpretation of that, it's still a huge disconnect with Valmiki when he wrote it in 300 BC at the earliest. Do you not understand the discrepancy here?
No, I
This is
agree
what we are
with that.
trying
I
to
agree
say.
with that. I do
Now,
not
if
see.
if everything revolves around Ram, and it turns out that from your own scriptures, we can say that Ram's existence itself is questionable. There is no evidence. Even the mention of Ram, his when he existed and when Valmiki was written, it's still complete contradiction, because one existed 20,000 BC, another was the Ramayana was written in 300 BC. You see what I mean? Long before Sanskrit language existed. Everything is a disconnect. Nothing really is like a jigsaw puzzle with so many pieces missing. And then you're saying the picture is complete. No, it's not.
No, I don't agree with that fact. Like what you said, I agree with that, and the existence of Ram in itself is a very questionable statement, and which is the topic of debate today. But when you go behind the reason of why Valmiki ever chose to write the story of Ramayana, whether it was constructed or not, it was only to build a system of moral values. And even if you account for that, the building of a Ram temple over dead bodies and the destruction of the Babri Masjid, it does not make sense.
You see,
The whole
Piyush,
point.
one thing,
But by
Piyush,
the way, we just want to make sure that you
Hmm.
are not a Muslim, you're a Hindu, right?
I am a Hindu. Yes, I am a
Yes.
Hindu.
I just want the audience to know that
The thing is, the thing about
we didn't
Hinduism is
hire
so.
you
No, no, no,
for
no,
this
no.
topic.
no, but Piyush,
Listen,
We
one
don't even
question
know who you
that
are.
I want to just ask you, Piyush, that,
Yeah.
when we talk about moral teachings, is it important whether that judge or judgment of those moral teachings are man-made, or should they actually should they be from God Almighty?
okay, this is a very interesting question because I may have a very controversial point of view, but I don't think it matters.
Because the problem with that, Piyush, is that many people have regarded throughout history things to be morally acceptable, but in fact, they go completely contradictory to other people's scriptures, for example, right? So for example, in the Old Testament you have the story, and this is not a way of just making a dig or whatever. If you seize a woman and you lay with her, you have to give her father 50 shekels of silver, right? Hashim, you're probably aware of this
Yeah.
incident, right?
It's in the Old Testament.
And you must marry her. So basically, if you take this woman, you seize her, which I would imagine seizing somebody means that you're grabbing them, you're holding them, you're forcing them, and you lay with them. In other words, you have sex with them, right? Then you have to give the father 50 shekels of silver, and and she will be your wife. You have to marry her, right? Now, somebody might argue, Piesh, that my holy book says this, and therefore it's morally okay to do something like that.
Yeah,
Now,
that's the thing, right? Oh, sorry, you can continue.
sorry, no, so my point to you, sorry, was to finish, sorry, quickly, is that unless it's coming from God and we can establish that, then potentially you're opening up a whole can of worms. Anything can be potentially acceptable then.
Yeah, but the thing is, religion in itself is an attempt to create, an objective meaning of what these ethics and morals are, right? It's an attempt to create an objective meaning to this, because at the end of the day, these ethics and moral values depend upon the time, situation, circumstance, and they build out of that. For example, let's take the example of sati, right? Or sati. Well, the concept of sati, while it is greatly condemned in today's world, and I also condemn the concept of sati. If I were to ever marry in the future, I would never want my wife to jump into the pyre of fire with me. But the problem is, nobody understands where it started off from. So
Shall I tell you where it started?
Sure.
Do you know Krishna's wife committed suicide by jumping into the fire after he died? Are you aware
No,
of
but
that?
that was not that's not the reason why
I mean,
Indians,
like you said, you wouldn't want. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Let's say they loved him dearly. They couldn't live in this life without him. But like you correctly said, you wouldn't want your wife to jump into the fire. Do you think Krishna wanted? Would Krishna not have given them the moral values?
Have you heard the story of Padmavati?
Yeah, Padmavati was Johar. Two different things. Okay, do you know the difference between Johar and Sati? You need to understand this, because many Hindus, unfortunately, do not know this. So Johar were basically done by the Rajputs, because in that time they used to have wars, and when they had wars, instead of being captured by the victorious army of their enemies, they preferred to jump into the fire to save their honor. But even that wouldn't be something condoned by you, would it?
Well, I mean, it's either that or being enslaved by the others, and that is...
Would you want your wife to burn alive in any circumstance?
Well, that's up to her, right?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't
It's not up to her.
You would think, hey, like, hey, you're not thinking straight.
No. Listen. Why I say this is no.
You just said you wouldn't want your wife to burn alive like a few minutes ago. Now you're saying it's up to her.
No, but what did I say?
So you condemn it, but you wouldn't mind it if your wife does it out of her own volition.
Do you understand the circumstance for why they did that?
I do understand the circumstance. I just told you.
Well, what was the circumstance?
In Johar or in Sati, which one? Because they're two different things,
Johar,
like I said.
yeah.
In Johar, it's about the honor.
Exactly. So those Rajputs' wife were of such.
So you're talking about mass suicide, and that you're okay with that?
Protect their honor.
Yeah, but honestly, who did that in history? Except for the Hindus. Who did it? Do you think the other women in the world didn't have an honor? Do you think they were not captured by the victors? It is only the Hindus we find who did this. You know why they do it? I'll tell you as well. Because they actually believe there is another life on earth for them. They believe in the second coming in the form of a better person, and maybe meeting their loved ones in the next birth. And this is the reason. Now imagine this. Let's say this is all just a delusion for them. It's not real. They're not coming back. They only have one life. Then they have wasted an entire life of theirs by committing suicide. By the way, suicide in the Abrahamic faith, it's a huge sin. I don't know about Hinduism. Is it a sin in Hinduism to commit suicide?
No, I'm not exactly aware of that, no.
Yeah, so if this is something which is not big in Hinduism, then, and also they believe in the second life, the rebirth or the reincarnation, then for them it's easy to kill themselves. That's the reason we find so many cases of suicide in India. Just they fail the exam, commit suicide. Their lover leaves them, commit suicide. I mean, they just need a small reason to commit suicide. It looks like it's some sort of They take it very lightly for some reason. And by the way, I'm not saying all Hindus. Obviously, there are quite a few sensible people out there. They got a population of 1.4 billion, and I don't think it's just inhumane to burn yourself alive.
I mean, the reason why, I guess I'm not here completely condoning that what the Rajput women did, and I kind of see it as an act of bravery, is because
It's not
it was
bravery; it's
either
cowardice. Okay,
no, it
because
wasn't.
if they had remained and fought their invaders with a sword, because they knew they were going to die anyway, at least die with honor, not suicide.
The men did die on
I'm talking
the
about the women.
battlefield.
Take up the arms, fight them. Because Padmavati, she actually fought her invaders. She did fight them. So what happened at the end? Why did she give up hope? Because her husband got killed. Okay, so think about it. Look, this is something you have to realize, that when
Yeah, that
Krishna's
is an
own
interesting
wives
take. That
commit
is an
suicide
interesting take.
by burning themselves after he died, then that sets a precedent, isn't it? Because people want to follow their heroes, and the wives are something
Yeah, well,
considered to be
that is a
respectful
problem
by
about
the Hindus.
Hinduism, because no, the
It's
thing is
not, no, no, it's
Hinduism
not.
is
Look, people like to follow the heroes regardless of the religion. Okay, even you don't need to be following a religion, because some people, their heroes are Sachin Tendulkar or Ronaldo. Depending on what sport you follow, they make them as their idols, and they want to copy their hairstyle, copy the way they walk, copy everything about them. So it's something that we need to understand, that suicide is not the answer. Okay, there are ways to it. There's practical ways, and if only people would consider that. And honestly, a Hindu scripture teaching people that their own heroes and heroines, like the wives of Krishna, committed suicide, I think it sets a huge precedent for sati to be followed later down the road. Anyway, Pish, thank you very much for joining us. We got a lot of people waiting, but I appreciate your honesty. Even though we wanted to talk a bit more about the story in Ramayana, we always get dragged into the IS report, and it always ends with the same thing. They have no evidence for the
makes
IS
sense. No,
making a claim.
I actually came here with a completely different mindset to ask a different question, but this is my first time being here on this stream, and then I realized that, oh, I'm supposed to stick to this idea of Ramayana, so I
Right.
couldn't get the
What was
chance to
a
talk.
what was a question you
No,
came with in mind?
oh, it was a question about Islam actually. So I
Okay.
was actually born into a Hindu. I was actually born into a Hindu family. So I'm open to other ideas and everything, right? I want to know, well, what is the truth? Because end of the day, that is what matters, right?
Yeah.
So I
Have
just
you
want
read
you
the
to know,
Quran, Piyush?
no, I have not got the chance to read the Quran.
Okay,
No.
so maybe because you're an open-minded person, pick up a Quran. Yeah, if you want, we can send it to you. Inshallah, Brother Abbas and his team
Yes,
have
I
the.
don't know whether the Quran answers this question or not. Maybe it does, but from the
If it is a
Muslims I've
question
asked,
about Islam, then you will have most of the answers in the Quran.
is
But
there any chance I can ask it right now, or?
it depends, because the thing is, look, it every time we sidetrack, we get a lengthy discussion. I'll tell you what. Why don't you send me the question at the email in the bottom right corner, and I'll make sure that somebody responds to you ASAP. How about that? Is that fair?
Yeah, sure, that works, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, good.
You know what, Bish? There's a just very quickly, Hashim, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
There's a very, very good chapter of the Quran, chapter 112,
Surat
which is
Al-Ikhlas.
just
Yeah.
4 lines, and it explains beautifully the concept of God Almighty. And it says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Kul huwallahu ahad. Say, O Prophet, He is God, one, the indivisible. Allahu Samad, God the sustainer, needed by all. Lam yalid wa lam yulad, He has never had offspring, nor was He born. Wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad, and there is none comparable to Him. This encapsulates really the very foundational core of what Allah is, what is God, who is God. Everyone requires and everyone needs God. He sustains everything. He is not born, nor is he, nor does he give birth. and there's nothing comparable to God Almighty. Anything you think is not God. And that's our main concept within Islam. But if you read the Quran, as Hashim has said, it will make sense to you. This is why, PS, one of the signs of a message being true is that it will be adopted by both the road sweeper and the scientist. It will be adopted by both the Asian, the Arab, or the Western man, or the Eskimo, or whoever. This is one of the signs of a true message.
Yeah, Brother Abbas, is there anything I could add to that, maybe? Because I see that you mentioned that we need God. Could you maybe restate that statement, that the God's existence is a requirement for us or something?
No.
In what sense? What is your specific question?
No. I heard you stating that God's existence is a requirement to us. So is a
Well, we believe that everything comes from God. God is the creator of everything. Every atom, every quark, every string, if they exist, can only exist because God makes it exist, and God maintains it instantly, immediately, and continuously.
Right?
He was trying to flip the script. He's trying to flip the script and saying that our existence, God's existence is necessitated based on our existence, right?
Why? Why would that be the logical conclusion?
No, that's not what I was. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
Okay.
No, I was just trying to understand what you said. So, well, if that were the case, does God maybe does he decide everything beforehand of what is to happen and what is happening?
This is why Hashim's, this is why Hashim's statement to you was that it's a very big subject if you're going to go through the whole.
Oh, my bad then.
Because what it is, because I've just given you the basic foundational concept of Tawheed, what is the oneness of Allah, that he's unique, that he's one, that he's absolute, he relies on nothing, everything relies on him, he's not born, he doesn't give birth. And so this is the concept, that this is the very foundational concept that we have in Islam. But if I think Hashim's idea is a good idea, read the Quran. Because once you read the Quran, maybe you'll have some questions that actually you might ask me now here, but the Quran will already answer those questions for you. And if you do have other further questions, mashallah, Brother Hashim, Brother Mansur, they do many other streams as well, where the theme is that you can come and ask questions about Islam. You can find out about Islam.
But when is EF Dawa's stream? You guys do streams for non-Muslims.
So we've got one this Sunday. Usually it'll be the open forum. If you want to, you're more than welcome to come on to that and ask us questions on EF Dawa. And you can ask us any question that you want about Islam, about what we believe, and any questions that you might have. But I would take Hashim's advice. Start reading the Quran. Find out what do these Muslims claim about this Quran being from God, and what is the message in the Quran for me. I would start with that, definitely.
All right then.
Yeah.
So here's the channel for EF Dawa. Go and check it out on Sunday if you're free. What time on Sunday, Abbas?
UK time, 8:30 p.m. So whatever your GMT conversion is, it'll probably be quite late in India, probably close to
that's all right,
11:30, 12 o'clock, midnight.
No, much later than that.
Is it later than that? Is it?
It's like 5 hours difference here.
Oh, is it 5 hours? Okay.
Right now, so.
Yeah, 1 a.m. So you'll have to be very keen if you really want to get onto that. But surprisingly, we do have people from Malaysia who literally are going for Fajr after we, start the streams and stuff like that. So yeah.
All right, Piyush, thanks for your time. Hopefully, we'll see you again on the stream. All right.
Thank you, guys.
No problem.
Welcome.
Bye-bye. Right. Wonder who's next.
This is one of the things that, Mansur, that the beauty of Islam is that today you have every color, every creed, every nation accepting Islam. You go to a mosque now in England, many times you'll see our African brothers, mashallah, Afro-Caribbean brothers, you've white English brothers, you have your American. It doesn't matter. It's not, subhanallah.
It's not racial in nature.
No.
It's not lineage, it's not caste or anything like
Yeah.
that. It's just you being human
Yeah.
and you give your willing submission to the Almighty. Okay, so instead of becoming the slave of somebody else, the creation, you become, dedicated to the Almighty.
And in Islam, subhanAllah, we have the concept where literally the road sweeper, the beggar, could
Yeah.
be in the sight of God much greater than even the sheikh, the person who's a man of knowledge,
Yeah.
the man who, mashallah, has the mark of salah on his forehead, and but that beggar could be in the sight of Allah much greater
Yeah, and
because
we
of his
see it in real
connection
life as well,
with
isn't
his
it?
taqwa.
The beggar could be leading the salah. He could
Right?
be the imam
Yes.
and the leader praying behind him,
Yes.
and they will have no qualms about it. Nobody will
Absolutely.
complain about that. It's just
Absolutely.
because sometimes the beggar has more knowledge about the Quran
Yeah.
than the leader has,
Yeah.
and hence he is more suited and more qualified to lead as an imam of
Yeah.
the actual king or the amir who
Yeah.
prays behind him.
Yeah.
We have
Subhanallah.
this as perfect examples in real life.
Yeah.
Anas, you need to unmute yourself. Are you there, Anas? Okay, we lost him. Max Pan, you're next. Max, are you there?
Man, just playing video games.
Max, leave your control.
Hello, hello.
Come back to the stream.
Max, are you on your Game Boy at the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
time?
No. My bad. I saw NS guy was before me, so I
Yeah.
just yeah.
He didn't answer, so we took you next.
Yeah, all right. So, I don't believe in Ram Bhagwan. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Allah. I don't believe in God at all. And the main reason for that is that if there was a God, there shouldn't be any earthquakes, tsunamis, or any diseases.
Would
This is
that be
my
Earth?
yeah.
Without God, would there be an Earth?
I mean, if the existence of Earth is
Uh-huh.
the proof that there's a God, then who created God?
Okay, so you're talking about a creation, because by definition, God is uncreated, eternal. When you
I
talk
mean,
who
I
created God, you're asking a question about the creation. It's like me asking you, is there a married bachelor?
uh-huh.
Yeah. If a
Yep,
bachelor is married, then he wouldn't
yep,
be a bachelor. He would be married, right? So
yep.
you're asking a non question, or rather an illogical question,
All
when you
right.
question who created God.
Okay,
Do you
okay. Wait,
understand?
wait, wait.
I
Listen,
think,
listen.
Hashim, before we even get to that, Max, what's
Yeah.
very important is that when you make a claim
Yeah,
that if God existed,
yeah.
then this would not happen, you have to first establish why that is necessarily true.
All right. So you said that God is uncreated, right?
Yeah.
No, let's
Yeah.
let's deal with
Ask,
your initial
All right.
contention.
answer Abbas's question
Your
first.
initial
Yeah. All right. All right.
contention,
Okay.
you
Okay.
see,
I'll get to Abbas. Okay.
your initial
So the thing is,
contention was that if
yep.
God existed,
Yeah.
therefore there would be no earthquakes, people would basically not suffer,
Yeah.
they would not
All
die,
right.
right?
I'll
What I
address
want
that.
to what I want to know from you is, how have you arrived at that
Yep.
conclusion?
Yep. Okay. So here's the thing. If um if God has created everything, why wouldn't he fix the problems of Earth? So earthquake serves no purpose except like maybe for killing people, right? If there's so okay, let me put it in a way, like if I create a bike or a mobile, let's say I create a mobile and people tell me that there's a flaw in this mobile, your camera is not working, your keyboard is not working, I would go and fix it, right? I wouldn't like create a mobile and let it be as it is. As a creator, I would fix the flaws of that mobile. Similarly, so if there's a God who created universe and planet Earth, either he created uh, the universe and let it be and he's not doing his like he's not doing anything about it, or there is no God. Because if there was a God who created all the planets, all the stars in this universe, why wouldn't he fix this basic thing called earthquake? Because of earthquake we are dying, humans are dying because of earthquake. and earthquakes serves no purpose. So this is how I concluded that there mustn't be any God.
Okay, so Max, what you've just done now
Yeah.
is you've given, these are not deductive arguments. These arguments do not follow logically. It's simply an assumption, an underlying assumption that you first made, which is that if God existed, then God would want to fix all of these things, assuming that God had never intended for earthquakes to happen. That's an assumption.
Yep.
You don't know that. That's simply an assumption you've made. And
Okay.
based upon all of these assumptions, you've therefore arrived at a conclusion, therefore
Yeah.
God does not exist. I'm
Yeah.
asking you, how have you arrived at those assumptions in a factual matter, or a
Yeah.
matter of fact?
Yeah.
Or are these just your feelings, your opinions?
No. It's because assuming, again, I'm assuming that God is the creator of universe. As a creator, I wouldn't want my creation to have flaws in it, at least that I know of. So if I know that my mobile phone has an issue, I will fix it. As a creator, I'm talking
Are you saying
based.
that an earthquake is a flaw?
Yeah, definitely. But what purpose does an
What if it was
earthquake?
intended to happen?
What's the purpose then?
No, not understanding the purpose of something doesn't make it right or wrong.
Okay.
That's just an admission of your ignorance now.
All right. So God sends messages.
No. Let me just go back to your point. You're saying that an earthquake, if it happens, that's not intended by God. That's what you've argued now.
Yep.
I'm asking you, how do you know that?
Yeah, because God created earth, God created humans, and He is letting humans die just because He intended earthquakes to happen for some reason. Okay, let me complete. God sent messages via maybe Quran or Bible or any other scriptures via angels, giving us guidance and everything. Like God tells us messages through these scriptures about what is right and wrong. Why wouldn't God put in a scripture where He tells why earthquakes are important? Yeah.
How do you
Brother
know
Wes,
that he
can I
hasn't?
jump in for just a quick second?
Yeah,
I'm
guys,
sorry, man.
I'm gonna actually leave you now. I'm sorry, I have to go. I had intended only to stay for 1 hour, but as usual, mashallah, Hashim and brother Mansur streams are very captivating. If you haven't already subscribed, you really should subscribe and hit the notification bell. Hashim, it's already 2.5 hours. I was gonna only do 1. So I'm going to leave you guys, inshallah, with this nice conundrum I think that we've set up. Max, pleasure to meet you. And
Abbas.
Hashim, Mansur, brother Muris, inshallah, see you again soon.
Bye-bye.
Assalamu alaikum to all
Always
of the
a
brothers and
pleasure,
sisters
brother
watching
Abbas.
as well.
Wa alaikum
All right.
salam. Jazakallah
Assalamu
khair.
alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Abbas, bye-bye.
Okay,
Max,
Max Pen. By the way, look, this particular stream is about Ramayana. You said you don't
Yeah.
believe in God. Do you
Yeah.
condemn the destruction of the Babri Masjid?
What's that? I don't know.
Really? Where do you
give the
live?
poor guy a chance, man.
No, wait. Where do you live, Max?
India.
You had never heard of the Babri Masjid?
Nope.
Okay, goodbye.
Oh
Honestly,
man,
we got
Just had a
people who come
question
here.
for him.
You know why they claim they're not Hindus? So they can have this kind of discussion.
You think? Oh,
Many
you
of
think
them,
you
yeah, many of them do that
on a
on
fast
purpose.
one?
They just make a
Oh
claim,
wow.
and because they want to avoid the discussion on religion.
Yeah, but
So
I think it's
this is the best way.
it's worth just quickly replying to those who are wondering, oh, is this really a valid argument? I mean, these are, well known in terms of how people start questioning about the existence of God based on their feelings and emotions and so on. So the first thing about, why are there earthquakes and so on, why are there diseases, why are there malaria, this is well known in academia and elsewhere. The problem of evil is the argument that, why, if God is so good, omnibenevolent, he is allowing evil to happen, okay, because he wouldn't let that happen. So because it happens, because the evil exists or suffering exists, that means God doesn't exist. Now, if you were to just understand, the argument, what they're saying is evil denotes that God doesn't exist. Now, if you were to now turn it upside down and say, okay, fine, if we find if there was a world in which there was no evil, would it automatically prove that God exists? This is the question we should be asking them. So if there was a world in which there was no evil, imagine our world had no sufferings, would that automatically prove God exists? These same people will say, no, it doesn't automatically prove God exists. We had many such conversations, because how does it even follow God exists because there's no sufferings? Likewise, why would it then disprove the existence of God when you have so-called suffering? You see, that's why the argument doesn't make much sense. And of course, Islamically, we have very robust responses to this, because God is not just only good, he's wise. And that's why through his wisdom, we see many things that we think there are evil, but they're actually apparent evil, if you want to call it. They're not absolute evil, and they have purposes intended. Because if, for example, if you didn't have any pain, just imagine if you don't have any pain receptors and so on and so forth, what will happen to you when you go and then your hand burns off, you wouldn't even feel anything. And when you go and you want to go to a gym, you do that with endurance. With what? Because there's some pain involved, because the outcome is going to be good, because these is something that is necessary for you to go to the next step. Likewise, for human development of the virtuous person needs to undergo these kind of tests and trials and development program in which they will then develop. If you didn't have all of these things, then you would not even appreciate what kind of moral and intellectual, the spiritual development one can go through. So wisdom is definitely in the picture. They don't see it, and that's why they consider this is the problem of evil. The question about coming back again and again about who created God, I mean, this really shows you people don't even understand what they're talking about. If you have a concept in which there has to be always someone existing, the necessary being, the absolutely someone whose existence has to be there to even explain our own existence here, then the question of who created the uncreated becomes absurd. It's meaningless, because you can't question like who created the uncreated. The question has no meaning. The question loses any significance, any meaning. It becomes a rhetorical statement. So there has to be, if we exist now today, if NS exists now today, if the other Max Payne, whoever it was earlier on, the fact that you exist, it's evidence of that there has to be something that exists always in the past. Has to be. You cannot explain any other way. So if something exists always, it makes intellectual sense, rational sense to appreciate and accept that this thing that exists eternally always is actually the creator, originator of our reality, of our cosmos, of our universe, of our world. And if that is the case, then why do someone even question this with a rhetorical undertone, like who created the one who is always in existence? It's meaningless. So I hope this will clarify the question that has been asked, and the people who are wondering, I mean, how to reply this. How many times have we answered these kind of questions in our discussions, in our videos? So, and yet still people, having seen and known these responses, they come up again and again, because they're not critically thinking. And that's why critical thinking is very important. Islam encourages people to use critical thinking, use their intellect, to know where lies the truth and where is the falsehood and the error is. Because if you don't use your intellect properly and soundly and appropriately, then you will follow and fall into these confusions.
Yeah, and for him to say that the earthquake has no purpose, I think he should go and study from some geologists, because it does have a purpose. The ash itself from the earthquakes, it's quite rich in minerals, which helps to mix with the soil and helps the plants grow, obviously, in those regions. So if you go to places like Indonesia, the Philippines, Japan, Italy, you will see the impact of these volcano ashes and the rich soil content with minerals in that cases. The other thing is, earthquake actually helps remove the heat from the interior of the earth, and that helps the planet cool. So even back in the ice age, it actually helped cool the planet. And there are many other things. They say that because of the volcanic emissions, the atmosphere is produced, and the water of the oceans and a lot of things are connected to the volcanoes. So people like this, they just have some rudimentary information about volcanoes, have never looked at it in depth, and they just make these claims. Earthquakes' purpose is only to kill people. I mean, utter nonsense. You know, there are many good things that happen on this planet. They never say that is the reason for God. You know, when it comes to only the bad things, they complain that God did this. What about all the good things that happen to you? You, as an atheist, God has allowed you to breathe the oxygen. Yes, gave you the lungs to function, to absorb that oxygen from the atmosphere, and to live. Your heart beats without you doing any extra work other than feeding yourself. And even that nutrition comes from God Almighty, who has given you the plants and the animals or whatever you feed on. It's quite important to take all of this into consideration. For atheists, it's nothing that somehow they think they are very scientific in their nature, but they don't even study the science behind volcanoes and all the other things that they complain about. Anyway, that's a reason I don't like to sidetrack from the actual discussion, because it always happens. I prefer people discuss and stick to the topic. I think Premji is back. Please come back next time, Piyush. Oh, is that different guy? Okay. Anyway, Max Pan, did we get him or not? We did.
Yeah.
And he came back. Or was that?
Yeah, because we were just dealing
Was he the
with
volcano guy?
This is the person with an earthquake. Of
Okay.
course, we were not entertaining his topic, but because he raised it, it's important for our viewers to actually have an understanding what kind of responses there might be available, so that they don't
That's
get
right.
confused as he is himself.
What about the NS guy? Did he get a chance to speak?
No, not yet.
No, not
Okay.
yet. Am
All
I
right.
audible? Yeah.
Yes, you are now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
NS.
great. Yeah.
Are you calling from India?
Yes, I'm calling from
Okay,
India.
and you're going to stick to the topic?
Yeah. The topic is whether Ramayana is fact or fiction, right?
Whether, Ram is a fact or fiction.
Yeah. So, yeah, my opinion in general, because Valmiki Ramayana is somewhere, I think, 600 BC sometime. So
600 BC. How did you get that date?
it is
Because
based on text.
most historians date it, they say no further than 300 BC. In fact, they say between 300 BC and 300 CE. That is the range, they say.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of varies a little bit.
No, but you can't just state a date, I don't know. Today, all the Hindus who came, when we ask for evidence, they just make up things.
Mhm.
I mean, at least have the credibility to go and research it from your own scholars who say that it cannot be from beyond 300 BC.
Yeah, approximately you can say that.
Okay, so not 600 BC. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So
it's 300 BC.
Yeah. So it's fine. See, I would not even contemplate whether it's 300, 600. The issue is not that. The point is it's sometime in the past, right? And it's documented and it's dated, right?
It's not as simple as that, my friend.
No,
saying
let me
something is in the past, we need to date it in order to arrive to a conclusion, whether it's factual or fiction.
That's fine.
We need to understand the dating. It's very important.
Do you want me to speak, or you want to jump on me and just
Nobody jumped on you. I corrected your exaggeration.
It's nothing correction, my friend. Let me first.
So 600 is not an exaggeration?
Let me first complete, and then you can say whatever you want. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana is dated. This is what I kind of read somewhere, but again, it's subject to correction. Okay, listen completely. Now, it could be 300, 600, but the point is it is dated in the past. If you carbon date the actual thing, the text, it could be vary here and there. We are not going into the specifics of whether it's 300 or 600, but the point is it's dated somewhere in the past. Now, that is where we derive that, okay, there is a text where it speaks about Ramayana and there is a person called Ram, right? Now, personally, I'm a Hindu. There is no evidence as such that I could come up saying that there is a person or a human that existed. Okay. Now, people could counter that or have some other evidences, but the intention is that that's just one small speck of the entire Hinduism, right? Now, people believe differently. People have different thoughts on it. Now, my opinion on it is people have their faith. Now, I don't want to link this to Babri Masjid or Ram Mandir, but if you want me to talk on that, I can, because I don't have limited knowledge. Again, I don't want to, bring up topics that I've not
Do you
well read, right?
condemn the destruction of the
Well,
Babri
of
Masjid?
course, of course,
Okay.
100%.
And do you know what was the reason behind the destruction?
Not fully. I have not read it, and
It
once
is Ram. It's actually Ram.
no.
Because
See,
they claim this is his birthplace. That was
the
the
reason
entire
I will
discussion in the courts for so many decades.
let me put it in my words, but again, I have not read it, so I am not quite sure. But I know that.
Well, I'm telling you, if you haven't read it, I'm telling you the reason.
No, I cannot take your word, right? But I have to do my.
What do you mean? You said you haven't read it.
Yes.
So if you haven't read, why can't you take my word when I have read it?
How can I take your word? You can say anything, right?
Do you trust any of your teachers?
I don't trust my teachers unless they provide
You
me
don't
some
trust
text.
your teachers?
Of course not. I won't. Why would I trust my teachers?
So if your teacher had more knowledge than you, would you not trust them?
They have to show me some proof, right? If my
Did
teacher
you go to
comes
school,
back,
by the way? Did you go to school?
I did. Yeah.
Did you ask for your teacher's certificate?
Yes,
you
I would like to be taught.
No. Did you ask for the certificate before you enrolled?
Not when I was a kid, but when I was an adult, yes, I do.
So did you go to university?
Yes.
And you checked your teacher's
certificate? Of course. That's how you choose an university. What's the qualification of professors, right?
No. Hold on. People go to university based on the reputation of the university. Okay, not to go and ask every teacher's certificate. No one does that. Okay, I'm sure, Muris, you went to university. Have you ever done that?
It's personal preference, right? I did it.
No, bro, come on. Let's be real.
I'm real. See,
you haven't. By the way, do you trust your parents?
Let me
do you trust
the question.
NS? Yeah. Do you trust your parents?
Yes. My parents are. Yes, I do.
Why do you trust them?
Because they're my parents.
So what? They claim they are your parents, but how do you know that? You haven't checked the DNA, have you?
No, not I can. I know my great grandfather. I know my parents. I know my family.
They could have all just claimed.
I have my.
They could have adopted you, and they all told you
you're
our son.
If I was born, if you're asking me if I was
born because
to my mom and dad,
what I'm trying to
unless you get me a DNA report, nobody would know that.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
What I'm trying to tell you, I'm answering.
No?
Calm down, NS. I'm answering. The reason I asked about your parents is because you somehow tried to claim earlier that you need evidence for everything, for every claim.
Not everything. I didn't even mean that.
The teachers. No one.
Implying.
No. I'm not implying. I'm going based on what you said, that you check your teacher's certificate.
Did I ever say I need an evidence?
Okay, so when I said, wait. When I said to you, do you trust me? What did you imply by that? Evidence or no evidence?
No, I didn't say. You said, why can't you take my word? It's not about trusting you. I don't know.
Which means you need evidence, right?
Yeah.
Before you trust me, you need evidence. That's what I'm trying to say.
You need a relationship, even in a relationship, right?
You don't need a relationship.
On time, my friend.
No.
If you have
you have a relationship with your professors before you ask for the certificate?
Because they are under university, right? And university paid them. They've checked their validations and certifications.
But you still ask for the certificate?
After a certain point, yes, I do. And I did.
Did you have a relationship with them?
No, I don't have a relationship.
Exactly.
But
so you don't need a relationship.
I'm getting something.
You need evidence. Just stick to your principle, man.
No, it's not evidence, my friend. If I am getting some knowledge from a teacher.
If you haven't read, listen, if you haven't read about something and someone who tells you, like a professor.
You're a professor.
Can I finish my statement without you interjecting?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Good. If someone tells you that they have read about something.
Okay.
Yeah. You automatically will say, I will not trust you until I read about it. Am I right?
100%, yes.
Okay. So you don't believe in testimony at all?
No, not at all.
Do you know the courts accept testimony as evidence?
Yeah, that could be faulty. The people give false testimonies.
Have you been to a doctor? Have you ever been to a doctor?
Yeah.
And every time you ask them for the certificate?
What certificate?
Doctor's certificate.
For what?
Well, you went to a doctor. Did you trust them that they were a doctor? Or did you ask for the certificate like you did at school?
No, doctors are also not good, man. I have to change so many doctors, by the way.
But before you changed them, did you trust them?
No, I just took a leap of shot, man. Doctors, lawyers.
There you go. Finally, you admitted that you believed, you actually base it on testimony. Either the hospital or your friends.
No. Look, I'll give you an example.
You said I had to go to them.
Let me count to you. Okay, please stop. Okay. Let's say there's somebody roaming in the street, right? And he comes back and saying, I'm going to treat you. Will I trust him? No. I go to a doctor who is said based on people's word. There is a good
testimony.
Doctor.
That is testimony.
No, come on. That's where. So who am I listening to? That's where. Who am I listening to? People who I trust. right?
That is
Who do I
called
trust?
testimony. Do you not understand
No.
what
Who
testimony is?
hold
Earlier
on,
you
hold
said
on.
you
I'm
don't believe in
coming
testimony.
to that origin, my friend. Let's say, for example, my father, who by the way is my father and mother. Again, I don't want to go into discussion of whether how do you know they are my parents? Then that's a question everybody has
It's
to
again
ask and get a DNA
testimony.
report.
Doesn't matter
No,
what you
it's a
say.
DNA. See, I'm on. See,
You
you're
never
going
did
to
the
the
DNA
very
test,
basics
so it is
of.
testimony.
No, it's not testimony, my friend.
Oh,
You
man.
build the
Can
trust over
somebody speak to
time.
him? Because
What are
this
you
guy doesn't
talking?
believe in testimony, even though he claims he's based on testimony.
Testimony is based on somebody who is true, who is, what do you call, credible. Let me put it that way. You cannot just take anybody's testimony.
Wait. That is what I mean by trust. So testimony is not based on evidence, it's based on trust.
Yeah, somebody credible, right? Somebody who's
Exactly,
credible.
but earlier you denied testimony when I asked you.
Testimony from non-credible people.
You never said non-credible. You denied it completely. Go and check the video again.
I was clearly telling you, if
anyway, let's get back to that topic.
roaming on the street and ask me that I'm going to treat you, I will say no.
I never said any Tom, Dick, and Harry from the street you're going to get treatment from.
Exactly. So
I said testimony, and testimony usually is based on trust.
No, not everything. It's not hard and bound rule. There are people who can.
Okay, will you take testimony from someone you don't trust?
I will not take testimony from somebody I don't trust. Simple.
That's what I'm saying.
Why
are you disputing something we both agree upon?
Okay, so
no need to be arrogant like that. Just
I'm
say
not arrogant, my friend.
you are, because earlier you completely denied testimony. You can go and check the video again.
See,
okay.
I
Anyway,
deny
where were we?
if it is coming from an uncredible source. As simple as that.
We were talking about Ramayana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's get back to that. I don't know why we went.
Ramayana is based on evidence or based on testimony? What is it based on?
Yes. So Ramayana is based on a manuscript that is called Valmiki Ramayana, which is dated at some point, again, 300 or 600 BC, right?
By the way, do you know it is not actually dated? Where did you read it was dated? Dated means carbon dated. That's
yes,
what
carbon dated, approximately.
Okay. Which manuscript was carbon dated to 300 BC?
Again, none. My friend, none. I just told you that this is the subject to correction. The issue is not.
But you can't make claims if you haven't done your research yourself.
Some date. Let's go with
no, not some date. Every time you look. One thing I notice about you, NS, is that you're not being sincere. When somebody corrects you, instead of saying I'll go and check it, you automatically say it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That is not how it works. Once you make a claim, listen. Once you make a claim, NS, the onus is on you.
Nobody's making a claim.
Provide the evidence. You did.
You
said it's dated.
Yes.
That's
the point here is, see, if you want, you can go and rewind my whatever I have just said. I said subject to correction. Issue is not when it is dated.
Your claim.
I clearly said it is dated. It could be dated. It is in the past. It could be dated. 300, 600 doesn't matter. The point is, at some point, it is dated.
It's not dated.
Okay, let's go.
That's the reason they cannot get the date accurate. That's the reason based on the writings.
Let me put it that way.
Based on many other things, based on the script.
So you're saying
between 300 BC.
So you're saying there is
no 300 CE.
And you're saying that there is no Valmiki Ramayana script, a physical copy, ever existed. Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said that.
Okay, then that ends the argument.
Can I finish
there was a copy.
After you ask me a question, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead, please.
You're such an argumentative person. I don't know why. I don't know how you survived in school. I'm saying when you make a claim like 300 or 600 BC, then the onus is on you to provide the evidence. If you said,
I'm not here to provide.
Can I finish without interjecting? Correct me when I finish.
You are into that.
Correct me when I finish, not while I'm talking.
Over and over, stating,
Yes, I will state something which you haven't understood. So
then prove me that it's from 300 BC. Let's go with you. Go show me the evidence.
It's not up to me.
Exactly.
Then it is based. Wait.
Let's stop.
Why did I say? Wait. Why did I say 300 BC to 300 CE? Do you know why?
The issue is Ramayana.
And
I'm saying
you have to listen. You have to learn to listen. God has given you 2 years for a reason.
Same thing with you, my friend. You're also doing the same thing.
So first and foremost, do we agree that Ramayana is actually a scripture? Do we agree with that at least?
Of course, it's a scripture.
When did Ram exist?
Yeah, that I don't know.
Why you don't know?
Because I don't know.
Have you not read Ramayana?
Yeah, I read Ramayana. It doesn't say in Ramayana which
does it not say? Does
it not say? It doesn't.
Does it not mention Treta Yuga?
What is Treta Yuga?
I thought you were Hindu.
Yes, I am Hindu.
Have you studied any of your scriptures?
Yes, I did. Some of it, not
and
much.
You never heard of Treta Yuga?
I heard Treta Yuga.
Okay, what is Treta Yuga?
It is Satya Yuga.
No, Satyug comes before.
No. Treta Yuga is Satyug. That's it.
No,
Treta is Satyug.
Satyug comes first Yug. Then you have the second. The second one is Treta Yug. Then you have the Dwapar, and then you have the Kali Yug. 4 yugs. Don't be
Yep.
arrogant. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
No, my friend. See, issue is Ramayana.
You have to acknowledge your mistakes and then learn. That's how you learn. So if Ram existed in Treta Yuga, you know when was Treta Yuga, by the way?
No. See,
roughly, give me an idea.
No, again, I said, I do not know when Ram existed.
No, I'm saying, when did Treta Yuga exist? When was that period?
Many years back.
How many years, you reckon?
I don't know, my friend. Again, you'll start this whole cycle. You have to be...
No, because you haven't studied, so I'm telling you. Okay, based on
so
the Hindus...
you're very smart, okay? You're just trying to...
Why are you so arrogant? Try to learn if you don't know something.
I don't need to learn.
Hey, okay. So hold on one second.
This guy is arrogant, man, honestly.
What, man, arrogant?
Anas, real quick, dude, I've been silent this whole time, right? If you know something, then we're open to learning something that we don't know from you. Okay? And if we know something, then you should be open to learning from us. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Let's talk about Ramayana.
Why not just act according to that, bro? Why are you just you're just literally just banging? You're banging a drum for no reason, man.
See, you're talking fine, my friend Muris. He's jumping on me, so I have to react that way. You talk normally, I talk normally. If you try to condensate, then obviously the other person will react. Be normal. I have no problem talking normally. You've been fine.
So
I have no problem dialoguing
with this stuff is what he's trying to get to, man. Just get to the meat and potatoes. Why do you believe in
That's exactly I'm asking him. He's going to evidence. He's going here, there. I said, okay. I'm trying to tell him, I do not know the dates. Let's just assume 300 BC. I'm not stuck to that date. So he's going back over and over again. So what do you want me to do? Right? I want to move forward. I admit we agree on the same things. It is based on a scripture. It's dated at some point in time. Okay. Even I don't know exactly. I'm clearly telling that. He's like, no. You said 300. Stick to it. What is this? Right. So now I want to complete my thought process and tell you. That's where I think you're listening. So I'm happy. So what I feel, this is what I think, that based on what I read, it looks like, and this is my interpretation, right? It's a scripture dated sometime in the past. And Hinduism, as I said, has many aspects to it. This is one small speck. Okay. Now, this being said, some people are ardent followers of Ram, especially in the northern India. If you go to the southern India, most of it, you won't find this much adoration to Ram. Okay, this is something, a big difference between north and south, right? You would be Shaivism and Vaishnavism is more what you see. I don't remember going to a Ram temple ever, right? It's actually a new thing for me. Why are people fighting on this? That is the big diaspora that you see. That's what I was trying to get at, but nobody is listening to me, right? So the issue here is there have been so many scriptures. It's very hard to, it's purely based on faith. But what happened after that, again, as I don't know, I know that demolishing anything, especially a place of worship by anybody, and I feel that it's some set of people who have done it, and that's absolutely against the law, and they have to be brought to justice. As simple as that. Anybody taking law into their hands have to be made accountable 100%. No discussion at all, right? Now it's a separate story that people who want to content on that land, whether it is Ram Mandir or whatever it is, two people who are fighting, they have settled, that's okay. But first of all, the violence should not have taken place. They should have gone to court in that case. If really that was an issue, instead of fighting it over it, they should have done this in the first place. So unfortunately that happened, and I 100% condone it. Now, Ram or Ramayana has been in Indian culture for a very, very long time. So it's been told in the form of tales before Islamic invasion. There's nothing right or wrong. It's been narrated over and over, and been tagged with the higher concepts of Hinduism, where it all boils down to that supreme power, right? Believing in one. And even I believe there is one supreme God. And I know every Hindu, as far as I know, believes in one God. It's a
Who is that? Who is that one God?
Parabrahma.
Yeah, but who is he?
Parabrahma.
Does he have the power to even move a leaf?
Parabrahma. So
yeah,
So
Does he have the power to move the leaf?
now, yeah, I want to add something to it.
Mhm.
So Parabrahma concept in Hinduism, to a certain degree, what I know again, is it's not about the power, right? It's about, again, I believe in, this is my belief system, right? So I believe in karma. So, and how do you have your morals? So
No. You're evading the question. I asked you if Parabrahman
Mhm.
is able to even move a leaf.
That's
Does
what
it
the question.
does
No,
it
the
play
question.
any role in the affairs of its creation?
No. See, that's where I'm answering your question in a broader perspective, right? Because it's not some supreme being sitting on a throne saying, "I have the ultimate power." That's not Thanos here, right? We're not talking about Thanos here.
By the way, that's not funny. Many people actually believe in such a god.
What, Thanos is a god?
Not Thanos.
Oh, okay.
A
Because
supreme
I
being.
don't know. Because
A
I'm a
supreme.
Marvel fan, so that's what I think.
Well, if you're a Marvel fan, then you might believe in fiction. That's up to you. But the
Yeah.
question is about your god, not about a fictional god. So if you believe in, by the way, are there any temples dedicated to Parabrahman?
No, there are no temples.
So nobody worships him?
Everybody worships him.
Well, but you know, Vishnu, Shiva, they all have temples. Why not Parabrahman?
Yeah.
Why not the
Parabrahma is
supreme
the
god?
ultimate truth, and that's the source that you use. I mean, you can.
I'm asking if the other gods have temples, why not the supreme god?
You don't need to actually go to a temple also, my friend.
I didn't ask if you need to go to temple. I'm saying, because a temple is dedicated as a place of worship for gods. Am I right?
It is, yes, not
Okay.
gods, but it is
if you
the
have
manifestation of that particular.
But those are
god.
gods. They are Bhagwan to the Hindus. Ram is a Bhagwan to the Hindu.
Yeah.
Even though he's an avatar,
Yeah.
Krishna is a Bhagwan to the Hindus,
Yeah.
even though he's an avatar. So
Yeah.
my question is, can anyone other than Bhagwans have a temple dedicated to them?
You can. It's up to you.
So up to any Hindu can have a temple dedicated to.
Yeah. Absolutely.
To even a Marvel comic hero. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's fine.
Okay. So then the meaning of worship is what in your religion?
Yeah. I don't worship. That's what I'm saying. So you're
don't
asking the
worship.
wrong question.
Bro, just oh man. Okay, look.
I don't
dude.
even know if you are Hindu, honestly.
Of course,
Like,
I'm Hindu. I can.
You don't
I
sound
can
like a
recite
Hindu.
Gayatri mantra, anyways.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
alright.
You know, an atheist can recite Gayatri mantra if they if they
Anyways,
study.
it's fine. It's fine. You want some?
No, but I want to know
Hindus?
what is the concept of worship in Hinduism, according to you.
According to I can only state what I believe. Okay.
That's why I said according to you.
Yeah. So thanks for that, because again, I don't want to go in circles. So I believe in karma, as I said, right? So I don't worship, right? Now the concept is what I believe is, and that's what you derive from Krishna or Rama or anybody. That's what I derive.
Sorry,
right?
did I hear you right? Say you don't worship?
I don't worship.
You don't
You
worship
heard me
anyone?
right. I worship Parabrahma. So I do pray. I pray alone. Like.
So who do you think is Vishnu and Shiva?
They're manifestations, right? I don't need to necessarily pray to Vishnu. Even if I don't pray to Vishnu, I can still connect to the Parabrahma. I don't need.
When you say manifestation, is that the same identity as Parabrahman or is that a different identity?
It's the same.
So Vishnu is Parabrahman.
Yes.
And Shiva is Parabrahman.
Yes.
So if you worship Vishnu means you worship Shiva, right? Sorry, you worship Parabrahman.
Yeah. True. It's a means, but you don't need to necessarily go take that route. You don't need to.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
All
so
I'm
what
saying is that if the
determines
same
correct
identity.
route? Now, let me grill him a little bit. What determines?
Sure, go ahead.
Let's say I'm an outsider, right?
Yeah.
I'm an outsider. Okay. What determines the correct route? How would we know what the Parabrahma wanted us? How would he or it wanted us to worship him? How?
There is no concept of worship. Even if I don't worship, I will not be penalized. That's the beauty. I don't need to worship. Why do I need to worship? If I feel, if I'm in pain.
I want to know his concept of worship. You still haven't told us what do you understand
so give me
by
one
the
minute,
term
please.
worship. What do you understand by it?
Please give me 1 minute. I can explain it because that's what I'm trying to. So let's say I'm in some deep distress, right? Whatever it could be, personal issue or anything. I don't go to temple or do an puja. I just pray. It's just sitting there, right? Now, sometimes if I let's say my house is too much crowded, I cannot focus, right? Then I go to a temple where the atmosphere is positive, right? And let's say if that is also not helping me, I want to focus more and I need some guidance, even more positivity, probably I'll do a puja, right? I understand what. So that's a sequence of steps.
You
Now-
mentioned two keywords there.
Yeah.
Prayer and puja.
Yes.
Both means worship. And you said you don't worship.
Yeah. I don't worship.
And you're missing.
You don't even realize this. Honestly, you use words and then you contradict yourself.
Yeah,
within the
and
next
it's
minute.
confusing me, dude, because here's what you're saying. You're saying that you don't do any form of worship, but then you give an example of when you're distressed that you turn your attention towards something that is outside of your control, asking for some type of help.
Yes.
Prayer,
Yeah.
Prayer
Right,
is
so that's worship.
Oh dear.
Worship, yeah. I mean, if you want to call it as a worship, because
No. It's not we want to.
what
It
it
actually
is,
means
dude.
worship. You can go and look at the
let's-
dictionary
Let's come
at
to
the
a
word
common ground.
prayer,
What is
and you'll
worship
find the
based
term
on you?
worship as
what is
synonymous
worship
in
based
there.
on you? Based on you guys, because I want to
Your
just be on
prayer, itself qualifies as worship.
But in general, what is worship?
Submission
Adoration
to something outside of
or
yourself.
seeking-
Devotion to something outside
devotion
of yourself.
or adoration of something.
Okay,
what
then
is
we are on
higher
the
than
same
you.
page. Then we are on the same page.
Okay, so
Okay,
it's
so then we'll ask you again, do you worship something?
So if that's worship, right? Submission or adoration to something supreme, yes, I do.
Okay, so
Okay,
you do
great,
worship.
dude.
Good.
Okay, so now then that's the follow-up question is then how do
Good.
you know that thing wanted you to worship in that way?
Not in that way. So that's the beauty, right? Now, it's a situation where I sometimes, the practices are not necessarily, as you said, nobody's prescribing me that this is the way I want to do it, and if it's the right way or wrong way, right? So based on
That's
Hinduism,
problematic to me, man.
Sorry?
That's problematic to me because because there's people out there that think that human sacrifice and burial of children is the best way to worship.
No, that's wrong. It's clearly
Well,
wrong.
how would you know? How would you know? That's my point.
Somebody's sick-minded.
Yeah, but to them, see, here's what's happening. To them, they're actually thinking they're doing a good thing.
Let me put one simple question here, right? I'm talking about India, right? Now,
Okay.
if I think at least in India, I don't know majority of the morality where it stands, but if somebody does that in the name of religion, let's say somebody sacrifices a human, right? Or as you said, what did you say the other one? Buries a child? Something like
Burying a child.
Burying child, yeah. And I'm in India, right? And let's assume that person thinks that's the right way of worship for argument's sake. We are in India where I think in the entire world, if I'm right, but you can correct me if there are some other places, but based on the constitution and law, if it gets out, right, they will be penalized. They obviously they will be, law will take its course of action, right?
Bro, but here's what you're missing is you're now.
No, I
saying
have not completed. Yeah. No, I have not completed.
I understand where you're going, dude. Trust me, we've been doing this a long time.
I understand, but let me complete. Give me one more minute, please.
I'll be honest with you, dude. I've given you plenty of minutes, and you're not listening. You're good at talking, but you're not doing a good job of listening.
2 years, as I said earlier.
What I'm trying to tell you, bro, is that where you're getting your religious practices from, including what takes precedent over your laws, including what takes precedent on how you conduct yourself on a daily, should be from that higher source, not from anything else. Do you understand?
So this is where I get from my moralities, right? I get my moralities from the law.
Okay, and again,
which law did you mean?
Indian law.
So you mean the scriptures or the actual
law, constitution?
Okay, so the constitution means it's got nothing to do with religion, you know that?
Yeah. So I don't take my morality from religion. That's what I'm saying. You're mixing two different.
But you said you worship God.
Yes, I do. Because I'm in pain. See,
so is the scripture of any relevance to you at all?
Scripture is not much of relevance for me. I don't have a Ramayana.
You're not a Hindu then.
Anas, it's been a pleasure.
If you reject the Vedas, you're not a Hindu.
Nowhere it says. This is the most funniest argument I've ever seen. I can reject the Vedas.
You sound like
you haven't read the Vedas, have you?
Have
you read the Vedas, by the way?
Veda. Relax, man. I know. Okay. And
all I asked you is, have you read the Vedas? You're telling me to relax.
Nobody reads Vedas from start to end. Okay.
This guy is a waste of time, honestly.
Come on, man. You cannot argue. That's fine. That's fine.
I know. It's a waste of time, honestly. Doesn't know what's worship. Doesn't know what's you know evidence, which is based on testimony. He didn't know that. We had to teach him that. He doesn't know the 4 yugs. He's saying Satya Yug is same as Treta Yug. The guy is ignorant about everything, the dunya and about his religion as well.
Is
Okay.
it okay if we take Prassun next? He's been,
Yeah, bring him in, inshallah.
But that's the guy who's been providing all the answer. By the way, that's the guy.
He thinks he's a guru. If he
Yeah.
goes to check his professor's certificates, the guy doesn't trust anyone.
Prassun Shahada today, inshallah.
You learn. Is it Hindi or is it Urdu that you're speaking right now?
In Arabic, we'll say it.
Okay. Okay.
So, Prassun, today's topic is about the Ramayana.
Yes, I intentionally left the last couple of sessions because the topic was too spicy for me.
Yeah.
So today it's more convenient for me to talk on. So that's why I'm here. Otherwise,
Okay.
I don't. Yeah.
We asked the same questions to the others, so it's only fair I asked you as well. Do you believe that Ram actually existed as a historical figure, or is it based on a mythology conjured up by Valmiki?
No. Okay. So so the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, unlike the other Puranas, they're called itihas.
Yeah.
And the itihas, literally, if you break down the words, it means this is how it happened, which is
history.
Not necessarily, because history follows a linear progression, whereby irrespective of you always follow a certain sequence of thing based upon the person studying it externally, whereas itihas is perceptions taken from the narrator internally, which means we can put together multiple narrations and create a itihas.
Okay.
So which is why,
So where does Ramayana fall in?
Yeah, so Ramayana is an
would you say that
itihas.
Ram actually existed in the story, or did it exist in history? Which one is it?
So it's a culmination of both. And there's I don't know if many people say, but we have more than 300 Ramayans. You know that, right? We have around 300 Ramayans. So there is Valmiki Ramayana, there's the Adhyatma Ramayana, then there's Ramcharitmanas, there's the Tamil Ramayana, there's the Thai Ramayana, there is a Filipino Ramayana, there's a Buddhist Ramayana, there's a Jain Ramayana.
Indonesian Ramayana, Bali Ramayana.
Yeah. So these are as and wherever the Indic culture was present largely, and the local people took this central theme and fine-tune it to their local culture and the local settings. We have slight variations in the thing, and therefore you'll find maybe certain chapters are present in certain parts of the Ramayana, certain are not present in other parts of the Ramayana. So that's why. But
okay, so we know that there are different variations of Ramayana, many different versions, but that wasn't my question. My question is, in all of this, Ram is the main character, right? Because it's Ramayana, means Ramayan's epic, Ramayan's story.
Yes.
Sorry, Ram's story and Ram's epic.
Yes.
So the question stands: do you actually believe, based on whatever versions you have read, did Ram exist in history as a man, or is it exaggerated as a tale in order to teach people about morals? It's basically just fictional.
No. So let's say, even if you say it's even if you say that it's not a historic, let's say, for example, argument say that it's not a historical figure, still the story is not a mere tale. Okay, these stories have large cosmic relevance. These stories represent a lot of cosmic events, large scale events, which are represented in these stories. And
but before we go there, we want to know if Ram actually existed. I'm not concerned about what Ramayana says. I'm concerned about the main character.
Yeah, so
about whom Valmiki has written, or the other authors have written.
So that's what I'm saying.
That person, Ram, exists in history. That's all I'm asking right now.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The answer is not as simple as yes, he was a historical figure, or no.
Why not? Why is it not simple? If someone existed in history, I will say yes, he existed. If someone didn't exist in history, I will say, okay, I don't believe he existed, and this is the reason. You see what I mean?
So so the problem here is that since it goes back so much back in time, And if you really want to nail down the exact timing of the event, if you want to see the when this happened, so the only proof that we have is the constellations that have been mentioned in the Ramayana as to what constellations was active at during which phase of Rama's life, and it works out to roughly around 7,000 BC. To 10,000 BC. That's how the the constellations are shown. So
you believe you don't believe he existed in the Treta Yuga?
Treta Yuga, see, the thing is, we can't take Treta Yuga literally, because if you say millions of years, billions of years, then we already have the Hindu.
When was Treta Yuga then?
Yeah, it's a couple of millions years back, but you can't just just take it in that literal sense, because if it's 15%,
if the scripture explicitly states that Ram came in the Treta Yuga, Krishna came in the Dwapar Yuga, then why can't we take it literally?
Yeah, so that's why I'm also saying these stories represent large scale cosmic events, which might not necessarily mean the story literally. Unlike historical events which have to be taken literally, these cannot be taken that literally. These have to be taken in the sense that they are representing certain events and flow of nature and those kind of things, which
so basically Treta Yuga is not Treta Yuga.
I mean, because
it defeats the purpose of mentioning something. It's like me saying that somebody is born in the Ice Age or somebody is born in the Stone Age.
Yeah,
if Ice Age didn't exist and it's just a figment of my imagination, then there's no point in me actually saying somebody existed in the Ice Age.
Yeah, but the Ice Age is exactly dated, right? Like exactly through geological evidence.
No, we don't. There were many Ice Ages.
Yeah,
that. There have been at least four major Ice Ages, and we are in the last one. Yeah, so it's important to understand these things. The reason, look, even if you say 7,000 years, yeah, do you actually think Valmiki was contemporary to Ram?
So that's again, that's the thing, because Valmiki Ramayana is just one of the many Ramayans, right? There's an Adhyatma Ramayana also prior to Valmiki. So if you see how the story follows in the Valmiki Ramayana was actually a contemporary who knew the story as it was happening, and there's a point at which
Valmiki existed 7,000 years as well, 7,000 BC.
I mean, yeah. If you consider the Valmiki Ramayana, now these are two parallel stories running at a point at which they merge. I mean, the meet Valmiki and Sita converge, and then
it doesn't follow. It doesn't follow. If both of them existed 7,000 BC, then the question arises: what language did Valmiki write in? Because Sanskrit didn't exist. Sanskrit didn't exist in 7,000 BC.
I mean, come on. I mean, there are many Sanskrit. I mean, there are many levels of Sanskrit. Maybe not in the current form, but yeah, it has already listed.
Then they were not called Sanskrit. They were called Pali or something else.
Yeah, no. So no. Sanskrit doesn't emerge from Pali. Sanskrit is the word term Sanskrit itself means that it is cultured. It's a created. I mean,
No, I'm talking about the language. Yeah, I'm not talking about the literal meaning. I'm talking about the language. The language Sanskrit, in which the Valmiki Ramayana is written, didn't exist 7,000 BC.
Okay. So, for example, if you see the Vedic Sanskrit is very different from modern day Sanskrit. I think that's a lot of.
I'm talking about the Vedic Sanskrit.
Yeah. So, Ramayana
Vedic Sanskrit did not exist in 7,000 BC. They say it existed something like 3,000 or maximum 3,500 BC.
Well, I mean, a lot of it depends upon which scholar we are listening to. There are a lot of, as you know, there's a lot of.
Well, I'm talking about the Hindu scholars who have studied this language.
That's one thing.
And they have stated that this is when it actually the earliest examples of Sanskrit we find.
Before we go ahead, a lot of people who have Hindu names might not necessarily be Hindu scholars. Okay, they have Hindu names, like Romila Thapar and those are, but I would call them Hindu scholars. They are they are more a product of the left, and so they have their own. Everybody has his own agenda. Yeah. Everybody has his own agenda. So I
okay. So when do you think Sanskrit? When do you think Sanskrit?
So Sanskrit
that Valmiki used originated. When do you think originated?
So I mean,
and on what basis are you saying that?
Yeah. So the historical. I'm sorry, man. I have to dip out for a little bit. Inshallah, I'll try to come back. So, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Jazakallah khair, Muris. As always, it's
thanks, man. Thanks for coming up here.
Inshallah. Make dua for Prassun. Allah gives him hidayah. Guide him to take the shahada, inshallah.
Fine.
Yeah, so once again, Prassun,
Yeah.
when do you think the Valmiki Sanskrit, the language that Valmiki wrote in, originated?
So
And on what
yeah,
basis would you
yeah,
say
so
that
yeah,
is the case?
so the earliest script that Sanskrit was written is called Brahmi, right? Which is also like maybe predates the Indus civilization, and then we have the modern day Sanskrit, which can be written in a large number of scripts, right? So there's no clear cut way of saying that okay, Sanskrit originated at this date, because Sanskrit can be written in multiple scripts. It can be written in the Devanagari script, which we write Hindi.
Which
It
is
can
the
also be
modern
written
one.
yeah, we can also write it in Tamil, the Tamil script. We can write it in the Kashmiri script. We can
I'm
write
not
it
talking about the
in
script. I'm talking about the
yeah.
language.
So
Once
there is
again, the
no
language. When
yeah.
did
So there is.
the Sanskrit language originate?
I mean, you can't have a clear cut, because it's
Why not?
evolution is so
Because
slow
look, every
process.
language, we know that
Mhm.
it originated somewhere. Yeah. For example,
Yes.
if you look at any language, even English, if
Mhm.
somebody told me that English existed in 3000 BC, I would say you're
No.
absolutely wrong.
Yes.
Would
Yes.
you
Of
not
course.
say that?
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Yes. But.
matter what script they use.
Mhm.
The language itself originated at some point.
Okay.
It
So
became
if you
known as
really
Sanskrit,
push it,
or it became
yeah.
known as English. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So if you really want to push it, I would say somewhere around 3000 to 4000 BC, because
Sorry,
that's
say
how
again.
the
Say
3000 to
again.
4000 BC, 3000
Okay,
to 4000.
so that's still not 7000 BC, right?
Yeah, but that's why this is
So
Valmiki
you're saying
Ramayana here.
Valmiki wrote something in a language which didn't exist in his time.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what
What
you're
I'm saying
saying.
is what no. Adhyatma
That's
Ramayana exists
exactly what you're saying.
beforehand. No, okay. Adhyatma Ramayana exists beforehand. Valmiki's Ramayana, which is again a retelling, is it portrays Valmiki as a contemporary, which may or may not be a historical event, because as I told you, the Ramayana is repeated again and again in different contexts and to represent the same thing. For example, if you go to South India, if you go to Sri Lanka, they follow Ramayana where they don't have their version of Ramayana where Ravana is the hero and Ram is the villain. No, that's not even in their Ramayana. Rama is the hero, Ravan is the bad person, and they worship
The
Sita
villain.
and the villain, yeah. So in every Ramayana you have, I mean, it's not as if it's not a zero sum game kind of a thing that
I'm not even going into the story yet. I'm just looking at the
yeah.
historical context
Yeah.
of Ram and Valmiki being contemporary,
So
when
yeah,
Valmiki himself had written, by the way, this is Hindu scholars who say this, that they say that
yes,
it was written 300 BC. Yeah.
there are multiple.
You can't push something that is 300 BC all the way to 7000 BC without
No,
evidence.
so no, so
It's
the
a
reason
huge
that
leap. If you
yes,
said,
yes.
look, if you said something like 350 or even 400 BC, I say, okay, there's a margin of error, but you cannot have thousands of years of error. Come on.
What I'm saying is, you can what you can safely say is Valmiki's Ramayana is a retelling of a much earlier event, right? And
So it wasn't written by Valmiki, the one that you have at present. Can we say that?
it's Valmiki's version. So okay, now for example,
If it's a retelling, then it deviates from the original.
No, it doesn't deviate from the original. It puts it into context. Okay. For example, have you seen the Vitruvian Man? The Leonardo da Vinci's the painting, the man with two.
Oh yeah.
Juxtaposed figures. Yeah. So that's not a real person. Okay. That's a combination of several people. Yeah, I mean, experts will tell you that the real person is not possible.
He did not claim that was the
exactly.
literal
Yeah,
figure of a human. He just showed you the
exactly.
different variations
Exactly.
of his hand
Right.
movement.
Right.
But here you're saying Ram literally existed. Now, if you say someone really existed, that and you don't have any proof or evidence for it, neither as a scripture in that time, nor as physical
Okay. As
archaeological evidence.
As far as proof goes, we can't really have any proof of something that's about 5,000, because in 5,000 years everything decays. I mean, what do we have? What other than stone?
Actually,
what else has survived?
we do have quite a bit from
Like
5,000
metal.
BC. Yeah.
Any coins?
Have you looked at
The pyramids.
the Venice of Malta? Okay, she is actually a statue of a goddess from 6000 BC.
Yeah, but with what material? What material?
Actually, material. Rock.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So stones only exist that long. I mean, metal does not survive.
Yeah, but we don't have even a single stone from Ram's
exactly.
time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
which shows that, look.
No, but stone would be used only for.
It doesn't add up as a language. It doesn't add up as history. It doesn't add up in terms of actual evidence in physical form. So it's only a
No, no,
claim then, I would say.
no. Stone is, you don't use stone to make daily tools, right? I mean, if you actually wanted to date it, then you need tools or something of that sort, like maybe metal tools, wooden objects, or clay pots or something of
They
that
had
sort.
tools in 7000 BC.
Yeah, they had, but
Actually,
does it
no.
survive?
7,000.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
they did actually. Because
yeah, I mean,
tools, they started tools, I think, in something
so
like
that's why, yeah,
12,000
in fact, yeah, so that's why the
12,000
Iron
years
Age,
from
Bronze Age, those
today.
kind of
Yeah.
things they start mentioning, right? Again, this is a very, very European way of defining history, because they believe that since they discovered bronze at that era, everybody else would have been using, the whole world would be
Well,
using bronze.
unless you provide evidence,
Yeah, I mean,
then it's
like if
just
you
a
look at,
claim. Because the
yeah,
Hindus have this idea of making claims without any basis. And I'm not saying everyone, but generally, when that's the reason we have this program, so we
I
can
understand.
ask
I
you
understand. No, no.
firsthand
In
as
fact,
to your basis for your belief.
in fact, I'm thankful for streams like this, where a lot of people come and they brush their ideas, and a lot of them get a lot of Hindus go back
Just like
and
you do.
clarify. Yeah, yeah. So I go back
everyone
and
has their claims. We have to entertain
yeah,
everyone.
yeah. I was. Hi.
Okay. Moving on in terms of, because look, we know that there's no way they can present actual evidence
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Rome. What about the mention of Hanuman carrying a mountain? Would you say that is something you believe literally, or is that a
Of course, I mean,
figurative thing?
Now, I can't, okay, for me, I can't necessarily say believe it literally, but then again, what it actually means in the language of maybe, 3,000 years back or 2,000 years back, what it meant, or what it was trying to denote, it's hard to say, right? Like, he went to, for example, I'll tell you, Pushpak Viman, which is a lot of people claim to be, a real, thing. Now, it's not mentioned in the Valmiki Ramayana, okay?
Yeah, that is the flying aircraft of
The flying aircraft that,
Ravan.
the
Is it Ravan?
Ravan used.
Yeah.
Ravan, yeah.
Wow,
Although
Ravan was more technological superior than Ram and his companions.
Ravan, of course, he was a Shaivite, I mean, devout Shiva worshipper, and he had
He was a Brahmin.
Brahmin, and from UP, to be specific, he was a Brahmin from UP. So a lot of these people who
what
claim
was he
that
doing in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of these people who claim that he's from Dravidian king is totally wrong, because Ravan was a proper UP Brahmin, which
here comes the north-south divide from India.
North-south divide. It kills the north-south divide.
I can imagine all those South Indians going, "This guy's talking complete and utter rubbish."
I don't think there's a north-south divide, because
there is a north-south divide, of course, in India. We have a north-south divide here in the UK.
I mean, yeah. So yeah. So no, but I think people who want to create a divide are saying these kind of things. Okay, Ravan was a Dravidian king and those kind of things, because Ravan was very clearly, he was himself.
Was he a demon according to you?
Noida. Rakshas. He was a Rakshas. He was a Rakshas.
Okay.
So Rakshas.
So it doesn't matter whether he was from north or south. A demon can roam wherever he wants.
Rakshas is a quality, of course. Rakshas are not necessarily,
because they also say he ruled over the world, not just.
He had Kuber in his hand. He actually literally he held Kuber to ransom, right? Kuber as in the Lord of the Seas, and the treasure, the Lord of the Lord of the treasure of the seas. So he literally held, he had infinite wealth, infinite knowledge, and everything he had. So he could. That's why he had a golden city of Lanka. So yeah.
Okay, good.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look. So you reckon these are figurative things?
Yes.
Like the Hanuman carrying the mountain rather than literal.
Yes.
Okay. Because I was thinking, logically it doesn't make sense. Why would Ram?
No, I mean, okay, logically
build a bridge when Hanuman could have carried them literally like a mountain?
Yeah, I get it. But
to
now
Raman's
comes the other
kingdom.
part. Yeah, I get it. But now, just as a counter to this statement of yours, I mean, and I'm not playing the devil's advocate, but I'm just presenting a lot of things which we consider impossible today might have been possible in the past. Like we don't know what purposes certain things served in the past, and like maybe pyramids or whatever. We don't really know what they did, but they all exist, and they are like mighty structures which they're pretty hard to make for even with today's technology. So we have a lot of things which we cannot explain. And that does not necessarily mean we think it is, fake or wrong to say that, because they might have a certain relevance for their time.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to add on the topic? Because
Yeah,
I
I
think,
mean, see, we can. As for the, I don't want to talk about the Babri Masjid issue because that's again a very technical issue and that kind of
yeah, we
stuff.
have done it to death so far.
Yeah, they're to death. But what I can probably say is the that we don't. I mean, if we really want to talk about what brings peace and harmony. The Babri Masjid, need not be seen as a defeat for Muslims or as a something wrong. Muslims, being suppressed because our subcontinental Muslims from India and Pakistan and Bangladesh, I mean, if they don't really owe any lineage to Babur or those kind of things, right? So it's not they shouldn't be taking it as a personal attack on them. If it's okay, you might say a mosque was demolished, and that's a debatable thing whether it was right or wrong. It's a different debate. But if you
It's
want
not
to,
a debatable thing. Actually, I
mean,
disagree with that
no,
because
I'm not saying.
the code itself, in its final verdict, said that
I
this
mean,
was an illegal
this is the exact.
demolition.
Yeah, this is the exact reason I
And
don't want to
look,
get into.
regardless
Yeah.
of whether it was Babur who built it or Shah Jahan, it doesn't matter. The question is, it has set a dangerous precedent for the future. Because now, as you know, the Hindus have created a list of 3,000 properties of the Muslims that they want to demolish.
Well, they want only 3.
Do you see how dangerous this is?
No, they want only 3. So there was only
the 3 are which they'll start with.
Kashi and Mathura.
That's what they will
Kashi and
start
Mathura.
with. I've actually
Now,
seen a list of 3,000 different properties. They want to make claim that this is where the Hindu temples were.
Neither you nor I are going to influence any of this, so we'd rather just sit back and just.
No, but I'm just objecting to what you said, that it doesn't matter. It does matter. It has set an extremely dangerous precedent based on the Supreme Court of India, because this is the highest court in India. If such a court can give a judgment based on the astha, based on the faith of people, and not based on evidence, then surely it is a dangerous precedent.
Okay. Okay, fine. I'll not debate that. I'll not debate that for multiple reasons. Yeah.
And plus, it's not just we're not talking about religious structures. We are talking about people's interactions and how they look the other. Those, I mean, if you look at now the mentality of how they consider the others who are not of the Sanatan Dharmish, for example, this divide that's been created by this rise in religious dogmatism, if you want to just label it in a very mild way. This is not going to be helpful for the communal living of different people in India, such a great nation for all these years and thousands of years. And yet the trajectory, the way it's going, it doesn't look very hopeful for people where they have been living there for hundreds and thousands of years. And it seems like, we are looking at, again, questions of, ethnic cleansing, comes on the table. Questions of,
no, I don't think there's ethnic cleansing. I mean, there's no ethnic cleansing happening in India. I mean, Muslims are living pretty much in peace. I mean, I've stayed in Gujarat for a long time, in my life.
Maybe you should ask the Muslims in Kashmir.
Kashmir? No, what about them? Like,
if they're living in peace.
Okay, now we're not going to get into politics now. I don't
exactly,
want to,
but you can't you can't make these statements and think that everything is,
no, not everything. Nothing is rosy.
I'm not saying. Look, I having an Indian background, I'm not claiming that all Hindus are bad. Neither are we saying that they all want ethnic cleansing. But it seems like there is a Hindutva element, which is a minority and not the majority in India, who actually wish this upon the Muslims and upon other minorities. What I'm saying is that because of this Supreme Court judgment, it has set an extremely dangerous precedent. Yeah.
See, I think
if India wants to progress as a country that is respected by the rest of the world, then it better not sway towards a Ravan Rajya instead of a Ram Rajya.
No. Here you we might see. I think it's important to. I'm not saying that we need to break down mosques and we need to that's how by cleansing we establish Hindutva supremacy or something. But at the same time, you need to define an identity for yourself. And I'm not saying it was what happened is the riots that happened, or the
Constitution has already set the identity. The
yeah.
Constitution of India
So
doesn't say this is a Hindu
exactly,
Rashtra.
that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't
But,
say it's a Muslim Rashtra or a Sikh or Jain
but
or
then
Buddhist
but
Rashtra.
then
It
but then
says it's a secular
Mhm.
country where every one of these religions or lack of religion are welcome.
but then even you and even I think we both agree that secularism is not exactly a very, very. I mean, I think we've spoken on this earlier, that
No, but if you're going
secularism
to
is not
claim
something.
if you're going to call yourself a democracy, then you
Uh-huh.
better stick with secularism. Otherwise, it's
Not
not a democracy.
necessarily. I mean, see, a lot of democracies across the world exist without.
Which democracy is based on religion, on a theocracy?
For example, the American democracy,
On
which
theocracy?
is actually,
Really?
it's not democracy, but they are very clear about the Christian identity, right? They are not.
No. The Americans are mostly, I would say, they are mostly, secular.
They're clear about the Christian
thing in the
identity. The
UK.
Christian values are very important for.
The same thing in Europe and UK. They might look when you have something called a culture or a tradition, where you take your value from your previous identity as a Christian, then that will carry on. And that's the same case with many Hindus. Like, there was a Hindu earlier who said he doesn't believe in God, but he stuck to his tradition and culture as a Hindu based on the tradition and culture, not based on his scriptures.
Yeah, I mean, a very good example is Indonesia, where they actually are Muslims now, but they're very well preserving the Hindu identity as well, right? I mean,
I don't think Indonesia declared itself as a Sharia compliant
no,
country.
they did, but
it is a secular country still.
So Hinduism is
even
a
though it's
culture,
majority Muslim, it is
no,
still
what I'm saying is
pretty much a secular country.
Hinduism can exist as a culture, whereas Islam can exist as a religion, and the both can interact in multiple ways, and it's totally feasible for both to coexist. I mean,
all I'm saying is that you cannot coexist as a democracy and a theocracy at the same time. Do you agree or disagree? It looks like you want to have your cake and eat it as well. You can't have it.
On a state level, a theocratic state and a democratic state, they will be in conflict between the two, because if you have other people of a different
I think that also depends upon the theocracy you believe in, how flexible it is. That also plays a major role, right? Like,
correct.
Let's suppose, let us assume, I mean, just for argument's sake, if we declare that India is a Hindu Rashtra or something, I don't think that is going to anyhow influence and tell Muslims on how to live. Muslims can have their own.
Actually, they're already doing it. They're telling Muslims not to eat beef.
I think I think a lot of the.
Come on, Prassun, you need to acknowledge this. Look, if it's a democracy for everyone, then everyone should have the freedom to express their self and
definitely
obey the religion. But you see, when BJP came into power, they are the ones who put these bans in place, where you say, "Oh, you're offending the Hindus, so you can't have beef anymore."
No,
why don't they ban eating pork as well? Because that is offending the Muslims.
No, this is a major point I can say.
Because it's haram for them.
Yeah, no, it's not haram. Haram is a wrong term.
No, I'm saying
we don't eat beef because it's of importance to us, right? So
I'm talking about the pork. Pork is haram for the Muslims.
Yeah, right. So I don't think anybody's forced advocating selling pork freely or something. So similarly, beef, when we say we ban beef, I mean, it's only preserving the cattle that we consider sacred. And,
isn't that imposing on the dietary requirements of the other people
who actually
do eat meat?
That's a very small price to pay. That's a very small price to pay for
it's a
huge. Larger.
If you call it a democracy and you say everyone is free to practice a religion, and then comes along BJP and says, hold on, you're free to practice your religion, but according to the way we say it.
No. I think when you're free to practice religion, I think both people have to be kept happy, and just by preserving.
But they are not happy.
The Indian cow, not even the buffalo I'm talking about. The Indian cow, the Indian Bos Indicus cow. By preserving that, I mean, if the Hindus are kept happy, I think what's the problem? I mean, there are other animals.
In order to keep one group happy, or actually offending the other group.
But I don't think anybody. I mean, in fact, a lot of UP Muslims, a lot of Bihar Muslims, they don't eat beef because culturally they've never, So it's not as if it's a.
That's up. Look, if they voluntarily don't eat it, I mean, then there's no reason to complain. But if
Yeah,
you
there might be need
impose
for
it on someone, then comes the reason
no,
to object.
impose unless I
It
mean
is
I think we all
when it becomes a rule, then it's imposed.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. We don't need to have this, this view that, the things are being imposed upon Muslims or something, like if
It has been imposed. I'm telling you, it's become a law. In fact, it's punishable by law.
No, killing the cow is punishable by law. Yeah,
except for 3 states, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
one of them being Kerala.
Bengal, Kerala, and Goa.
Yeah, so except for these 3 states,
yeah,
it's banned everywhere else.
In fact, even Goa, which is ruled by the BJP.
Yeah,
by the way.
Goa is one of those, what do you call that? Special territory, isn't it?
No, it was unitary, but I mean, yeah. So no, what I'm saying
anyway,
is,
I think we are sidetracking from the actual.
Sidetracking a lot of things.
Is it okay if we take others in if you don't have?
Yeah, sure. I think. Or do you want me to? Or I don't know. Should we?
It's too late for you. I don't want to impose.
Yeah.
Yes. We can talk again on the subject, especially on the subject of mutual coexistence and the way we are seeing things. I mean, look, I haven't gone to India, but the way I see things happening, it's not seems very, hopeful, optimistic, looking at, if on the BGP is doing things like that. And that's what I'm saying. Persons like yourself with a, very fresh and open-minded thinking, you have a role to play in here in terms of to make others understand, saying, we may have our differences. Okay, this is the fact of we can't force people's belief system on each other. So how do you mutually coexist in a land, in a geographical area with our differences? I mean, you can take this on board as a duty and a role for you to actually say, look. We can't just go into this hate business just because they don't follow our belief system, right? Yeah.
I mean, I think it's not really hatred that it's only that the media portrays things in a certain way, and I think the media is largely dependent on the way we perceive things. Okay,
Prassun, you must be literally living in a cave if you think they are not propagating hate.
No. What I'm saying
when they are forcing people to say Shri, what was it?
No. The thing is, okay, let's say something happens.
Say Shri Ram, whatever it is, Jai Shri Ram.
Something.
This is literally, I've seen actual political leaders having this slogan, and not only that, it's become like a battle cry, and they're openly declaring genocide of Muslim so many times, and none of them are accountable. I think they go for like 2 months in the jail and they're back out again, saying the same thing, repeating the same thing. Whereas the Muslims, even if they stand up for their rights, the houses get bulldozed. Without even a trial.
This is
okay. So come on, we need to accept and acknowledge what's happening in real life. Okay, Prassun.
Okay, take care. Anyways,
you take care.
On another day. Okay, bye for now. See you. Bye.
Vikky, thanks for waiting for a long time. Appreciate your patience. So you have.
I'm very thankful for you also. Yeah, thank you so much.
The stream.
And yeah.
What are your thoughts?
So now, before sharing my thoughts, I would ask a small question. Is it allowed or not? May I?
Depends. Is it on the topic or off topic?
Yeah, definitely on the topic.
Okay, go ahead then.
Definitely on the topic. My question is, why we have the topic called Ramayana is fictional or real? Why this topic is only being debated here?
No, we debate several.
There are a lot of topics. I mean, you can make it a topic. You can make it a topic. Babri Masjid broken. Is it true? Is it correct or wrong? We can make a topic.
We had 3 episodes on that. So if you missed that,
okay,
go and look at the playlist.
No, really, I'm first time visiting to this channel, and at the first visit, I want to.
You shouldn't judge us based on your first visit. You ask us, why did you not have this topic? We actually
that's why the first question was why was this topic?
By the way,
just give me the answer so that I can help you out. Okay.
No problem. It's a good question which was asked earlier. I will tell you again. Ram is connected. You want to keep your video on? Yeah, brother, remove the.
Definitely.
That's it. Thank you very much. So. The reason Babri Masjid was demolished? Do you know the reason?
Mm-hmm.
Why was it demolished?
Yeah, definitely. I will give the answers, all the answers. But first, my question's answer I want to know. So that it will be helpful for me to give you answers, all the things. Yeah.
Fair enough. The reason it was demolished is because the Hindus who demolished it claim that Ram was born at this very exact spot. Now, because they're making Ram as the central figure for their reason as to why they destroyed the masjid, we have to question their motives,
Okay.
number one, and number two, whether their motives have any basis. One of the bases
Okay.
is the existence of Ram, whether he existed or not. Now, if Ram didn't exist,
Okay.
then there is no question of a Ram Mandir existing in the or Ram Janmabhoomi existing. And if there's no Ram Janmabhoomi, then there wouldn't be a destruction of a masjid. And if there's no destruction of the masjid, you could have prayed in any of the Ram Mandirs that are already present in Ayodhya, including the Kala Ram Mandir.
Correct.
Yeah, that is
Correct.
the motive. That is the reason for our stream.
So I understood. Let me clear you that what I understand is the same thing what you said me.
Okay.
The reason why Babri Masjid was demolished is the main point. Hindu wants that Ram Mandir should be built here. Why? Because Ram
No,
exactly born at that same place,
yes,
and that's the reason we have demolished the Babri Masjid and built the Ram Mandir there. Right?
that's right. Yeah,
Correct?
that's the reason.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So many of the Hindu brothers came here, but they were not able to say the proper thing and they were stucking on the things. Why? The reason behind I want to clear you is I'm very, I'm having a lot of Muslims friend. Okay. I really have good connections with them more than others. We have good bondings. Okay. So the thing what I have seen
What
in
part
them
of
and
India
us
are you
is,
from, Vikky? What part of India are you from?
okay. I am basically from Jharkhand, but I have moved to Hyderabad and also went to UP and stayed there. So that's okay.
You're in Hyderabad now?
So right now I'm Hyderabad.
Okay. Nice biryani?
Okay. So definitely, I would always welcome you here. Have it. You'll never forget.
Inshallah. Hyderabadi biryani is on the bucket list. In
Famous.
Hyderabad.
Okay. So what was the topic I was in? So I'm having friends. So the difference what I have seen is a birth of a Muslim kid happens and a birth of a Hindu kid happens. Muslim kids happen first teaching they gets is about their Quran manuscripts. Okay, the language before learning A B C D or whatever is the local language, they learn first the language in which Quran is written. Am I right?
Arabic, yes.
Okay, cool. But the thing here, Hindu miss the thing is we don't give support to our kids or give knowledge to our kids because it's lack of knowledge to us only about our original language. That's the reason we don't know the thing and the reality. The first thing which has been taken from the India and the Hinduism during the invasions of Islam and Muslim invaders and British invaders and others invaders, that they have first taken our language from us. Okay, that's the reason we don't know most of our culture, most of our Vedas, most of our manuscripts, which is real or not. And they come to the debate to debate something on which they have seen in some videos or in some knowledge. But that's not the truth. Okay,
Continue,
am I making am I making sense any?
I just need to leave quickly, but continue your discussion. Mansur is here. I'll be back. Yeah, I'm listening still.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, cool. So Mansur, okay, whatever it is. I'm sorry. So I'm coming from the beginning. I want to clear it. Okay. So here it is not the thing that Ram exists or not. It's definitely the thing Ram exists. We have the proofs of Ram exist.
Which is
okay. We have the proofs. I will give you. You have talked about yugas. I am very proud that you knows about yugas. Okay, being as a Muslim, you knows about our culture. You knows about our scriptures. Okay, but when you says yugas, we are having 4 yugas: Satyug, Treta, Dwapar, Kalyug. Am I right?
Yes.
According to the thing. But what we don't know is every yuga is having a special thing which happens. Can I speak some way in Hindi also in between? Because that comes
as long
directly
as you
on my.
translate it in English.
Okay. So some in every yugas there will be a special thing, a special happening things happens in yugas. Why we have divided the things in yugas is, I'll tell you. Satyug. Satyug is some yug where there is everywhere peace. Everywhere. Okay. We don't see any type of harming to people or anything. In the Satyug, we have gods called Vishnus, Lakshmi, Shankar. People always have the,
Shiva.
psychologically they think, no, that's the wrong thing. He is Shankar. The one we call Shiva is not having any shape. We call it as a Shivling. Am I making it correct? Because the one who is a human appearance is having some human appearance. He is having jata on the hair, right? Okay, body is there. We are having a proper body of human body. We can see that is called Shankar. But when we go to Shiva temple, you can see properly, and you can go anywhere and see it. Shiva temple, Shiva will not have any sort of structure. It will be in a form of Shivalinga.
Okay.
Ram Bhagwan said.
No, before you go ahead,
tell me.
Does Shiva and Shankar have the same identity?
No. Shankar and Shiva, don't say that as a person. Okay, it's very
let's say, are they different entities?
Good. Okay, we can say it as an entity. Okay, I'll tell you. If you have not seen, come on, take some time and see. Okay, in our Hinduism, whenever you see many things are there, Ramayana and Vishnu Puran and all these things, you will see one thing. Shiva is in Shankar is in a position of meditation.
Yeah, it's called Adi
If
Yogi.
If you are knowing, Adi Yogi, we have given the name here. Adi Yogi, we have given the name here. We give lot of name to the gods. Okay, according to our, now just one brother just now Saha said. Okay, other places. Now when I am going to Tamil, okay, India is having 600 languages. We know that, right?
I think more than that.
I cannot say Hindi in a Tamil state. When I cannot say Hindi in a Tamil state, I need to speak Tamil to make them understand what's actually what I want to speak. Make sense?
Yeah. So what about
Valmiki Ramayana was written? Valmiki Ramayana was written, and in that there are a lot of what I will say evidence which symbolizes Rama. Okay. Now, when you ask a question or to one fellow, whether Sanskrit is 300 BC or older than that, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
SM, that is USM. Some one boy was NB or NM was there. Okay, you asked
we asked
that
the
person.
same question to many of the
Okay, so I am going to give the answer of yours. Okay.
Okay.
So Valmiki Ramayana. Just give me a while. Let me close the fan. Okay. So Valmiki Ramayana was written by Valmiki. Okay. He wrote that Ramayanam. We should know the real fact how he wrote that Ramayanam. Okay. He wrote that Ramayanam when he was in a meditation mode. Okay. When he was in a meditation.
When did he write it?
Rishi. I'll tell you. Rishis.
When did he write it? When?
It was written before, 300, 7,500 BC is said to be Ram born time. Okay, I will tell you every evidence. With the evidence, I'll tell you. Okay.
Okay, go on.
7,500 BC is said to be the birth or date of Ram. 10th January, 7,000 BC. That is the exact date that I can say you, and that is been taken out through the planetary software also, which has been said and confirmed that planetary software is made by the US only. Okay, and that software has said that whatever evidence is present in the Valmiki Ramayana states the same planetary place which states that the Rama was born. Okay, we are having. Do you know we are having Kundli? Do you know about Kundli?
I think we are going in too many different tangents. So the question.
No. I'm giving you clear evidence. You want the evidence, right? The proper evidence I'm giving you.
That's fine, and I appreciate that. when did Valmiki write Ramayana? That was the question I asked you.
Okay. So when did Valmiki write Ramayana was nearly to 5,000 BC at that time.
And
Okay.
on what basis do you say that?
Okay. On what basis do I say that? Is the manuscript which was present to us, the oldest which was there in Nalanda University. Okay. You can go and see the what I will say Institute of Vedas. I mean, let me correct it. Institute of Vedas. Yeah. In that it has been, they have found that things evidence that it was written at that age. Okay.
Wait.
They
You
have the evidence
actually,
that you can go and
so you're saying that you actually have seen or you know about the earliest manuscript of Valmiki. Is that what you're saying?
right.
What language was it?
I'm not saying. See, let me ask you a same thing. Okay, I'll give you the answer with the question only.
No.
Did you see any?
Before we,
Did you see any? Yeah.
Vicky,
Okay.
before we go
So
there,
your question
I
is,
need to
did I have
establish,
seen any manuscript or not? Okay. Na?
not
Your
literally,
question is, did I see any?
not literally. All I'm asking is that,
Okay.
are you aware of the existence of
Mhm.
the earliest extant manuscript of Valmiki? Are you aware of it?
Yeah, definitely, I'm aware of it.
And where is it?
It was not the Ramayana. It was not the Ramayana.
It was not the
That
Ramayana.
also let me. It was not the Ramayana.
Which
That was
manuscript are you talking about?
like Ramayanam. Like Ramayanam, he has written more manuscripts. Okay, manuscripts doesn't mean that it was. See, I'll tell you the fact which don't know the people. Okay, India is a place of secrets. Okay, here we have called we will do yoga. Okay, we do yogas. We believe in yogas when we
Brother, you're
connect to
going
the
all over the
supremacy.
place. All I'm asking is, look,
No.
when you make a claim, for example, I asked you about
Hmm.
when did Valmiki write the Ramayana. You said there's a
Okay,
manuscript, and then
5,000. Yeah.
and then you said that is not actually the Valmiki manuscript.
No.
So what do you mean?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that that is not actually the manuscript of
Okay, so
Valmiki.
once
That
again,
is the manuscript.
if that is
That
not
is.
the manuscript of
Let me be very
Valmiki,
crisp and clear. Okay.
okay, go on.
Okay. Let me be very. Ramayanam is written by Valmiki.
Yeah,
Okay. And Valmiki has not only written the Ramayana. He has written more things.
that's fine. But our question is about
Okay.
Ramayana.
Okay. So before Ramayana also he has written. Valmiki has also written the Hanuman. For Hanuman he has written. Okay.
No,
About
regardless,
Hanuman. Not Hanuman
look,
Chalisa.
Vicky,
Not Hanuman Chalisa I'm saying.
Vicky, you're doing it again.
Yeah.
Can you please,
Yeah.
just limit your answers to the question I ask. So if I asked you,
Mm-hmm.
where do you live? Yeah.
Okay.
Instead of saying Hyderabad, you say that I live around the corner from the left, go east over there, go west. If you can be more specific, it'll be helpful.
Okay.
Because the thing is, there are many people waiting in the back studio, just like you didn't like
Cool.
waiting so long.
But
We also don't like waiting. So once again,
I appreciate that. So
Vicky, listen to the
yeah.
question, and if you can answer specifically, it'll be much appreciated. When did Valmiki
Mm-hmm.
write the Ramayana, and on what basis is your answer related to? Is it a physical evidence basis, or is it a claim, or is it a testimony? I would like to know that, please.
So I mean, वो सारे that all those things whatever you are asking for, okay, we are having a lot of things which is happening today is not people cannot think after 200 years after that they cannot think that really like these things people used to live their life. I'm just giving you an example. Okay,
Actually, they can look at
you
our
have
videos.
I'm asking you have used a small mobile, right? Keypad mobile.
I use a
Did
Nokia
you
mobile.
use the keypad mobile? Yeah,
Nokia.
keypad mobile, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nokia keypad mobile, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think after 50 years, just from today, after 50 years, are people going to recognize that really this sort of things or this sort of technology was there?
Yeah.
Or let's say after 200 years, people will be recognizing, or will they accept that this sort of technology also there existed at
Yeah, they will.
200 years last back?
Because
No,
now, yes, they will. I'll tell you why. Because now all the history is recorded. There's video evidence. There's a lot of evidence
that
now.
is
But Vikky, look, you're doing it again. I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. You're instead of you answering the question, you're going on tangents. Please don't do that. This will be the last time I'm going to ask you. And if you don't comply, I'll have to bring somebody else in. Once again,
no
do
problem
you?
if you want to bring it, but
No,
see,
but I
if you want to get with the
want to make
dates, if you
sure.
want to get
I want to
if you
make
want
sure
to get with
that
the dates like date
I
of
don't want
birth
the
of
exact date.
somebody so and so,
No, I don't want the
okay,
exact
you don't
dates,
want exact dates. So
give
my
me
thing is that
give
is
me the reference
5,000 year
or
before BC.
yeah, that's a claim.
Okay,
On what do you base that claim?
okay. On the manuscript that is present there.
Which manuscript? You said that's not a Valmiki manuscript. So which manuscript are you talking about?
Again, did I said that that's not a Valmiki manuscript?
You did.
Come on, go ahead and check it out.
Okay,
I have
once
not
again.
said anytime. I have not said.
Okay, so this
Yeah.
Valmiki manuscript, who dated this to be 5,000 BC?
The Institute of Spiritual. The Institute of Spiritual Vedas. There is some institute in UP. Okay, Nalanda University, UP. Do you know about Nalanda University?
Yeah, it was a Buddhist university.
Okay.
Did you know that?
It was it was not the Buddhist university.
It was
Let me be clear. No, it was not the
was a
Buddhist.
Buddhist university. In fact, it was called the monastic Buddhist university. If you go
That
and look
was
at
the name given after the Nalanda University. Yeah,
no.
I have seen. I have seen.
It was always. This is a claim that the Hindus make without evidence. Okay, so if you
no, I am giving you the evidence. Come on, go and search. If you are you are having this.
It's your claim, so you bring the evidence to me.
I cannot bring it up here. I am giving you the evidence. Come on, if everybody is saying, they can go and search.
I can actually bring the evidence here. Okay. In the meantime, while I'm looking for this evidence, can you bring the evidence that Valmiki manuscript is from 5,000 BC? Can you bring that evidence? Because that's your claim.
Okay.
Is that fair? Oops, he's gone. What happened? I didn't do anything.
Well, he just may have lost his connection or something.
No, he's in the back chat. Vikram. No, that's Vikram. Is it the same guy? Yeah, Vikky. No, that was Vikky.
No,
so this guy, Vikram, did he come earlier? Okay, anyway.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving your precious time to me.
Vikram, did you come earlier today?
He's been here
yes,
for a
sir.
while.
You have
Yes,
come
sir.
earlier?
I was disconnected earlier, sir.
Okay, I'll tell you what, because the other Vikram guy is back, I'm going to bring him in because I don't want people to think that I disconnected him. Okay, Vikram, Vikky, you're back.
Vikky.
Yeah.
My name
that's
is
fine.
Vikky.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what, you bring the evidence that the Valmiki manuscript is dated to 5,000 BC, and I'll bring the evidence about Nalanda. Is that fair?
Fair. Definitely.
Your time starts now.
Sure. You can go ahead and bring somebody else. I'll be connecting you.
Okay, no problem. Mansur, can you bring somebody else, please? Anybody else there?
Vikram, you can talk. You're back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for talking to me, sir.
What's on your mind, Vikram?
Yes, sir.
What's on your mind?
Sir, the topic was Ramayana's evidences.
Yeah.
Proof.
So, do you have evidence for Ram's existence?
Yes, sir. I can prove many things, but I will discuss first few things from that. Can you listen, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, in Valmiki Ramayana chapter 40, Sugriv tell Vanars to go to east and tell them about the geography of the place. In this context, 53 slok mean 53 words. They tell that there is a trishul type structure made which resemble a palm tree with 3 branches as its head. It showed a in sign of a great soul Ananta, and it will be lustrous with a golden podium. Okay, sir. And in the 54th and 55th verse, it is telling that it is constructed to show the easternly compass by celestial gods, and beyond that, a mountain is there named Uday Mountains. In Hindi, we call it Uday Parvat. But shockingly, he's talking about um, he's talking about one of the trident on the coast of Peru, which is known as Paracas trident, sir. I have
How
I've
does
seen that you
how does
can.
that
Yes, sir.
prove? How does that prove Ram's existence?
Sir,
Let's
sir, sir,
say
sir.
let's say we take
Sir,
it.
can I complete, sir?
Yeah, but what you're giving is geographic locations. Yeah. Let's say if these
Yes, sir.
geographic locations existed and somebody wrote about this, post-truth, post the
Sir,
time
sir, sir. Please, please,
Ram's
please, sir.
existence. No, but look,
Sir,
we need to conserve our energy and our time. There are other people waiting as well. So what I want to know
yes, sir.
from you is that when you make a claim, yeah, at least
Yes,
base
sir.
it on
Sir,
base
can
it.
I get 1 minute, sir?
Yeah, you will get 15 minutes if you want, no problem. But you need
Yes,
to
sir.
understand the question first. When I asked for proof of Ram, yeah, I didn't ask for proof of Ram's geography in which he lived. I mean, before you even discuss the geography, I would like to ask you, in how many years back did Ram live? From what era did he? In what era did he exist?
Yes, sir.
Can you
Sir,
answer that?
I can't. Yes, sir. Sir, I can't conclude that he was nearly 7,000 year old or 5,000 year old, but he once existed, sir, before thousands of years. I
Yeah,
can
but
say that.
this is a claim again. You see what I mean? Anyone can
Sir,
make
sir,
claims of 7,000 years, 5,000 years,
sir,
2.1
sir,
million
can I
years.
please?
Yeah, but look, brother, I'm trying to conserve energy and time here. And if you're not going to
Yes,
answer these most crucial questions, then there is
yes,
no
sir.
point in bringing Ramayana and saying. Because if I asked you about when was Ramayana written, what would you say to that?
Sir, can I tell, sir? Sir, please.
Yeah, are you
Sir,
going to
can
answer the
I
question?
complete my?
No, are
Sir,
you
can
going
I
to answer?
complete?
Are you going to answer the question? When was Ramayana written?
Sir, around 5,000 years ago, sir.
Okay, when did Ram exist?
Maybe more than 5,000 years, sir.
Okay, how? I mean, more means what? 7,000, 8,000?
I can't say, sir,
How can you say?
because
How can you say Ramayana was written 5,000? On what basis?
sir, because Valmiki Ramayana, sir, it was nearly of that timeline.
No, many of your scholars say it's only 300 BC. So
Uh,
on what basis you're saying 5,000 BC? Or sorry, 5,000 years ago, which is 3,000 BC?
Sir, I can't say on that, sir.
And this is the crucial point which I keep asking. If you don't even
Yes,
know in which era he lived, then everything is irrelevant, honestly. Because if I asked
sir.
you, like I asked the other people, that if he lived 7,000 years ago, and if, according to the story, by the way, do you know in the story of Ramayana, Valmiki existed in the time of Ram? Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
But when I asked you earlier, when did Ram exist? You said before 5,000 years, and Valmiki existed in 5,000 years ago. So by your own definition, or sorry, by your own claim, it disproves the Ramayana. Because according to Ramayana, he was teaching Valmiki, the sage Valmiki himself was teaching the children of Ram the Ramayana. So Ramayana must have existed before 5,000 years if Ram existed before 5,000 years. See what I mean? It doesn't
Yes,
connect.
sir.
Logically, it doesn't connect. There's a clear disconnection here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what you read from Ramayana. If the timeline itself doesn't connect, then there's not much evidence you have in terms of
Sir, but
truth.
South Africa, sir, but South America was founded by Christopher Columbus in 12 October 1492. But this place Peru is in South America, sir, and this is
Peru,
mentioned earlier
Peru
in
is
this is
Peru
mentioned
is in South
earlier.
America, for your information. Who told you Peru is
Yes,
not in
sir.
South America? Peru is in
Yes,
South
sir.
America.
Yes, sir. I am telling that thing, sir. And this is mentioned from earlier in our book, sir. So there can be that they have gone for a search for Sita Mata for their,
Oh,
and they have seen that
who are you talking about? Christopher Columbus?
No, sir.
Who
Sir, I
went
am
in
talking
search of
about
Sita
no,
in
sir. I
South?
am talking about Sugriv, sir. I am talking about Sugriv. He
Vanar
sent his
Sena.
Vanar. He had sent his Vanar Sena to that place, and in 53 slok of Valmiki Ramayana chapter 40, he is talking about a trishul type structure which resemble a palm tree, and the same thing is in Peru, sir. The Paracas trident, sir, and the locals say this was created by their god called Viracocha. Now mark my words, sir. Indra is considered Lord of Heaven in India, while Viracocha is Lord of Heaven to Inca tribes. Both have thunderbolt weapons, sir, and both are worshipped for rain, sir. Mark my words, sir. And
so does
now,
Thor.
if
So
yes,
does
sir.
Thor. Is Thor your god as well? You know,
Sir,
Thor's weapon is a thunderbolt, and he's the
but
lord
the
of the
same
thunder.
thing, sir, but the same
Is
thing is
Thor, which
happening
is a
here.
mythological
Sir, but the
figure.
same thing is happening here, sir.
Wait a minute. Why
They are
can't it
telling
be
about
Thor?
a Paracas trident structure, and the same is there, sir.
Vikram, I'm asking, why can't it be
Yes,
Thor?
sir.
Because the Greeks, according to the Greeks, this was a
Yes, sir.
god of
And that,
thunder, and he had.
sir, I don't know Thor, sir. I don't know Thor,
But
sir.
I'm telling
Whom
you,
you're
it could be
talking
any
about,
of those gods, you know, who claim they're the lord of
sir?
the thunder.
But sir, this all how it's all going the same, sir. They
No,
are
I think
talking
these are
about a
just,
Paracas trident. They are talking about a
friend, these
Paracas
are
trident like structure, and the
just
same is
claims.
there, sir.
I don't think
They
any
and the same is there, sir. And the same is there, sir.
Vikram, is there any
And the
archaeologist?
same,
Is there any credible archaeologist who has made this claim?
sir. This is mentioned in the book, sir.
Give me the name of the credible archaeologist who made this claim.
Sir, what claim, sir?
This is mentioned in the book.
Which book?
This is mentioned in Ramayana.
In the book.
No,
In
I'm talking
Ramayana.
about the claim. I'm talking about the link between the
Yes,
South American, whatever he's claiming, with
Peru.
that with Ramayana.
Yeah.
So who
Yes,
made this?
sir.
Which archaeologist made this connection?
Yes, sir.
Even Indian.
Archaeologists didn't make this
I will
connection. See,
accept a credible Indian archaeologist.
Sir,
So if you have something from the
sir.
ASI,
Can
we'll accept it.
I say, sir? Sir, they are talking about the same structure, and the same structure is
doesn't
there.
matter.
And they are talking about Indra has made that,
You know,
and
there are
the
many
same
similar
god,
stories.
and the
There are
same god, and the same
It's not the
rain
same
god,
God.
sir,
It's
rain god,
like,
sir, with a thunder weapon, same as I can share the picture. Indra and
look,
Viracocha has
if you
a
don't have
similar
any
structure, sir.
credible, verifiable evidence from archaeologists, because you know religious people make a lot of claims, and I include Muslims in that
Sir,
as
it
well.
is mentioned
There are
in the
many
book,
times
sir.
they
It
make
is
claims
mentioned in the book.
which
I
cannot be
can show the
substantiated.
page, sir. I can show the page.
Sorry, you can show. Okay, who wrote?
Yes,
Who
sir.
authored it?
Sir, Valmiki Ramayana, sir.
No.
You can open.
He doesn't understand the question. Okay, look here. If you have evidence from an archaeologist who makes this claim, then we can look at it. Because now you're making a
have
historic
Ramayana
claim.
book, sir. Sir, you have the book,
Vikram,
sir.
hold
You have
on.
the book, sir.
You're
Yes,
making a
sir.
historic claim now. It has to be verified in history by historians or archaeologists. Can you name me anyone who made that claim? Because you see, when we give the example of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, we have both Muslims and non-Muslim historians and archaeologists who actually would tell you that this coin is from this place in the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or after him, with the name of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, imprinted on that coin. If you bring such credible evidence, then we can examine it. But right now, what you're doing is you're talking about religion, and then you're trying to say this is historic, but then you can't bring any historian.
Sir, isn't my talk logical, sir?
No, it's not.
Because
Unless
in the
you bring
book,
a historian.
sir, in the book 54 to 55 verse and 53 verse, they
I'm
are
not talking about
mentioning
your
about this
religious
structure.
book,
And this,
because that is a
sir,
religious
you can
claim,
read it, sir. You
not a
can read it.
historic.
PDF is available, sir.
This guy keeps banging
And
on
the
about the same thing. Unless
sir,
you
but the
bring,
same
look, unless you
structure
bring
is
a
there, sir.
historical.
Live.
Okay,
Paracas trident, sir. You can search it.
Okay, he's just repeating himself. Okay, let's get back to you, Vikram. Sorry, Vikky.
Vikky, yeah.
Because we need to understand one thing. You know, when you make a claim from a religious book, that is circular reasoning. once you say that, okay, this religious book has something in history or there's a connection, then we need to examine that evidence. We can't just automatically jump to conclusion that that is exactly what the book says, the religious book says. Unless you have a historian, like in the case of the Quran evidence we have, the Birmingham manuscript, or the coin evidence we have from after the Prophet, peace be upon him, just a few decades or something, when we have his name, the entire kalima, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, written on it. So we know that we have contemporary evidence from his time. We have the Birmingham manuscript, which has been carbon dated by the Oxford University from within his time and within a few years after as well, because it's actually a range. The range goes towards his companions and himself as well. If you have such an evidence about Ram, bring it forth, please. Okay,
so
did you
your
find the
evidence,
for...
yeah, I have got that evidence.
Okay, let's see it.
So I want to take back my words to 5,000 to 500, because that was not 5,000. It was a mistake. It was 500.
I really appreciate that, man.
I apologize for that.
When somebody
I apologize that.
corrects a mistake,
okay,
that's fine, no problem.
So yes, I want to apologize
BC,
for that. But
even 500 BC. What is the evidence for that?
That is been dated. Yeah, that has been dated there, and you can go ahead and check on the what I will say. Wait, but it was dated. It was carbon dated by the Institute of Vedas.
Which one?
Institute of Veda.
Which one?
Go ahead and check it.
It's not for me. You're the one claiming it, so the evidence.
Institute of Scriptural Vedas.
Okay.
There is an institute in India called Institute.
Yeah. Can you show me the evidence from that institute?
How I can show? Please let me know.
Just the way you found it. How did you find it?
I mean,
because when you make a claim,
what I will say.
You must
do you have a link? Do you have a link to a web page or website?
Oh, okay. That can help you out.
Okay. In the meantime, I will present to you about Nalanda, because I promised you about that. He always disappears when he's going to link the page.
He's checking from his own phone, so maybe he's having difficulty. He'll come back.
I see. Let's take somebody else in. Bharat, bring Bharat in. Oh, is it Jim? I think Jim was waiting earlier. Yeah. Is he back? Okay. Vikky is back.
I'm sorry, Mansur. I'm sorry. Actually, I just taken the backslash in the mobile and it just went out from the thing.
We thought so, yeah.
It happens. It's okay. So I promised you about Nalanda. I'm going to show you.
So you're saying about Nalanda, yeah.
Okay, so this is from the BBC. Okay, it's not. I'll give you the link in the private chat if you want, but you can search by this title, Nalanda, the university that changed the world. All right. Now here it talks about. So it was founded in 427 CE. And it talks about the medieval Ivy League. It says books that attracted something like 10,000 students from across Eastern and Central Asia. And this is a crucial bit. They gathered here to learn medicine, logic, mathematics, and above all, Buddhist principles from some of the era's most revered scholars. And the Dalai Lama stated the source of all Buddhist knowledge we have has come from Nalanda. There's no mention of Hindu principles, Hindu philosophy, or any such thing. And as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that wasn't the case. They could be teaching a certain few things maybe about Sanskrit or Vedas or something in there. But in principle, it was a Buddhist institute. And they actually sent monks all around the world, including Japan, to teach these Buddhist principles to other nations from the Nalanda University. Okay, so this is my evidence, which I have presented.
Okay. Do you think this one line is going to prove that this is a Buddhism, not a Hinduism? Or my question was not that what I was claiming is Nalanda University is something which is a place where all our Hindu sculptures, Hinduism, Vedas, Rig Veda, everything was there.
Why
Okay,
would you put
we used to
your
study
scriptures?
about that. Okay,
So Vicky,
no,
why would the Hindus
let,
put their scriptures in a Buddhist institute, and that too only one institute? By the way, do you know who
let me
first?
ask you what is Buddhism? Do you know about reality about the Buddhism? When it was originated
You're going
and
on a
who was
tangent
the
again?
origination?
Are you
No,
going
no,
on a tangent
I'm
again?
not going on a tangent, sir. I'm not going on a tangent, sir.
Okay.
I'm not going
By
on
the
a
way,
tangent.
I did.
And that's a
Do you know who?
reality. Buddhism,
Vicky,
Buddhism,
Vicky, wait.
yeah.
Before you go on a tangent again, let me ask you: who destroyed Nalanda?
Nalanda was destroyed by the invaders.
Which
Okay.
invaders?
Uh, let me. I cannot recall that, but that was
Muslims?
not the Muslim. No, that was not the Muslim invader.
Who were the
That was not the Muslim.
who destroyed Nalanda first?
Uh,
It was destroyed 3 times, by the way.
3 times. Yeah, it was destroyed 3 times. The last
Who
time was the
destroyed?
Muslim invaders.
Who were the first?
Okay. What I am getting to recall is it was from the China. I mean, from that side.
Yeah, close. It was the Huns. So
Yeah. So
it was not the first attack on Nalanda, though. I say Sharma said, as we strolled through the ruins, it was attacked by the Huns under Mihir Kula in the 5th century, and again sustained severe damages from an invasion of the Gauda king of Bengal in the 8th century. By the way, do you know who the Gauda king was?
no, I don't have idea for the Gauda king.
He was a Hindu.
Okay.
Because why would a Hindu destroy a Hindu university? You tell me.
Okay, you are
doesn't make
talking about
sense, does
Hans
it?
Raj. Hans has destroyed the Hindu University of Nalanda,
Why would he
right?
destroy it?
And why he has destroyed that university?
Yeah.
So
Why would a Hindu king
actually,
destroy a Hindu university?
no. See, the question is here. What you are asking is why Hindu destroyed Hindu's university, right? The question is not that. The question is,
Actually,
we were
the
on the
question,
topic.
the question
We
is
were on the
that,
topic.
Vicky, the question is
Okay,
that
so
because many Hindus
okay, the
claim
question.
that the Muslims are the ones who destroyed Nalanda, they are the ones who were responsible for eliminating all their books and so on. But here's the phrase which will actually enlighten you. It says here,
Okay.
while the Huns came to plunder, it is difficult to conclude whether the second attack by the king of Bengal, who by the way was a Hindu, was a result of a growing antagonism between their Shaivite Hindu sect and the Buddhists at that time. See, remember I asked you why would a Hindu destroy a Hindu
Okay,
university?
but
It doesn't make sense. But it does
they.
make wait, Vicky, I haven't finished yet.
Yeah. Okay.
But it does make sense if a Hindu destroyed a Buddhist university, because there was clear antagonism.
Okay.
There were a lot of wars between them, a lot of destruction of each other's properties. And it says on both occasions, the buildings were restored and the facilities were expanded after the attack with the help of the imperial patronage from the rulers. By the way, do you know who the imperial patronage was?
Just a minute. Who was
Who was the one responsible for the maintenance of these universities?
No, I don't know that.
They were Hindus, actually.
Okay.
Okay, so many people,
So
look,
you conclude that it was
No,
you conclude that.
If you let me finish before you say I conclude,
Yeah.
okay, you'll understand.
Okay.
So Hindus destroyed this university, but then there were Hindus who actually who wanted to spread education, and who were the patrons, who were the once the patronage of these universities were actually Hindus, of these Buddhist universities were Hindu rulers. It doesn't mean the university itself was Hindu, even though they were responsible for financing it and for its upkeep and maintenance. It doesn't mean the university itself was a Hindu university. And then
So
at the end,
does that make sense anywhere? Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Just hold on.
Okay.
Because I don't
I'm
want
waiting.
people to think that I've omitted the invasion by the Khilji dynasty, because they came at the end, not at the beginning.
Okay.
So it says here, by the time the Khilji invaded the sacred temple of learning, Buddhism was an overall state of decline in India. Okay, Sharma, who is actually the historian who is narrating this, said,
Yeah.
with its internal degeneration coupled with the decline of the Buddhist Pala dynasty that had been patronizing. By the way, it was at that time it was the Buddhists who were patronizing it, the university in the 8th century. So when it began, it was the Hindus who were the patrons, but at the end, towards the end, it was the Buddhists.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
it says the Buddhist
you
Pala
concluded
dynasty
here?
had been patronizing the unities since the 8th century. The third invasion was the final death blow. So you see, by the time
Okay.
Buddhism was almost dead, that is when the Khilji dynasty attacked it, and that was the death blow for the Nalanda. After that, it basically did not survive. And you can see today, this is the remains of the Nalanda University, which is
Nalanda
just
University. Yeah, I went there. Actually, I went there.
a few pack of bricks, as you can see. Okay, now back to you.
So what was the thing? You have said three terminologies that you accept that. Okay. The first terminology you said that it was the third invasion that Khilji dynasty has destroyed destroyed Nalanda University. At that time, it was Buddhism, which was spreading the things. I mean, Buddhism was in.
It was
No,
always
let me.
Buddhism from the very start.
But you also said that before that Hindu was there. Hindu was protecting
you were not
the.
listening.
Just now you
Hindus,
said no.
I said Hindus were the patrons. That means they financed the maintenance of the university. It doesn't mean the university itself.
Okay. Then
was
why?
Hindu.
And let me ask you why Hinduism will be financing something which is having the which is spreading other religions?
Because there were some Hindus who respected education, and that is the reason.
So there may be some Hindus like Hansa who can disrespect it.
Yes,
Possible?
never, of course. I'm not saying all Hindus are like.
So that is the one thing. Osama bin Laden is there one, and our Abdul Kalam is there one. Cannot be the same.
Did I say
Cannot be the same. We cannot. Yeah, that is the thing. Your question was why a Hindu king destroyed a Hindu university. Your question was this. Am I right?
Yes.
Maybe the Hindu king who has destroyed the institute of Nalanda, maybe he was the person not mentally fit with the things. Every king is not the perfect one.
All right, now I've shown my evidence.
So you accept it. You accept it.
What?
Okay. So
I never said. Look, I am not saying that I condone the action of that Hindu king of Bengal.
So the thing was
the university. I gave you the exact reason why he destroyed it. Why did he destroy it?
But you have also given. Huh?
Do you remember why
but
I
you
said
have
he
also
destroyed the university? Did you hear the reason? Because I mentioned it clearly. Did you listen to the response I gave you? Why that king of Bengal, that Hindu king, who was a Shaivite, why did he destroy Nalanda University? You were not listening, were you?
No, I was listening. I have listened every word of yours, but you have not said about that why he destroyed.
No, I did.
Not only you have not. You have said about. You have said about what? You have said about. Let me clear. You have said about what? You have said about the Nalanda University was financed. I mean, financed by the Hindus before. Then it was taken by the Buddhism. Okay. Why a Hindu king has destroyed? Why the Hindu king has destroyed a Hindu institute? Okay. And the third thing what you have said is
what was the answer to that question?
Okay, if I have missed that, can you please let me know again?
Yeah, I will with pleasure, no problem. I'm saying it doesn't make sense for a Hindu king to destroy a Hindu university, but it does make sense for a Hindu.
Okay, I got to remember your point. So let me be coming to your point. You said that a Hindu king has destroyed the. I understood what you. I remembered. I remembered what you have said. Why?
Please hold
why Hindu king has destroyed the Nalanda University was the question. I was not knowing the answer.
Yeah, I did not give the answer yet because you interjected again. I asked you a question.
You have
why would it make sense for a Hindu king to destroy a Hindu university? It doesn't make sense. However, listen before I finish, don't
Okay,
interject, please.
sure,
It does make
definitely.
sense for a Hindu dynasty to finance a Buddhist university, because at that time maybe the conditions were favorable where they would help each other, or maybe the Hindus wanted to, they respected education and they wanted to finance the university on that basis. But it doesn't make sense for a Hindu king to destroy a progressing Hindu university. And that's the reason I'm saying it is not a Hindu university, it is a Buddhist university. The reason why the Hindu king destroyed the Buddhist university was because of the antagonism between the Hindus and the Buddhists at that time in the 8th century or the 7th century, when it was destroyed by the Hindu king. Does that make sense?
But it was first attacked by Hansas in 5th century AD. That was written there, mentioned in the detail. Okay.
Yeah.
And the second was done by King of Bengal, Ghatha. Okay, he was Hindu. The first invasion happened, second invasion happened. The question happened, that only I'm saying. If your conclusion was that was only I was actually forgotten. But yes, when you said the question, I got to remember again. It makes sense that it was of Buddhism. That's why Hindu king attacked.
Yeah.
Right?
Good. You're listening this time.
Okay. But the question is but here. He has attacked on the second time. On the second time when he attacked, first who attacked?
The Huns.
Do you know? Who was they? Who was they? Hindu? Any religious? Huns. Any religious?
No, they could be irreligious. I said the Huns.
No, why? Huns is also a religious thing.
Okay. Anyway, what's your point? What's the point you're trying to make? Because we're going on a tangent.
The first point what I said was, if you remember, the Nalanda University was first belonged to Hinduism, where we were spreading the Hindu knowledge towards the world from Nalanda University.
Where is the evidence for that?
Okay. Why not? It was evidence present. You have only given. Hindu was funding the Nalanda University. Why would I fund the Islamic?
I've repeated several times. When you fund someone,
I'm asking you.
Listen.
No, let me be clear. Let me be clear. Can you fund to a temple where we are teaching about the, our like suppose in our Hindu temple we are teaching about the Hindu culture and we are expecting the funding from the Muslim community. Is it possible?
It is possible. Depends on the Muslim. It is possible. Depends on the Muslim.
No.
Do you know that actually Aurangzeb and other Muslim kings, they actually funded a few temples for their maintenance. Do you know that?
I'm sorry. That is the golden things of the history. The thing history showing up what they want to show us, not the reality. Aurangzeb was the person who came to the India and invaded India. Let me be clear.
Wait a minute. With all due respect, we are going
on a tangent. I think we need to go back to the topic.
Yeah, exactly.
I was quite patiently trying to see where is the carbon dating of the scriptures you mentioned, Ramayana.
Mansur, I'm just going to take a break. If you can take over, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I couldn't find anywhere that this has been carbon dated. So do you mind sharing again this information about carbon dating of Ramayana?
Okay, so Ramayana. So see, we cannot carbon date everything which we claim for 7000 BC. Okay, when it is based on a script. Okay, when it is a geological
structure.
Sorry
to interject. Ramayana was written, as you claim, in 500 BC. So let's not go back to the mistake you made earlier. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And Ram existed 7000 BC.
Okay.
By your own claim.
So now what? Okay. Cool. What was the surname? Let me okay, fine. So what I was saying is we cannot date something which was written 500, 7000 BC. But yes, we are having some evidence.
Slowly. We cannot carbon date something that is what? Before what?
We cannot carbon date when we say that it is written before 500 BC.
Who said that?
A written scripture when it is written on the leaf.
Do you know the method of carbon dating?
Huh?
Do you know anything about carbon dating?
Yeah.
Tell me.
See, when we carbon date the things, we will see the decomposition of rate of carbon happening. According to that, we will carbon date the origin of that material.
Correct.
Am I right?
We are carbon dating the material that the thing is written on. So whether it's a parchment, whether it's an animal skin, usually it's a living thing, right?
Anything.
Okay. Right.
Anything.
So
any material.
So why can we not carbon date Ramayana as it was written?
Okay. So we cannot carbon date because we have actually, I will say, if we say it properly, okay, the presence of scriptures, what we are having, we Hindus are having, is not in a proper way with us because it has been always invaded with from us. Okay, always it has been.
I do not
if you
understand
don't know
anything.
the history,
No, I don't understand anything.
no,
we are looking at a material, right? A material, which is a written object of some
a
kind.
material cannot.
Let me make myself clear, right? So we want to carbon date a particular written material, and we want to see how this can be done. So it doesn't matter what language it's written in. It doesn't matter where it's found, as long as we can actually take a sample from that material and we can take it to a lab, and then we can, carbon date it. So you're saying we cannot do this because it was in some other people's hands?
Definitely. You know about the thing. The oldest manuscript of no. Let me clear. If you are having our oldest manuscript is in England. Do you know that?
Where in England? Because I'm in England,
in the museum.
so I can have a look. Which museum?
Okay, you can have a look. In a
no,
museum.
Tell me. I'm in England.
So okay, you can go ahead and search it. Our Rig Veda is in England, which is the oldest manuscript present.
Vikky,
okay.
I'm in England. I would like to go and have a look at it. Tell me where in England? Which museum? I will go and
let me give you the link also.
Okay, do that.
How can I share the link?
No, you don't, on private chat. You can put it on a private chat.
Okay.
I'll
be doing that. Okay. I will be doing that. I'll be giving you the address. You can go ahead and you can check that. Okay.
Sure. But let's go back to about carbon dating. You're saying that we cannot carbon date, but it doesn't matter whose hands it is, as long as people consider it to be very ancient and sacred, they can get this carbon dated. Doesn't matter if it's in British Museum or British Library, they can easily get this carbon dated. Okay, like British Library and others have carbon dated. You do know that, yeah. British Library
you
has
are not understanding. That is the politics of the world. Okay. So you are saying wants that another person. Nobody wants that another person should grow in a manner that he can come up on us.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Everybody wants. That is the thing.
If a copy of Ramayana is in England, are you suggesting it's in a museum?
No, not a copy of Ramayana. Ramayana, not Rig Veda. Let me be.
We were talking about Ramayana or Rig Veda? Which scripture are we talking about?
Rig Veda.
Okay, so Rig Veda, if it's here in United Kingdom, why are you saying that they would not get this carbon dated?
Why I'm saying?
Yeah, why would they, those who possess this material, why would they not carbon date?
Because it will prove what is the Hinduism and how old the Hinduism is. Because people is asking the numbers. Am I not? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Since I joined the debate, I'm being asked for the numbers.
Let me try to understand.
It's 500 BC. It's 300 BC.
Look, firstly,
let me ask you.
Before you ask
when
anything,
is Islam being introduced?
Before you ask anything,
okay.
You see, the whole idea that you're saying, the people would not carbon date because if they do, then they will find out it actually, much earlier, and it proves Hinduism to be true. I mean, this has nothing of any substance. What we would like is, if you have anything carbon dated, come and share with us. If you think that there are materials out there and they cannot be carbon dated because of this, some kind of bias or some threats that Indians going to go and really wipe them out from existence. I mean, you're living in a different kind of world. We are
Mansur,
looking.
that is the real world. Do you know everything what's happening in the world? My question is, do you know everything happening in the world?
One thing I know for sure. Let me tell you what I know.
No.
Let me tell you what I know.
Do politicians say us what is the reality and what is the?
Vikky, I'll tell you what I know.
Yeah.
I know that when we have ancient scriptures for any religion, okay, we have academics, especially in settings of libraries and museums, they will make sure that they can get it carbon dated. Okay, we do that all the time. Biblical manuscripts are carbon dated. Quranic manuscripts are carbon dated. Okay, they are not shy away because they think if we get the Quran manuscripts carbon dated, the Muslims will really rock the world and they will wipe out the people who are doing this because somehow it will disprove Islam. It doesn't happen in academia. Okay, so you're not really being genuine in the way you're approaching the subject. You need to really go and find out in academia.
Let me say you, Mansur. Mansur, I accept whatever you said. Okay, I accept whatever you said. I'm bow to earth that whatever you said is fine. Okay, but could you answer my only two questions? I'll ask only two questions because you are having great knowledge. And on the base of that knowledge, I'm just asking you the question. You just give me that answer. Okay, because if I am in trouble, you need to help me out with the things, right?
No. You need to help your own self.
No. If that's the reason, just in the debate, we have said that if I don't know something and you know, you will be giving us the knowledge, right?
Yeah. What I'm saying is, whenever you make a claim,
so let me come to the question.
The claim you're making about radio carbon dating. The claim you're making about radio carbon dating.
Mansur.
One second. Have any other copies of
Mansur?
Have any other copies?
I accept it. Mansur, I accept it. Okay.
Accept what?
No, Mansur, I accept it. I accepted that I was saying whatever I was saying doesn't make any sense. Okay, but let me ask you whether it makes sense or not. Okay, if I am wrong, let me ask you whether anywhere in the Quran it is written that we should pray only to the God which doesn't have any shape, which has not given any shape. We should not pray to any idols. Is there anything written there?
Very good question. Do you like football with patches on or without patches?
No. I want a straight answer. Yes, no. Is it written there?
Exactly. So, football.
It's written. No. It's written there that.
Try to understand what I'm saying. Right? I am answering.
No.
So when we talk about, I am telling you.
I don't want.
Let's talk about cricket. Okay. The bat of the cricket.
Mansur, come on, Mansur. What? Come on. I'm having a clear question whether it is written anywhere in Quran that.
I heard you. I heard you.
So give me the answer whether it is written or not. Don't give me coming to the football, cricket, or anything. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. The reason why we're not talking about football and cricket is because this is not the subject matter of this discussion today. The discussion topic is about Ramayana. Look on the screen. Bottom of the screen. One moment. Let me finish.
Okay.
Part 2, Hinduism, Ramayana, fact or fiction. This is what we're discussing. We're not discussing what the Quran says about do you worship someone who is X, Y, and Z. This is a different topic and a different discussion.
My answer is there in the answer of yours. I'll prove it. Come on, give me the answer of yours and I'll prove you.
I would not entertain a discussion with you, Vikky. I'm talking.
No. Am I wrong?
I am talking.
Am I wrong?
I am not going to entertain a discussion about football or cricket with you right now. Do you know why?
I'm not talking about football and cricket.
No. I am not going to talk to you about football. Do you know why I'm not talking about football?
About that.
Yeah. So we are talking about Ramayana. Not about the Quran. Not about.
Let me be clear. We are talking about the existence of Ram that Hinduism claims.
Sure.
Am I right?
Yes.
We are talking about the Ram. Okay, 1 minute. We are talking about the Ram that Hinduism claims. Am I right? So if Hinduism claiming Ram, because our Hinduism is having something called praying of idols, right?
We're talking about evidence.
Am I right?
Evidence.
Yeah, no, I'm saying about our
Not
Hindu
subject
culture
contents.
says
Not
no,
subject contents.
no, I'm
Don't
giving
go
you the
into the
evidence.
contents of the book. That's not what we're talking about.
I'll give you every evidence, Mansur. If you have little patience and you have the acceptance to the people,
I cannot have little
you'll definitely
patience.
get the answer.
You know why I cannot have little patience?
Okay.
Especially when we're not
When
dealing with
Ramayana,
Vikky. I cannot have little patience. So that's why I'm talking over you. When we are dealing with, we're not dealing with the contents of this book. It is not the
definitely.
subject of our discussion, in which we are dealing with what does Ramayana say X, Y, and Z about morality, about ethics, about philosophy, about science, about biology. We're not talking any of that. We are simply talking about the existence of Ram, and the book itself that talks about the Ramayana, right? So what we are interested in, what evidence do you have to connect Ram with Ramayana, especially when Ram lived, according to you, thousands of years before Ramayana was compiled in all its various formulations. So if the Ramayana and Ram, there is a huge discrepancy in the dates of extant manuscripts. What we are asking is, how do you connect whatever it's written in Ramayana about Ram is something that is authentic and reliable? Let me rephrase what I'm saying. If Ram and let me rephrase it so that you understand, because I'm going to ask you what you understood it.
Okay.
If Ram lived thousands of years before Ramayana was compiled, the gap that we have between the existence of Ram, and when Ramayana was written, if this is a huge gap, huge gap, thousands of years, what we want to know is, whatever this book talks about Ram, how do you know it's authentic and reliable when there is an absence of any link between the two? So whenever we look at any historical persons, for example, look at history, you want to look at, even Shakespeare, for example. Do we have any writings of Shakespeare contemporary to his time, or do we have much, much later? Because when things go much, much later in time from when this historical figure is supposed to be, if it's not contemporary, there is always a risk of contamination. There's always a risk of tampering. There's always a risk of exaggerations, embellishments, alterations, modifications. That is why when we are looking at Ram and Ramayana, if there is a huge gap, what we would like from you to tell us, how do you say whatever is written in Ramayana in its current form is authentic and reliable? Do you understand?
So I understand. You have the question.
Good.
You have the question that whether Ram exists. If exists 7500 BC, how you identify that 7000 BC is only the date that says that Ram exists?
Nope.
It means
this is not what I asked.
That time.
I didn't ask any of that. So try again. Try again to
7500 BC. 7500 BC Ram exists, and Valmiki Ramayana is written long after that, some 100 BCs near to from here. 300, 500 BC.
What's my question?
Gap? How was that gap been filled? How was that gap, right? You are asking about that gap, how that gap has been filled, and that knowledge has came that after means the incident which has happened 7500 year BC has been written 300 year BC. Am I right?
I'm listening. I want to see how you've understood my question.
Yeah, that is only your question, right?
I did repeat my question, right? Remember what I said. Let me rephrase. So what did I ask?
Okay, you asked about the Ram and the script where Ramayana is written, and the Ramayana is saying about the Ram, which the incident is happening 7500 BC earlier, but it was written at 300 year BC. Okay. What is that gap? The gap has been, there is a gap between 300 and 7500. That is a huge lap. Okay. What makes sense that lap is been there? And with that lap, how we can say that this Ramayana is truth or false or fictionate? Am I right?
What we are saying is, knowing there's a gap that exists, how do you authenticate and how? No, not claim. How are you certain and confident that whatever is written is exactly what was there, said, and done, right? Said and done. Because as time goes, changes occurs, right? Changes, tamperings, modifications, alterations, corruptions occurs in if you have a long gap between the incident, that time that took place, and thing that was actually documented. If the documentation of an for example, let me give you an example. Imagine someone witnessed something right now, right? Outside your home, okay? And no one documented anything at this time. No one recorded, no one written down. This information, you talked about it with your friends. The people who witnessed it, they talked with their friends and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, no one wrote anything about it. 1,000 years later, we find a documentation of that incident. How can you be certain that documentation 1,000 years later reflects accurately what happened 1,000 years before? Do you see the problem?
Okay. So, if we see certain incidents, as Vikram said, which is mentioned in Ramayana, which we can see today also, the geographical structures, okay, that are all mentioned in the Ramayana. Let me be clear to you. Do you know about Ram Setu? If
I
Ram
heard about
Setu is
Ram
been
Setu.
carbon dated, okay,
Sorry?
go ahead and check it. Ram Setu has been carbon dated, and it's carbon dated with the 7,000 BC approx.
One minute. What is carbon dated of Ram Setu?
Ram Setu is stones,
Yeah.
totals of the Ram Setu that was not been there earlier. And
Do
second
you
Who
thing,
said it
Ram
is Ram
Setu
Setu
people,
first?
these things that's been dated, are these man-made or natural?
These are man-made. A Ram Setu is a man-made structure.
And which archaeologists and scientists say that these things that they have dated is actually a man-made structure?
It was from England only.
Yeah, from where? Who? Which scientists? Which archaeologists?
I'm not having
Kuch
the
bhi yaar,
exact.
come on.
See,
Vicky, in Hindi
कुछ
you
भी
say
नहीं
kuch
है,
bhi.
कुछ भी नहीं है,
This is what
नहीं
you're
कुछ भी
doing.
नहीं है, कुछ भी
All
नहीं है.
throughout this
आप जाके
discussion,
देख सकते
you
हैं
made
सर,
claims, but
आप
you
जाके
never
देख सकते हैं,
gave evidence.
आप जाके देख सकते. See,
Go
we
where?
are
Seen it
human
actually.
beings. We
I've
we
checked.
forget. Okay.
I've checked
Vicky,
the
go
evidence that you
where
guys
to check?
provided. It doesn't tell you that this is man-made. This is a claim some people are making, but what it is.
No.
Can I finish?
Yeah,
First and
definitely you can
foremost,
finish.
those people don't even call it Ram Setu. The ones who studied it. This is the Hindus who are
They
making
call
this
it as
claim.
Adam Bridge. No. They call it as
I
an
thought you
Adam
were going
Bridge.
to let me
Please give the
finish.
complete information.
I thought you were
No.
going to let me finish. But you keep
Okay.
interjecting. So
Okay.
you're saying the people from England made this claim. Which people from England made that claim? Just like he said, you find the evidence for the earliest Rig Veda manuscript in England. But when we asked him where, he doesn't know. Claim after claim after claim. Not a single evidence you have provided throughout this wiki. Anyway, to be honest, I'm really tired. Vicky, thank you for your time. I need to bring somebody else in. Okay? Bye-bye. Ram Setu is not claimed to be man-made by anyone except for the Hindus who are making that claim. Right. So we're going to call the Muslims in now. Inshallah, we'll be closing shortly. So if there are any Muslims who wish to join us, you're welcome to join, inshallah. Moderator, can you please put the message out? Thank you. Right. Jim's been waiting for a while.
Hello.
Hi, Jim. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thanks. Are you a Hindu?
I mean, you're gonna kick me out, but
Why?
I need 1 minute. Yeah, because I'm not Jim. I'm Max Pan, the atheist.
Okay, at least you're honest.
Yeah. I just wanted 1 minute, and I'll never
Why
talk
did
to
I
you if
kick
you
you out
don't.
earlier? Remind me.
Because
Different
I was
question
talking
altogether.
about atheism.
Okay.
I
I
was
see.
questioning the existence of God. So just give me 1 minute, and if you never want to talk to me, I'll never come back here. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Go
I'll leave it
ahead.
to Mansur. Mansur, do you want to deal with this?
Yeah, go ahead. Go
No.
ahead.
Just give me
Okay.
1 minute. Huh? The thing
Okay,
is,
go ahead.
you gave answers to my questions after you kicked me out, so I didn't get a proper chance to counter it. But it's okay, because this is not the stream to talk about atheism and God's existence. I understand that. Secondly, I mean, do you ever talk to atheists? I mean, this is not the right.
We do. Check our videos, man.
Yeah,
In
I mean,
fact,
when.
we got more videos on atheists than Hindus. Trust me.
All right. So how can I when would you do that? I just want to participate in that one.
We have open Q&A many times, which means anyone can join, regardless of your faith or lack of it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
look
So
out for
how
if you
regularly do you
subscribe to
stream?
our channel and
Yeah.
click on the bell icon, then you will get a notification whenever we have an open Q&A or any topic like evolution or atheist related topics. You will get a notification.
All right.
Okay.
So last thing, can moderator unban me as Max Pan so that I can come as Max Pan next time and you'll remember me?
Okay. Can you perhaps just drop us an email so that we can remember doing that? Because right now
Yeah,
we are
for
live.
sure. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sure.
So
All
our
right.
email is in the bottom right corner.
All right. Thanks.
All right,
Okay.
Jim. Thank you very much. Take care. Why was he banned? I don't even remember. I didn't do it. Okay.
Probably what to do in the chat.
Vikky, please join next time so we can make space for other people.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
that's fine.
Right. So Akash is next.
Hi, Hashim. Hi, Mansur.
Hi, Akash. Are you a Hindu? I think you came before, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you remember, we met twice before.
Yeah.
Last time also I joined. And,
Right. Have you been listening to our conversation?
yes, this time.
Okay.
Hopefully
So
listening.
I'm going to use the same line of argument with you because, to be honest, this is crucial for this. Because if you, like I said, the existence of Ram is crucial to this particular topic. Without Ram, there is no Ram Mandir, there's no Ramayana. So the question is, do you believe Ram existed in history and he walked on earth, or do you actually believe that it's just a story and a narration from someone called Valmiki? Which one is it?
Okay. So my perspective. So before I start, Hashim, I have one request.
Sorry, I
Last
can
time I
barely hear
joined.
you. Do you want to come closer to your microphone?
Can you hear me now?
I can, but it's still like quite low, the audio. I don't know, is it just me or Mansur, do you hear the same
It's
thing?
quite low.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try to increase your audio, see if that helps. Okay, go ahead now.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's better now. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, before I start, I won't take much time. It's very late. So last time I joined, Brother Morris was here. He advised me to go through Quran. He was presenting it. Unfortunately, I didn't took it. So I request you if you can in the chat drop me a link where I can just say I'll be able to read only in English. So I want to study that also, Islam faith. And if you can just drop me that link from where I can download it. So that will be very helpful for me to understand Islamic perspective also. So that is one thing. Now I'll come back to the topic. Yes, I believe Ram walked on this earth, and that was in Treta Yuga. That was like many years back, close to like 8 lakh or 12 lakh years back. When
Wow.
this
So
story
you're saying 800,000 to 1200,000 years back?
more like 1.25 billion, something like that. Million, sorry. So
2.1 million
10
years.
lakh
Okay.
years.
2.1 million years would
Not
be the
exact.
Treta Yuga. Yeah, not exact. Say
No,
approximate 2.1 million years ago. That's
I'll
when
give you
the
the.
Treta Yuga was.
No, so
Sorry, it's
it's like
2.1
this.
million BC to be exact.
Okay. So, okay, dates we will not go, but it's a very ancient
No, but
story.
I just want to know,
Yes.
is that what you believe? So you believe he existed
Yes,
in the Treta Yuga, which is 2.1 million BC, which to be honest was still the Ice Age.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I believe.
Okay, and when was
At that
Valmiki?
time.
When did Valmiki write Ramayana?
So Valmiki Ramayana was written like 3 to 400 BC. That's the date approximately when he write the Valmiki. So if you read Valmiki Ramayana, I'll give you a small story of Valmiki. He was born in a Brahmin family and he was very poor. So he used to be a street, uh, like a pocket pick kind of a guy.
He used to be
So
a he
he
used to be a
used to,
bandit in the forest, not a pickpocket. He used to steal
no, like
from
what
people. He
I,
used to be a thief
yes,
until
yes,
he
yes,
met
yes, yes, thief, thief,
unt,
thief,
until he
thief.
met this Saptarishi. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So
Okay.
what happened? This Narad visited him, and he narrated the first few words of Ramayana to him. And then Brahma also visited him and advised him to write the Ramayana. And that's where 300 BC, he started writing the Ramayana. That's the
Mhm.
basic. So it's basically mentioned in Valmiki Ramayana. I think it's in the first sarga of Balakand or something like that, which I've read. It was mentioned over there, this whole story which I have told you. Second important thing
Okay.
is
So
like,
before we go to the second point, just let's try to
mhm,
understand what you just said. So number one, Ram existed in the Treta Yuga, which is approximately
mhm,
2.1 million BC, right?
mhm,
Second
mhm,
point,
mhm.
you said Valmiki wrote it in something like 300 BC, the Ramayana.
3 to 400, 3 to
Okay, let's say 3
400.
to 400 BC is when
Mhm.
Ramayana was written. Do
Correct.
you know of this particular passage in Ramayana? Sorry,
Yeah.
admin, can you
One
please remove that
Yes.
thing from the? Oh dear, it's all over the place. uh, okay, so over here in this, Ramayana 14
Mhm.
1.4.8. Actually, I've got the actual. Let me just see if that's right. I'll give the reference because this doesn't look right. Yeah, so it's 1.4. You know what? Let me bring up that thing. Let's undo this.
You can read it. It's 148. I think that's
Yeah.
what you're mentioning. Okay.
Now I,
I
I
read
want to
it.
bring in
It's
the correct.
red.
I want to bring the correct copy. Uh,
Okay.
right. So it's a window. It'll be this one here. Share. Okay. Do you see it?
It's coming.
You see it on the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
That's much clearer. Yeah.
148:17.
So over here, it's saying that on a certain day, the two boys, which are the sons of Ram, who were
Mhm.
exceptionally talented, highly blessed, and equipped with all good qualities, chanted the poem in open assembly, standing by the side of the assembled seers of purified mind. Seized with great wonder to hear it, the sages universally applauded them, saying, "Well done, excellent." The eyes bedim with tears. Delighted in mind, the sages who were all virtue loving extolled in the following words both the singers Kusha and Lava, who deserved all praise. Wonderful is the melody of music, and particularly the recitation of the verses. So, do you know what they were reciting? Which verse they were reciting in this story?
No, no, no.
So, this is actually allegedly Valmiki himself teaching, or the epic, which is actually a poetry, isn't it, to the sons of Ram.
Rama.
Now, how does that make sense? How did Ramayana reach 2.1 million years ago in the past?
Okay. So, thank you. So, can I start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, like the story says, this Valmiki, if I don't remember it, it's Vishnu Dharma Purana, something like that. This one Purana, um, which says that Valmiki was an incarnation of Lord Brahma. So, and he will continue to be in the this Kali Yuga. He will be Tulsidas, and then he will narrate Ramcharitra. The same, I don't like. It's like Vishnu Dharmottara Puranam, something like that, is there. And one more evidence I have, that is Bhavishya Purana. Also, when Lord Shiva was narrating the story of Lord Rama to Parvati, and there also he said that Valmiki will come and he will narrate the story, and then he will reincarnate into Tulsidas. So,
I'm not talking
what
about
you?
my question was about Ramayana, not about Valmiki. You said
So
Valmiki wrote Ramayana in 300 to 400 BC, but here
yes,
he's
yes.
teaching Kush and
So
Love, the sons
that's
of
that's what
Ram.
I'm saying.
So
Yeah,
when did
in
he
that
write? When did he write the Ramayana? Was it in 2.1 million BC,
no,
or
no.
was it in 300-400 year BC? Which one was it?
The, that's what I'm saying. The written document that we see, 300 BC, that was when Valmiki wrote it. But since he was a reincarnation of Brahma, so at that time when Ramayana was happening, he was present over there and he was teaching love Kush. So that's what the story says. That's what I know. That he was a
So so
reincarnation of
so,
Brahma,
so you're
and
saying Ramayana was actually, it existed 2.1 million years ago?
I believe it. It's my faith, so I will
Yeah, but
definitely
that's,
believe it. And
when you say you believe it, is
that's
that by is that by faith or by evidence?
no. So, Hashim, you remember our previous talk? So I already told you, like it's very old story. So to prove any like a substantial material to back it by, it will be no one. I don't think so. Anyone can do it. So they can bring
So
Ram Setu and all those, which it will
how
not
can they
stand.
make claims then? How can they make a claim that it is 2.1 million year BC? How can you make a claim? Because 2.1
So.
million BC, do you know there were no humans at that time? The Homo sapiens, yeah, which
Mhm.
is our species, human beings, didn't exist back then. The
Okay.
earliest
So
date of Homo sapiens existence is something like 300,000 BC, and this is, like I
that
said,
is 3 lakh
going back.
BC. Three
Sorry,
lakh years back.
yeah,
3 lakh
3 lakh.
years back.
Yeah,
Lucy
yeah,
was the first
but
that
that
was
is
found.
still a long
Yes, yes, yes,
after 2.1 million year BC.
yes,
Do you
yes.
see what I mean?
I know that. I know what you are saying. I fully agree with you. I don't deny it, but I have to research on this. I'm
Okay,
slowly going back.
no
So,
problem.
but like I said earlier, that it is very difficult for me to get the hardcore evidence. But as the story says, that's what I'm narrating. That Valmiki was an incarnation of Lord Brahma, and Lord Brahma, when he was narrating this story to Love and Kush, and then the same thing that I told you from Bhavishya Purana. I don't know exact words when this guy Shiva was narrating the story of Lord Rama to Parvati, he confirmed that Valmiki will be born and so state, and he will write, and then he will reincarnate into Tulsidas and will write Ramcharitra Manas. So that's basically the story how it goes.
Okay. Do you think the Ramayana is actually literal, or there are a lot of things which are in there, from mythology, or just, exaggerations about things? For example, Hanuman carrying a mountain, Hanuman becoming this
Mhm,
massive creature
mhm.
and carrying a mountain in his hand and flying with it. Do you
So
think that happened
see,
literally,
there are
or
two.
or
So
is that
I'll
just
tell you. See,
exaggeration?
yeah. So when the texts are so old, the stories are so old, it's very difficult to define. Like in Muslims, you have all the narrations, like who will be the like let's say you were the first person who got it from Muhammad, and then Mansur, and then so you have a written document. But in
Yeah.
Hindu, this thing we do not have it because the stories are very long back. So whatever the people have heard from their generation to generation, it has been carried on, and yes, I will definitely agree on this point that there would be some interpolation must have happened. It cannot be like that. So if I give you some narration of my story, so it will be my this thing. It will come in my interpretation. So it has definitely got some this thing. What do you call it? थोड़ा खराब हुआ होगा. Some spoil will be there. That is what I
Okay.
want to say. So
Which
not exactly
means,
word to word.
yeah.
Mhm,
So if there are interpolations and
mhm,
reductions, which means that it cannot
mhm,
be fully trusted, because you need to obviously, like the way we have the hadith tradition, we
mhm,
have the Sahih hadith, which is the authentic, we have the Daif hadith, which is the weak, and then we have the Mawdu, which is the fabricated. So our scholars,
mhm.
using the science of hadith, are able to categorize them into these categories.
Yes, fair enough. I understand.
Do
So
the
that is where
do the Hindus
slightly.
do the same with the Hindu scriptures,
No,
and they
I was actually
categorize.
coming about on that. I was
Okay, good.
coming on that only.
Go on.
So, see, that is poor on Hindu scholars that they didn't formalized it in the correct way. They just left it like that only, and so that's poor on Hindu scholars. I will agree on that. That they didn't captured everything and they didn't document it as per it. But these stories are so old, so they were narrated to generation, and finally, what we have is Valmiki's Ramayana that we trust the most. But there are other narratives also, like 200-300 Ramayans are there, and but the main crux, what exactly I want to say, though there were interpolations, there were manipulations, they were there. I'll agree on that. But the crux of the story was Ram, Ravan, and the Ram was born to kill Ravan. That's the main crux. Always remain the main message of the story existed till date, and the main message was why Rama came. He never came to marry or do people to worship him, but his main motive was to come and defeat the demon. And that story has lived till date, which we celebrate in Dashera and all that. So the main message has been restored. That is what I want to say.
Okay, I'm surprised you left out Sita. She was also the
Oh,
main
no, no.
character.
Yes, yes, yes. Everything. So this actually,
Okay,
what I'm, yeah, this kind of a Leela, they will say, but I know it's slightly difficult for us to describe all these things.
okay. There was one particular passage in the Ramayana which kind of got my attention, and this is when you say that Valmiki is the most trusted. So, how would you interpret this particular narration? It's talking about an elephant who's carrying a
Mhm,
globe, which is the earth, on his head. And whenever the elephant shakes his head, like the Indian wobble,
mhm.
that is when you have earthquakes. And the reference for that is
Oh,
Valmiki Ramayana, uh,
mhm.
1.40.13 to 15. In
I am not
How do you
sure on
explain
this
that?
one, but I have not read it. So, like most people, but I'll take this, and next time if I'll come, I'll definitely scrutinize this one. Just let me know.
Just
140.
just at face value, what do you think about it?
So, not an elephant. I don't remember it, but yes, if you see other stories of Lord Vishnu, there was one incarnation where he was an boar avatar, boar in a sense of a wild
Wild
pig.
boar, yeah.
So, yeah, wild boar. So when that there was one demon who got submerged into the water and he picked on his tusk. So the boar picked the uh, earth on his tusk. So
Mm,
I have to scrutinize this one, what exactly it says, and then basically I can find some learning and I can come back on this. But yes, to be naked eye, you can say it is not like this. But yes, I have to look into it. And there's
mm.
one more proof that struck in my mind because in Hanuman, he in Ramayana only, he used to talk about like the four tooth. What do you call it? Elephant. There is some description of like four teeth elephant. So those, if you
Four
see
tusked elephants have tusk.
four tusks,
Yeah.
tusk, I mean to say. So if you scrutinize the story, this four tusks, these kind of animals did existed, and they existed in like I'm not sure exact date, but they existed in very very long past. So that one evidence I can say, which was mentioned over there, and Hanuman mentioned, and if we scrutinize that elephant, I can say that. So still learning
Yeah,
and
but that
still.
it still doesn't prove anything about Ram, does it?
No, no, I'm not saying, but I'm collecting all the evidence that I
Okay.
bought it
Now,
for this thing.
earlier I mentioned about Sita. One thing people want to know is when they hear about the story of Sita. Um, Ram is portrayed as this Maryada Purushottam. Yeah. What
Yeah,
does it mean? What does that mean?
righteous. Yeah.
Righteous, the best
Maybe.
role model for
Yeah.
mankind.
Yes.
This ideal man, ideal human, um,
Mhm.
excellent husband, excellent son, you know, amazing brother, um, amazing friend. You can name, there are a lot of praises about Ram's character.
Mhm.
However, when we look at the story of Sita, it looks like she has been mistreated and oppressed in the story of Ramayana. For example,
Is it?
I'll give you one of the references here. And this is in Valmiki Ramayana chapter 6, section 115, from
If you can
17
read the
to
story.
18. Yeah, I'll actually display it on the screen so it'll be easier for everyone to have
Okay.
a look.
No, no,
And
we trust you. So if you read it, that's also
well,
fine.
you'll be surprised how many people will actually say, "Oh, this guy has no proof."
No, no,
So we always like to
no,
back up
that's.
our claims with and substantiate our claims with evidence, and
But
I
still,
expect
you
the
have to
same
read
thing
it. It's
from our viewers as well. So here you go. Look at the highlighted bit. So this is
okay.
Ram
You
talking
with
about.
are suspicious
Yeah, this is Ram talking
arisen
about Sita. It
on your
says, "You with a suspicion arising on your character, standing in front of me, are extremely disagreeable to me, even as a light to one who is suffering from a poor eyesight." When you have a poor eyesight and when the light hits you,
Mhm.
you don't like it. It's uncomfortable for you. And Ram is saying this about his wife who loved him dearly, who would leave her kingdom for the sake of the love for Ram. She would rather go to the forest with him uh, on an exile of 14 years rather than spend that time in the palace with her luxury, because she was a princess and Ram was a prince. How can Ram say such a thing to his wife who's stuck by him all the time? And by the way, this suspicion arises after
That
Ram
Agni.
has rescued Sita from Ravan's captivity. And
I got it.
yeah, and this is the suspicion
So
he
I think
raises.
you yeah, I think this what I am making of this one
Oh, by
is
the way,
it's
sorry.
very.
After the rescue, just want to add this point. So Ram rescues Sita from Ravan's captivity, brings her back to Ayodhya, the palace.
Palace.
Yeah, then puts her through this Agni Pariksha, the test, the fire test. And
Okay, yeah.
even
Actually, I
after that,
was.
he's making this claim of her character, uh, and saying that he's still suspicious about her. And then he adds to that in the next verse, he says, "O Sita, that is why I am permitting you now go wherever you like. All these 10 directions are open to you, my dear lady. There is no work to be done on me. Sorry, there's no work to be done to me by you." That means he basically wants to just abandon her after suspecting her of being impure and losing her chastity, perhaps. Because even after the fire, the whole idea of the fire test was
Mhm.
to test her
To prove.
purity. But even
Yes,
after
yes,
that,
yes.
he's raising suspicion against her. So how do you explain that?
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I was just about to come on that only. That I think these words are on the time when a fire test was happening.
Yeah.
So there was when Sita came back, uh, there was no doubt in Ram's heart that she is not pure. But what happened in the kingdom? There were a lot of voices that were coming, and people were doubting on that. So to prove that she is innocent and there is purity, they did a fire test. So when the fire test was done, then also there were some section of people who disagreed on Sita. So Ram being king, there are certain duties of a king. So the first duty of a king was to address, take care of. They call it in Hindi uh, um, Raj Dharam, so king's duty. So Raj Dharam was to first to address the people, and Sita, since she was his wife, so that dharam is like slightly lower because that will be for himself. Okay, so when people this fire test also didn't convince people that of her purity. That's where he abandons her and he asks her to go. So the main crux of this story is that he didn't he chose the three dharam. The dharams are like One is for yourself, then your parents, then you have your gurus, and then is your supreme lord. So as a king also has these dharma, and his final, the biggest one is to his praja, that is his people.
What about
So
the Dharampatni?
so that
His
will be
wife.
his,
Is
yeah,
that
that's what I'm
secondary?
coming.
Is secondary in the priority of his
It will
existence?
be, yes, it will be the last in the priority, not even secondary. It will be because that is for himself. So,
Okay.
in order to look for himself or benefit, he cannot ignore others. So, he has to choose. There's very specific verse, I don't remember it. He said that I have to follow because when those two children come into his kingdom, they ask this specific question: why did you abandon her? And that's where he answered those two children, Love and Kush, that I abandoned her because Raj Dharam. That is what I want to say. I don't
Okay.
have the English word for it.
Well, either Valmiki is lying or Ram is lying, because this is what he said in the next verse. He says, "Which noble man, born in an illustrious race, will take back a woman who lived in another's abode with an eager mind?"
Okay. This was which one? Which novel man?
Okay,
Born
and
in
then he
illustrious
carries
race.
on and says, while mentioning greatly about my lineage, how can I accept again you who were harassed in Ravan's lap while being borne away by him, and who were seen by him with evil looks? There's nothing
Mhm.
about his kingdom here.
So,
It's about Sita herself. He doesn't trust her
mhm,
because she was apparently playing in the lap of Ravan, according to this Valmiki passage in chapter 6, 115,
yes.
verse number 19 to 20.
Mhm. I will go to all these words, but what comes to my understanding of these words, these
Hmm.
are the questions which arises after the talks only. So there were a lot of talks that were happening, and he was also in self-doubt that whether I should accept it or not accept it. So maybe that verse, what is written over here, is he made a remark when he is asking her to leave, and he has to give a reason that. So maybe this reason he has provided that I can't accept you because of whatever is written over there.
Okay, let me ask you something. Who knows you
Mhm.
better, your
Who knows
wife,
me better?
or the strangers on the streets or at your work, or let's say even if you were the
Okay,
king, your
wife,
citizens?
my wife,
Exactly.
my
So
wife.
why would Ram
Mhm.
get swayed by the rumors spread by the citizens of Ayodhya and not trust his
No, so
wife?
no. I already told you. In
Even
his
after the
heart,
Agni
he knew
Pariksha,
it.
I'm surprised that you would even
No,
say
no.
such a thing.
The, that's what I'm saying. In his heart, he knew everything what was happening. But since his duty to his people, I'll give you one analogy also. His duty to his people was his prime dharma that he
But
picked.
that's not what
Rather
he's
than he
saying.
picked.
You keep saying that, but Ram is not saying that. Ram is casting aspersions on her character. In fact, he's saying, which noble man born in an illustrious race? What he's trying to say is that which Brahmin, yes, will take
Mhm.
back a woman who lived in another's abode with an eager mind? What does that even mean?
So, okay. Hashim, these are like very old stories.
Oh,
Maybe
by the
at
way, he's
that
a
time,
Kshatriya, not
the,
not a Brahmin. My apologies there. So he's trying
he's
to
a
say
Kshatriya. He's a
the
Kshatriya.
illustrious race. He means like a Kshatriya.
Mhm. Fair enough. So these are old stories. So maybe the culture at that time will be like in Muslims, we believe that you have to cover your head to toe, and a girl can like present only in front of her husband. In a short, I'm trying to explain. So in that time, the culture would have been like that only. That if
Bro,
evil eye
that
has
is
to.
modesty. That's got nothing to do with casting doubt on your own wife and listening to the rumors of your citizens in your own kingdom, where you are the king, where you should be in charge and do justice to your wife. He had every opportunity. So even the Dharam Raj, he was not doing it right, because it should have been with justice, because that is exactly what Maryada Purushottam of Ram is. Yes, to be
No,
just,
no.
to be
So
kind, to be
justice,
loving
yeah.
to his people, which includes his wife. She was also a citizen of that kingdom.
Mhm. No, no,
So
fair
why
enough.
why
I
she
I
why is she
agree.
facing this injustice from this king who was supposed to be righteous, but it shows us the complete opposite of being righteous. Because even you wouldn't leave your wife in that state, especially once she has been, you know, cleansed or purified in that Agni Pariksha, which clearly, you know, the verdict of that test was that she was pure. That was the result
Yes,
of the
and
test.
she,
I think the Agni,
yes, she,
was it the Agni god, the fire god herself came and vouched for her purity, right?
that I don't know, but yeah, I know the Agni
Even
test
then,
she
Ram is
cleared.
still casting doubts on her. I mean, I'm so surprised, honestly. You know, like this is not the
Yeah, so I
character that
have
Rama
to,
expected.
no, no, what I'm saying, he knew in his heart the purity of the woman, but what exactly happened?
No,
There are
I don't
some
think he knew in his
duties that
heart.
he has to perform.
I'm
No,
sorry,
no,
he
no,
did
I
not.
can't be that.
If he
Yeah.
knew, in his heart, he wouldn't say such a thing. That while mentioning greatly about the lineage, how can I accept again you who were harassed in Ravan's lap and who were seen with evil looks? Yeah, this doesn't sound like someone who has love in his heart for his wife. This looks like someone who has lost trust in his wife, doesn't love her anymore, and he says, "You can go wherever you want now. I got nothing to do with you. Your sight itself is a discomfort to me," as we saw in the previous passage, which I read earlier.
Okay, so I have to read a slightly more up and down verse also. In what context exactly it's been said? I can
In any
come back
context,
to this
in any
question.
context, unless the only context it'll make sense is if Sita was literally, you know, um, exploited during her captivity with Ravan. So if Ravan violated her, then only, and even then it wasn't her fault. Even if she was raped, it wasn't her fault.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I have to read the, because I'll tell you one. There's before Sita was abducted, there the actual Sita was not being abducted. There was a image of
Oh,
Sita
please,
which went
please,
with.
not that, not that. It doesn't even make
Okay,
sense.
no,
That
but
version doesn't even
that
make
is how the
sense.
story is. No,
You know,
see,
if
I'm
if it
narrating you
wasn't really
whatever. I'm not
Sita,
making.
look, if it wasn't really Sita in Ravan's position, it makes no sense for Ram to go through all that trouble, you know, to basically assemble an army, go all the way to Lanka and then rescue her image or her shadow or her clone, whatever
Yes,
it is.
that's
You know, it doesn't make sense. Come on,
to.
this is, you know, this is,
I'll
I
tell you,
think.
it makes sense. It makes sense. Why?
Okay, go
I'll
on.
tell
How
you.
does it make sense?
Because
Go
the
on.
whole, yeah, I'll tell you. The whole purpose of the story was to
Hmm.
kill the demon. Okay. And Sita, Lakshman, Bharat, and Hanuman, these are the supporting characters in the story. The
Yeah.
purpose of the story is to, that's what I said, the real message of the story is always to Ram and Ravan story will be there. It's not always a Ram and Sita story. It is Ram and Ravan story. So the message was to kill the demon because Ravan has become very powerful because of the boons from Shiva and Brahmas that he has attained, and because of those boons, he was a like a very intelligent person. But the only mistake he did was something for the ladies, like the Sita abduct the wife of other. That is the only adharma they say he has done. Otherwise, he was a very intelligent person. So the whole message of the story is
Sorry, what was the
Ram
adharma again? Say again.
adharma was to abduct the wife of other person,
So that
like
was the
Ram. I mean
adharma
to say
of Ravan.
Ravan. Huh.
Okay. Was that the only adharma of Ravan? Are you
That
sure?
is the only I know. Yeah, maybe others also because he was cursed earlier also for the same thing that
Why was he
he
cursed?
disrespected a woman. There was one, I don't know the exact name
Okay. So
of the
there was
girl,
more than one
but there
adharma
was
then.
one. Maybe, but it was related to all
Okay.
women only, and that's where because you know the kings are like this only.
Do you
They
think
will
do
see
you think
something.
he violated her rights after abducting her?
Who Ravan?
Ravan, yeah.
No, Ravan didn't violated her
So
rights,
this
but
so
yes,
this demon was more righteous than Ram
no, 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 no,
because he had every
because
opportunity to violate her, but he didn't.
but he was a
For
very
1 year, for
intelligent
one
pandit.
entire year, he kept her in
One entire year.
captivity and never touched her.
Hmm.
Wouldn't
Fair
this
enough.
demon who is actually supposed to be the villain in this story more righteous than Ram? I'm just surprised because you know what was the last clinching um, mentioned by Ram, which actually puts him in I would say, worse than Ravan, is because this is what he says about Sita. So if you look at this story, this is again in Valmiki Ramayana 6.115 from 21 to 23, verse number shloka.
Okay.
It says here, you were won by me with that end in view, with the retrieval of my lost honor. That means I saved you and I saved your honor. The honor has been restored by me. For me, there is no intense attachment in you. You may go wherever you like from here. This is Ram speaking to Sita. Yeah, he's basically saying, I've done my duty, I've rescued you, now I got nothing to do with you. Get away from me. Yeah. And he goes on to say in verse 21, he says, O gracious lady, therefore this has been spoken by me today with a resolved mind. Set your mind on Lakshmana or Bharata as per your ease. So now he's saying, I have got nothing to do with you. Get away from me. Yes. So you can now set your mind, means you can start maybe liking or
Got
loving
it.
my brother Lakshmana or my
Or Bharat.
stepbrother Bharata.
Mhm.
Yeah. Sorry, Lakshmana was also his stepbrother, isn't it? Yeah, both of them are his stepbrothers. So Lakshman and Bharat, these are his brothers. Was Bharata? Yeah, Bharata was also his brother. And he said, go and, go and find the love that you're seeking in my brothers, basically, in my stepbrothers, because I got nothing to do with you. I've done my duty of rescuing you, and that's it. And at the end, this is the last blow, I think this is the straw that broke the camel's back. He says, O Sita, otherwise set your mind either on Shatrughna or on Sugriva or on Vibhashana the demon, or according to your own comfort. Now, who's Shatrughna? Another stepbrother of his. I think he's the brother of
Yes.
Lakshman, isn't it?
Last. Yes.
Yeah, brother of Lakshman. See, I know a bit of Ramayana. And Sugriva is another. Was he a demon as well, Sugriva?
Sugriva was another Vanar, Sugriv,
Okay, so
who
he
was
was
the
like,
brother of Bali.
yeah, okay. So he's another Vanar or monkey man or whatever you need to call him. And then Vibhashana. Vibhashana is actually the brother of Ravan. Yeah,
Yes.
am I right? So he was supposed
Yes.
to be
Yes.
the
Yes.
good guy, not the villain in this story. So Ram is saying, set your mind on any of these people, either another of my stepbrothers, a monkey man, or a demon who is the brother of Ravan, the villain in the story who abducted Sita. I mean, honestly, what
For
kind of
this,
husband is Ram by saying that you can set your mind on even demons? Come on, this is too much, man.
verse, I will definitely come back to you because I have to study
Yeah,
in
all the
slightly
references are
detail.
here. You can go home and check it. And
Yes.
this is
Yes.
from the
Yes.
Gita Press, if you trust that. Okay.
Gita Press is the one trusted one.
Is it trusted one? Good. At least we don't
That's
want to
what they
bring
say.
things which are
That it's
not
a trusted
trusted.
one.
Right. There's a lot more. Honestly, there's a lot more, but I think that should suffice in understanding Ram's attitude to a woman who came back after living in captivity with a demon, Ravan. And this is how he treats her after he rescues her. Like the complete opposite of trusting one's wife. He's gone like 180 degrees to the other side. And this is,
Okay.
this is what Sita had to say after hearing these words. I mean, we want to give her point of view as well as to how Sita took those harsh words. Yeah. And this is again in Valmiki Ramayana, chapter 6, section 1. I don't know how we say it. Is it section or what? So it's 6.116, the beginning of that. Yeah. Shloka 1
1,
and
2.
2. Yeah. So this is what Sita says. Sita, hearing the harsh words from words with indignation spoken by Rama, which caused her hair to stand on end, and which wife wouldn't actually? Sita became very much perturbed, hearing the terrific words of her husband, which were never actually heard by her before. Amidst a large gathering of people, Sita stood bent low with shame. She probably felt like, I wish the earth would have swallowed me. And if you look at the story at the end of Ramayana, that's exactly what happens. She
That's what
prays for the
exactly
earth to
happened.
swallow her, and she's buried alive, out of shame, because this is what not only Ram is now saying, sorry, not only the citizens of Ayodhya are saying this, but Ram himself, who was her world, basically, he was everything to her heart and soul,
Yeah,
and this is
correct.
the way he treats her. It's shameful, honestly shameful. And it's not something that one should wish even upon their worst enemies, but that's how it is actually in the Ramayana. So
Okay, these are like strong words, so I will go and research slightly more on these. And
mhm,
definitely, you are having these podcasts, so I will definitely come back with a
yeah
exact explanation and check with some authentic resources also what exactly these words and why exactly these were
yeah
thrown on
and
in
I've
what
given
context.
I've also
I know the context.
presented this Sanskrit. So if anybody says, "Oh, the English translation is all wrong," I've given the reference, I've given the Sanskrit, I've given the English translation as well, and that too from a Hindu edition, not from some British, Western, or Muslim, or whatever, into whatever doubts you have about the edition as well. So this is still Sita lamenting in Valmiki 6.116 3 to 4. She says, as though her own limbs were pierced by those words, which were arrow-like with pointed splinters. Sita shed profuse tears. Then, wiping clean her face, which was bathed in tears, she spoke the following words, slowly, in a stammering voice, to her husband. So let's see what she actually says in the next passage. Sorry, in the
Before
next.
you go there, Hashim, do you mind just checking your message on DWB? You need to give a code.
Okay, sorry.
And what we'll do, because the stream going on for a while, for the next guest, inshallah, we'll try to make it brief and succinct rather than taking quite long. Yeah.
Sorry, what is it? Can you just post it at the end? Because I don't see what it is. Is it something in the email I need to give?
The StreamYard code.
Yeah. Can it wait after the stream, or you need it now?
He needs now, because for moderating, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, just one sec. I'll just post it in the. All right, done.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, let's continue with this reading of this particular. So this is still the response of Sita that we are discussing. And this is what she says. So she goes on to say, this is Valmiki Ramayana 6.116 from 6 to 7. It says, "O the long-armed one, I am not the one in the way. You understand me. Have a faith in me. I swear to you by my own character, by the conduct of vulgar women, you distrust the entire race of women. Give up this doubt. If I have been actually tested and found trustworthy by you." Yeah? I think it was the reason she mentions the conduct of the vulgar woman is probably some women gossiping about her. Yeah. And casting this doubt for Ram to then doubt her chastity and her purity. But she says, give up this doubt. If I have actually been tested, that means even after the testing, why are you still doubting me? Clearly makes sense, that this is, she was hurt and she felt this injustice. And as we can all see it's clearly injustice, and the character of Ram is now questionable after reading these passages from the same Valmiki Ramayana that many people build up Ram as a hero and make him a Bhagwan. All right. Anyway, so Akash, you're going to research and come back next time. Maybe you have an
Definitely,
explanation. Maybe another Hindu will come today
definitely.
and give us some sort of explanation.
So,
But thank you once again
you
for
are
your
passing that. No, no. You are passing that link to me. The
which
Quran
link?
link.
Sorry.
Which well, like Morris brother said that they'll be presenting the last time I came
Oh
the
yes, yes.
link
I'll
for
tell you what.
Quran.
Why didn't you send a message on dawwise@gmail.com, and I'll make sure
So
that
Dawawise at
it's in the bottom right
gmail.com.
corner of the
Okay,
screen. Can you see
okay,
it?
got it, got it.
Okay.
I'll send you one email.
Yeah, send
Okay.
an email and I'll make sure. So is it something a link you wanted from Maurice himself? Yeah.
Any one of you can give, but it should be in a simple English one, which I
So
can
sorry, what
easily
was it?
understand.
Which link did you want again? I didn't catch it earlier.
No, he said that he advised me to, because last time I was doing some parallel studies from Hindu's text and from
Uh-huh.
Christian texts also. So that's where Brother Morris said that I would advise you to read one more this Quran so that you can have a
Oh, you
more
want a
enlightened
translation of the Quran? Is that what you're saying? Okay, I'll
original
tell you
one.
what. There's actually a good translation on this particular app. If you like apps, that is.
Easy one, easy one,
It
which
is
I
easy.
can
Yeah, yeah.
understand.
It's got
Okay,
quite a
okay,
few of them, so you can select one of them.
okay.
So, admin, do you want to show that link again, please? Because somebody removed it. Okay, I'll show it here. It's green tech. Something. I forgot what the meaning is, even the full meaning. But it's quite a good app. You can download it free of charge. It's also got the
This is what
yeah, and this is a message for both.
gtaf.org, correct?
Yeah, this is a message for both Muslims and non-Muslims, because Muslims obviously read the Quran in different translations. There's quite a few translations in quite a few languages, along with the Tafsir ibn Kathir, for each and every ayah of the Quran. And it also got a few reciters if you want to listen to the actual Quran in Arabic. And now the Ramadan is coming, so make sure you start your recitation of the Quran from now. It'll build up the habit until you reach Ramadan, which is in under 1 month, I think now. So please make it a habit to read the Quran in Arabic, and to listen to it and to try to memorize it and try to understand. Most importantly, try to understand its meaning in both the translation of the ayats of the verses and the tafsir of each ayat as well. All right, Jazakallah khair. Okay, Akash, you got the link now?
Oh, yes, I have one small question.
Yeah, go
If
ahead.
you can answer that.
The
So,
question is always small. I
this
hope
like
the answer is not small.
no, it will be
Oh, sorry, I
small.
hope the
I
answer is
hope
also
so
small.
because
Yeah, go on.
yeah. So the Abraham story, I have read it. So he has two childrens. Okay, Ishmael and Isaac.
Oh, bro, if you're going
Okay.
to go in that, that's a long
No. It's a
discussion.
very no, not long story. Very short
Okay,
question.
go
So,
ahead.
which child was sacrificed? Any this thing we have from either Quran or from because what I read, it was not mentioned anywhere which child was sacrificed. If you can just give me any this thing, you can
Yeah.
read it from here. That will be answer for me.
Okay, so email me and I'll send you a link, inshallah. Okay.
Okay. Dawa wise only.
Yeah, please. All right. It was
Okay.
Ishmael, by the way, not Isaac, as the Christians and the Jews say. But like I said, there's obviously context to that. There's clear passages and evidence for that as well from the scriptures. Okay,
Okay, but
Akash
the
bhai.
name is not mentioned. I know that, but the name is not mentioned,
Well,
right?
it was the son, the only son, which is mentioned,
Hmm.
which the passage mentioned. So if he was the eldest, that is the only way he can
Hmm.
be the only son, right?
Okay,
Do you
okay.
understand?
You can send me. I'll read it. I understand that. Then
Yeah.
I have already read it.
Okay, inshallah.
But yeah, yeah. Thank you, brother.
Okay, Akash bhai, it's a
Thank you.
pleasure as always. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Right. I just hope and pray all the Hindu brothers are like him. He's such a gentleman. Right. We got one last. No, actually, we got two Hindus before I take the Muslim brothers or sisters here. Satya Singh, you're next.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you, Satya?
Good. All right. So yeah, today's topic is again Ram, right? I guess, eh? You guys have been doing podcast on this topic for a while.
No, we actually just did one last week.
No,
We did before that. We did Ram Mandir and
yeah. They're related
and the Babri
because
Masjid. Yeah,
I think
everything's
this
related.
topic
Yeah.
came up because of Ram Mandir, right?
Yes, it is all related to Ram.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, like you have a doubt of historical evidence of Ram, I guess, hey?
Existence of
The historical evidence, like the historical,
yeah,
whether there was a historical person called Ram who lived
exactly.
and walked on this planet or not.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like how many of Indic-minded researcher have you read so far to explore the history of Ram?
You know, I was hoping the Hindus will bring evidence from whatever they have read, whatever they have researched. It doesn't matter. We will
Right,
take anything that is
right,
credible from
right.
your perspective. So if
Right.
you, Satya, if you have a response to the existence of Ram, in which period Valmiki's when he wrote his Valmiki Ramayana, and how do you reconcile the discrepancies that we have highlighted so far in our stream of nearly 6 hours now?
So Hashim, what I can tell you that we have few historians, we have few scientists, the Indian scientists in a different field. They have done research, they have done their podcast, they have done some books as well. If you want, we can talk about their books when I come next time with their books. Or if you want, we can do that. We can probably share the link of their podcast, and maybe we can see how they are explaining and how they are reasoning, because that would be the probably the right way of intellectually criticizing it, because you should know, you should first explore all the available resources which tells about the existence of a person who is so important for 100 billion, right?
100 billion.
So sorry, 1 billion. My bad. What for
You
1
love
billion
adding your zeros, you guys,
sorry
honestly.
sorry for 1 billion of Hindus, right? So
Okay.
before we come to that conclusion, I think it's very fair for you to also do some research if you want. We can probably set up some times, we can probably talk about the books that I have read, and then we can refer to those books, and then you can have your own critical mind, or your own analytical mind to rebut that. Why don't you think that this was possible, right?
Okay.
Or why
Satya,
don't you think that makes sense, right?
I'm assuming you have read the books.
Not thoroughly, but I have listened to their podcast. I have subscribed to their channels, so I know who they are. So one of them is Nilesh Oak. He's a US based scientist, I think a professor as well. The other guy is Veer Ved Vyas. He's an Indian based ISRO scientist. Then there is another gentleman, I just kind of forget his name, but he's also at a very key position in US, and he also has explained the timeline of Ramayana and Mahabharata and the Puranas.
Do you see what? Do you see that on the screen?
Sorry.
Have you read the reputations of some of the scientists that you mentioned? Nilesh Oaks, The Astronomical Dating of Ramayana. This is by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. He's a research scientist. Of course, now he's a PhD holder, of course. So you do talk about scientists that coming up with all these datings and so on. Have you read the counter, the rebuttals and the responses as well?
Yeah, we have been reading it about it, and we have been coming to the conclusion that most of the scientists are coming to that conclusion that Ram was born somewhere close to 10,000 or 12,000 BC.
What I'm saying is different.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned some names of scientists and researchers, right? I'm saying, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the responses?
Yes, like I have seen a couple of rebuts, but I haven't. See, that's what I'm trying to come to that, right? That I don't know completely about the whole story, right? that there are so many videos that goes on a daily basis. So I can ask the same questions, that have you done all the research that you should before you making the claim that whether Ram before you making the claim that Ram did not exist or something like
Actually,
that?
we are not. Look,
Just
we are
just to
yeah.
hear us exactly what we're doing here. We're not making any claims here. We're methodologically neutral. What we are saying is, if you really believe, because exactly what happened with the Babri Masjid destruction, right? If there is no Ram historically in existence,
Let's
then there is
not
no
get
question of,
into politics. Otherwise,
can I
it will
finish
go
what
far
I'm
away,
trying
buddy.
to say? Let me finish what I'm trying to say. I'm saying, if Ram didn't historically exist, then the question of Ram Mandir doesn't even come into question, right? Ram Mandir will be irrelevant if Ram didn't exist. So the onus, the responsibility is on yourselves, if you are a Sanatani, to actually provide the evidence that yes, indeed, Ram existed historically, and we have scientists and archaeologists and researchers giving up those evidences. That's why when you came and asked Hashim, like, have you gone and looked at all of these, research materials out there? I mean, the question I'm asking is, I just pulled up to you a response to one of your scientists. So when you are so hopeful in your scientists that are bringing those responses, are you a person likewise looking at the responses and rebuttals and say, okay, let me just weigh out, have our scientists really come up with a good evidence, or the evidence are really shaky and not so solid? Unless you look at the counter evidence, you won't be able to really judge the scientists that your evidences they're bringing up. Do you follow so far what I'm saying?
Yeah,
This is a big,
go ahead. And
yeah.
whenever you want me to rebut, I am ready for that as well.
Okay. So have you read this paper by Raja Ram Mohan Roy?
No, I haven't.
Right. So obviously your research and your, looking at the counter to the objections to Ram being in existence is actually quite limited, because this is something that came up when I was looking into it while during the stream, right? Not immediately now, I did it a little bit earlier on, trying to see what are the historical evidence for Ram, or Ramayana rather, in terms of whether we have any manuscript evidence, whether they're dated or not, because we had a caller before earlier on who claimed to have seen radiocarbon dating and so on, and there's a copy that in England, but couldn't provide much details. So this is not difficult to find, but if you were to properly go through the process of research, looking at the peer-reviewed journals and articles and published academic works from proper authoritative sources, you would have done the same if you really are propagating this belief. We are here, as we said, methodologically neutral. We're not making a claim. We want to know what your evidence is when you are making a claim, because based on that, this is what happened in India, and it's going to happen even more. The politics comes in automatically because of your theological standpoints. So Muslims are facing a lot of trouble in India based on a theological claim that it is actually Ram Mandir, which was underneath the Babri Masjid. So that's why the question is very relevant. What is your historical evidence for this is the case? Share it with us, and we would like to know. We're not automatically dismissing your evidence. We are here to discuss and learn about this evidence, and so that we can be better equipped in terms of what the history really is. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, it completely does. So you saying that the article that you just showed to me, that's available on the internet, right?
Yeah.
It's given by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So my question is that, so have you gone through it? Now let's understand that again, that if you're talking about the politics, we have the archaeological evidence, we have the direct evidence available right now on few masjids
I
that
thought
we
you
can
said
see
not to
right
bring
now.
in politics.
No,
You're
because
the
he
one who
brought
said
in.
not to bring.
He brought in. That's
No,
why
he gave
I
the
had
paper.
to.
What politics did he bring in?
He said that it will continue going on.
No,
said
If we
very
continue
clever.
going on,
Maybe
we
we said
can't deny something. We can't deny something that we see every
no.
day in our eyes,
Okay,
from
so
our eyes
Satya,
right there.
Satya Singh, look, this is what we are doing here. We are not really here to find out everything about Hinduism. We are just here based on this. The whole topic started because of the Ram Mandir, because of
Yeah.
the Babri Masjid demolition, and this has hurt sentiments of the Muslims and
Mhm.
sentiments of the Hindus previously, and this is religion, not as such politics, until the politicians intervened. Then it became a political football, and that is when all the problems started. That is when the Babri Masjid was destroyed, and that is when they actually killed many thousands of people during the riots that took place after. So, yes, there is a lot of politics involved, which messes up things, as you know, in India and elsewhere in other countries as well. But what we are doing right now is, like, for example, you mentioned earlier that you believe Ram existed 12,000 years ago. Yes,
Yeah,
based on
yeah.
that
Based on
the
based on
astronomical data, the
sorry, yeah,
astronomical data in
astronomical.
the Ramayana
So
itself.
so so there are a couple of
Wait, I
scientists that
haven't
see.
finished. Yes, Satya, I haven't finished. So
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is that, look, if Ram existed 12,000 years ago, yeah, when do you think Valmiki wrote the Ramayana?
that I haven't researched.
Okay, according to the historians, it's 300 BC.
So
And no earlier than that. So they give a range. They say between 300 BC and 300 CE. If
so
that
so.
is a case, then
Mhm,
I'll tell you what. Without you even going to a ton of research and
mhm,
going to a ton of podcasts and books
mhm,
and whatever you want to call it,
mhm,
just by that
mhm.
data that we have, that if Ram was existing in 12,000, 12,000, I don't know, is it 12,000 BC or 12,000 years ago?
12,200 around that.
Yeah.
Most of these guys are agreed to around 10 to
Okay, that's
12,000
fine.
BC. Yeah.
Let's say 12,200 BC, okay?
9 BC as proposed by Oak.
Yeah. So 12,209 BC, Ramayana was written in 300 BC. How many years gap is there? Nearly 12,000 year gap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now you tell me, who told Valmiki about Ram if there's a gap of 12,000 years?
Now, can I just tell you a little bit about the Gaddi Parampara? The how do you call parampara in English? What do you call
Tradition.
tradition? So
Yeah.
seat tradition, transferring a seat from one student to another student, and they become the owner of the Gaddi until they pass on to somebody else. So
Okay, so you're
like
talking about the actual knowledge being passed on from the guru
yes, yes.
to the student, yeah?
So they call it
The
Gaddi Parampara.
the guru shishya relationship.
So Guru Shishya Parampara, they call it in Guru Shishya Parampara, they call it Gati Parampara. Through
That's
that they
fine.
used to run. Through
That's fine.
that they used
The
to run
question
mathas.
still remains
Yes,
unanswered. I'll tell
that's
you
what I'm
why.
coming.
Did
I am coming to that. So
yeah.
Vyasa and Valmiki is not just a one person. It's a parampara. It's a name of Gaddi that keeps going on. You go to ISKCON temple and you just ask where is the Vyas Gaddi that you need to sit for the lecture. The person who's giving the lecture, because unless you are qualified, you're not supposed to give the lecture. So the Vyas and Valmiki were a seat parampara. It's not just a one person, and
So
that's why if
Valmiki
you
is
look
not,
at the
are you saying Valmiki is not
just
an
a one person,
individual?
like the Vyas is also not just a one person.
Wait, Satya, wait a minute. Are you telling me that Valmiki existed in history or he didn't exist at all?
He did exist.
When did he exist?
He did exist as from
When?
Ram, from
When
Ram,
did he exist?
Ram in the Kal of Ram.
In the time of Ram.
Yeah.
Okay. Did the book, whether in written form or oral form,
Most
Ramayana?
of these guys
Satya,
are
listen to the
shooting
question
for.
first. Calm down.
Yeah.
Did the epic Ramayana exist in the time of Valmiki and Ram?
It were. Sorry, what was your question again? Can you just repeat your question,
I will, yeah. Did
please?
the
Yeah.
Ramayana epic exist in the time of Ram and Valmiki? Because you said they were both contemporary. Ram and Valmiki lived in the same era. So the question remains, did the epic actually exist, whether in oral form or written form, in the time of Ram and Valmiki?
So it is called itihasa. So at the time he was writing the history as he was seeing what's going on.
Did the Ramayana exist in the time of Ram? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Ramayana was written in which language?
No, not written form.
Okay,
It was
orally. Let's
being
say orally.
written. It
No
was being
problem.
written. Yeah.
Even if it was being written, in which language was it being written in the time of Ram?
So it's in the Vedic Sanskrit.
Vedic Sanskrit didn't exist then. Vedic
No, it did
Vedic
exist.
Sanskrit is only 5,000 years old.
No.
Okay, bring me evidence for any Vedic Sanskrit before 5,000 years. Gone.
So you meant manuscripts, right?
No. I mean existence of the language itself before 5,000 years.
It's you go and read Rig Veda.
No. I don't have to read. You have
The
to
Rig
bring
Veda, the language of the Rig Veda and the language of the Ramayana is the same.
We don't have any Rig Veda from 5,000 before 5,000 years. In fact,
No.
the earliest manuscript, the extant manuscript of Rig Veda,
So that's
regardless of when it was passed on orally, I'm talking about the extant manuscript. The only way you can identify a language is from the manuscript, because you don't have recording as our videos and audios at that time, do you? So the only way would be either an oral tradition with an unbroken chain of transmission with the actual people who transmitted it, or you have a manuscript evidence. The earliest extant manuscript evidence of the Rig Veda is from the year 1464 CE, less than 600 years old. So how can you claim Vedic Sanskrit existed before 5,000 years?
Yeah, I mean, like, see, so it's not just you have to just only you have to rely on the physical evidence.
How else will you rely? What other evidence would you have?
So other evidences like like the places that were mentioned in the time of Ramayana. What kind of places that mentioned in the Ramayana, right? So those are the places that matches the places that still exist. So things like that.
Anyone can mention the places now.
No. Again and again, the way we have been keeping the count is by Guru Shishya Parampara. So if you really trying to seek that how old the Ramayana is, then I recommend you go to Ayodhya.
No. Hold on. Satya,
No.
This is your claim.
Proper way.
Wait, Satya.
No. This is the proper way of knowing it.
No. Listen. If you make the claim, the onus and the burden of proof is upon you, not us. So you go to Ayodhya.
I understand
you find
that.
the evidence, and then you bring it to us instead of telling us to go.
No. Absolutely, I understand that. So the thing is this is how we maintain that oral. This is how we maintain, and then when we started writing, how many times that India has been invaded, bro? You have to know. No. You have to know how many times our mandis and mathas has been burned.
Satya, if you don't have the evidence, just say so instead of getting emotional.
No. You're asking. You're only validating that the manuscripts that you have to have the physical proof that that the Sanskrit language.
I gave you two possibilities. We have the Hadith tradition, which was compiled like 200 years after the Prophet, peace be upon him. Now,
Hadith was contemporary.
There were earlier Hadith as well.
Yeah.
Ahmed, the Musnad of Ahmed ibn Hanbal. However, even that was like not during the time of Prophet, peace be upon him, but the only way we can actually ascertain how the Hadith had been transmitted from, like you said, from the student to the
during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and then it was compiled and assimilated in different Hadith books later on, and so on. What we are asking Satya Singh is this: when you talk about this parampara, this kind of oral tradition that is from Guru Shishya, from the teacher to the student and so on, and the primary mode you're saying is oral, good. Now we can actually test this and see whether this has been meticulously transmitted like this. So if you were to now go and get a Guru Shishya from, say, India, and then a Guru Shishya Parampara from, say, from Nepal or from Thailand or from Myanmar, wherever this Ramayana is transmitted, we should expect them to be identical, because that's how transmission of memorization should be. We should see memorization transmission like this without any kind of changes occurring. Now, let me ask you this question, Satya. In the various renditions of Ramayana that we are familiar with, hundreds of them from different countries, are they all identical, or do they have differences between them? And if they are not identical, how do you explain the differences between them, especially when Valmiki was supposed to have compiled and written exactly as he saw during his time contemporarily as things were unraveling? So he has documented, so he could not have documented variations of a historical thing which is observed. So would you mind explaining these variations that we observe today?
There are something like
so
300 different Ramayanas, you know that?
yeah, absolutely. Because see, so you, for that you have to understand the concept of avatar. Why do like somebody who is a formless, who's present everywhere, and who is like why does he need to take a form? Why does he need to take avatar? Why do he need to
What's that got to do with the question?
No, so that's what I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So the
We're
question,
not interested in avatar and how they take forms or not. Look, the question is very specific. We are dealing with the historical material. Historical material, we need material evidence. And the material evidence, what we have is oral tradition versus the written tradition. When we see, let me clarify the questions once again so you can actually directly respond to that. The oral tradition is what you're claiming to be. The oral traditions are, you're saying, still happening. So this has not been somehow cut off. Good. No problem with that. We are familiar with this oral tradition in the transmission of the Vedic knowledge. What we are dealing with, if this was indeed the case, how do you explain the variation in the written traditions, which are spread out in different countries with different renditions? That's what we are interested in.
So again, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The basic essence, if you look at all the Ramayana, so like for example, I have read Valmiki Ramayana, I have read Kumbhan Ramayana, and I have read Ramcharitmanas. So 3 Ramayanas. I have read 3 Ramayanas so far. Ramcharitmanas I like
by Tulsidas, yeah?
Goswami Sri Tulsidas, yes.
Which was 16th century? When was it written?
Around Akbar's time, yeah. So 16th century, around 15 something, yeah. Around that time.
Pause there for a second, just for me to understand. If that Tulsidas' rendition was written that late from the event that occurred, 12,209 BC, compared to just very recent.
Not the Valmiki wasn't written 12,000. It was 300.
No. This is when the Ramayana is supposed to have been dated, right? So
they're saying the story happened in 12,000 BC, but the Ramayana itself was not written until 300 BC. Is that right, Satya?
So that's where the oldest manuscript we can find.
But I'm not interested in Satya. I'm interested in your statement earlier that Valmiki coexisted with Ram. That means he actually transmitted orally, or maybe written, which you don't have any material evidence for. So you have an oral transmission from the time of Ram, which is 12,209 BCE. So if you have this rendition by Valmiki and by Tulsidas' rendition, where did Tulsidas get his renditions from? Is there an independent oral transmission from?
So again, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Again, that's what I'm trying to. If you look at Tulsidas Ramcharitmanas, and if you look at the Valmiki Mool Ramayana, so the basic difference that, see, I am not saying that I'm the scholar, right? Like if you have read the scripture once or twice, you can't claim that you are the scholar unless you know the essence of it. So like all of us,
no problem.
So again, so whatever I have understood, so there is only 2 difference. His approach, so Valmiki's approach, since he existed at the time of Rama, is purely through historical point of view. Whatever he did, whatever he existed and said, and things like that.
No, now it cannot be historical. It's a claim. Historical means it must have some basis.
That's what we believe in. So that's what we claim, and that's what we believe in.
It's a faith claim, not historical.
Yeah. So that's what we claim.
Yeah.
We claim so that's what we claim. It's a historical, and then we have our ways to prove it. Maybe, I mean, I'm not forcing you to accept that. I have given you a couple of scholars that are already worked on these dating system. You can go
No,
and look
you
at
are
it
going to
if you don't.
provide their material. We're not going to
So
go and dig up.
so so,
You are
so
going to
I know.
tell us this time.
Let's move on where we were. So again, I forgot what was saying.
You are
You,
addressing my question.
yeah.
When you have different renditions of Ramayana,
Yes.
you're
So
claiming that the difference is so minute and insignificant. Is that what
yes.
you're claiming?
Yeah, so again, now if I look at the Ramcharitmanas, because Ramcharitmanas is something that I feel that I relate to the most. It's because written in my own language.
Hindi.
So yeah, because I am from Uttar Pradesh. I am
Okay.
from the same place that the things are happening right now. Okay, so I understand, and that's how we adore Ram. We adore Ram like as our own. Some people adore as their own kid. Some people adore their own Raja. Some people adore him as their own.
Bhagwan.
Sorry.
Bhagwan.
Bhagwan, somebody. So
Yeah.
people from Bihar, they render him like their damad, because that's where the Sita was from. So
No, that
it's
is.
there.
I think the people from Nepal do that.
It's the border of Bihar. The Mithilanchal is the part of Bihar and Nepal. So
Okay.
that's where the
Oh,
place is.
speaking of Sita, I don't know. Were you listening earlier to the
Yeah.
accusations made by
I have
Sita?
listened.
What do you think about that?
So these are from Uttarakhand, right? That
Mm,
you refer to.
so what?
Can
Are
you
they
give me
not
the
part?
Kand? Because I see that the way I have read the books is
Yeah.
like Kand. So it's like Bal Kand, Ayodhya Kand. It's like these kinds. So the way you are presenting it, I haven't read it like that. So for example, um,
Okay, so it's Valmiki 6.116. I don't know which count that is.
so I'm gonna just open the cameras to show you. So like I if I just open this, right? This is Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana.
Mm-hmm.
But if I open it, it doesn't say. Sorry, it says like Kand, like Bal Kand, Ayodhya Kand, things like that, right?
Yeah,
So I
so
have to
just
refer
check
to
it
the.
out. Look, I gave you 6.116. 6.116.
It doesn't say that way. I was trying to look at it when you were talking to that guy. I was trying to look at it so that I can refer what exactly it is saying in
Okay.
Hindi as well as in English as well, because Hindi is my native language. So I'm more comfortable in Hindi instead of just speaking in English. But since your channel is only available or only catered to, I think, English people, so I have to, right?
Yeah. Your
So
English is quite good, so there's not an
no,
issue.
no, no. I mean, like I'm still learning. I'm still in the process.
Yeah.
So again,
So
I was just trying
what's
to
the
tell you.
problem with Yudh Khan? Are you saying it's not authentic?
Who? Sorry?
Yuddha Kand, are you saying is that not authentic?
Uttarakhand, not
No, no, I'm talking
Yuddhakand.
about this reference is from Yuddha Kand.
No, Yuddhakand is basically is authentic.
Okay, that's where
Uttarakhand,
the reference. That's where the
that's where you
reference is
get the
from.
reference from.
Yes.
Yuddhakand, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. I haven't. So I have to look at it, and I'm definitely going. I'm sure that you're gonna have a couple of more stream on this topic, or maybe if not, then I'll just pop by and I have clicked the maybe what do you say? The screenshot. I've taken a couple of screenshots just to see what's it's actually written and what's it's actually meant, what's the pretext and context of it, and then probably come back to you with the answer, because I can't
What,
just come back to you with the answer
what
without
do you
knowing the
think?
context.
What do you think of the one with the elephant, which amused me the most?
I that I did not that I
Th-
did not
This one.
that I did not hear.
This is the beginning, the first kand of Valmiki.
Okay, what does it say?
It says, so I'm just going to summarize it. It's basically saying that the earth is on the head of the elephant,
Mhm.
and whenever the elephant moves, shakes, that's when you actually get earthquakes.
Mhm.
Yeah, they should call it elephant quake.
I mean,
What
like, see,
Look, I'm
this.
I'm not trying to mock. This is
No,
part
no,
of
no, no,
Valmiki
no, no.
Ramayana.
I see.
This is
I
supposed to be a
understand that.
most trusted book,
No, I
and I'm
see.
surprised they have such things in there.
I understand, Hashim. I think that if you talk about Hindu core philosophy,
Hmm.
these are itihasas. These are not Vedas and Upanishads and Vedanta.
It doesn't
Vedanta.
matter. People take this very seriously.
Understand
Otherwise,
what
they
I'm
wouldn't
trying
be
to say.
breaking masjids, for the sake
No,
of.
no, no. So understand what
They
I'm
do take
trying to
it quite
say.
seriously because Ram is the Bhagwan.
Ram is our Bhagwan because we know
Exactly.
that.
So if your Bhagwan, this book which tells you the story of your
Hashim,
Bhagwan,
if you
then
go
you
to
should believe in it
Ayodhya,
as
if
part
you
of
know,
your
Hashim, if you
belief.
go to, trust me, if you go to Ayodhya and if you talk to any kid, he knows who Ram is. You don't have
I'm
to
not saying, look, I'm not saying you don't know who Ram is. I'm saying if you have, there are many Hindus who come and make fun of the Muslims saying
if I go
they
to
say flat
Ayodhya,
earth.
Hashim,
see, I don't see, I don't make, I see.
I'm not saying
just ask
you do.
a
I'm
very
saying there are
important
many
question here?
Hindus who do that.
If I go to Ayodhya and ask any kid where Ram was born, they're gonna identify exactly where he was born?
No. So again, you're not asking the right question. I'm talking about the feeling, the essence, the love, the reverence for Ram. I'm not talking about the
Sure. So
right?
I want to quickly ask you before you go. The different renditions and versions of Ramayana, like the Kamban one, the Kamban Ramayana, the Tamil version of it.
Yeah.
Is it exactly identical to Valmiki's version, or has it got something more?
They have its own essence. They have their own tweaking, but the main essence of Ramayana is the same. The events.
That's where my problem is with you. So when you have something which is more or less different from two different versions, so the question is, who actually witnessed those events when things happened? If now historically you have two different events happening, some narrating something differently, the question remains is, whatever you have in Kamban Ramayana, the Tamil version of it, these additional sub-stories and subplots, did they really happen historically? That's the question. How do you explain that? This was written by...
That's a very legitimate question. So again, I'll tell you one thing. For the historical reference, our scholars, because this is the same question that I had, right? And it's a very, very logical and very, very simple question that one can always ask, that, hey, if there are 300 books, which is the real? So say that for the historical factor, for the historical purpose, this is it. This is the Valmiki, original Valmiki Ramayana is the historical Ramayana. Every other Ramayana is a Bhav Ramayana. Bhav is how the saint, how the sage perceived that, like how the how the Tulsidas perceived it, how the Kumban Rishi perceived it. So how they perceived it, it's their version. So those are not the historical fact.
Yeah, but Mansur is asking you, what are the differences in these? What are the key differences?
No, he didn't ask me the key differences. Did you, Mansur?
No, I did say not key differences. I did say there are differences in terms of sub-stories, additional stories. So differences do exist, and you're saying these differences are actually not historical facts, but rather these are. Sorry?
Now again, I have the answer for that as well, but that answer is do you Hashim probably knows because he always referred to Hindu scriptures. Do you know Yug, Mahayug, Manvantar, Kalp, the concept of our time calculation?
Yeah, about is this about Brahma's age or something?
Yes, the Kalp. The Kalp is more than so. So Kalp, there is a Manvantar, then there's a Mahayug, then there's a Yugas, and
this
then
is where they add lots of zeros to your past.
So this is how it goes on, right?
Yes.
So again,
billions and trillions and zillions of years ago.
So that's why I says that the Valmiki Ramayana is very symbolic. These itihasas, these Puranas is very symbolic. Like you talk about the flat earth. If I had to refer it, I would probably try to find some symbolism in it, some teaching in it, not a literal meaning that
the Quran doesn't have a flat earth. This is a claim the Hindus make because they don't read it. And
I'm just rebutting.
There's a difference. Look, there's a difference between an elephant carrying the earth, and when it shakes, you have earthquakes, which is quite graphic and in detail. In the Quran, Allah talks about laying it like a carpet, which is talking about the crust of the earth.
Right.
If you had a literal carpet,
right?
you're not going to have something which is it's not symbol.
No, not symbolism.
It's literal.
So when you have in your Ramayana,
so that's how
things that are going unscientific, you call it symbolism, isn't it?
No, Mansur bhai,
one second. If science agreed today, but there is indeed actually an elephant on whose head is the earth, and when the elephant moves, the earthquake happens. Would you have called Ramayana symbolic then, or would you call it literal, historic? If science today proved that there is an elephant on whose head is the earth, and the earth has earthquakes when the elephant moves its head. If science proved that today, would you call Ramayana story symbolic?
So what's the
Or would you
definition
call
of
it literal?
symbolism? What's the
Would you
definition
call it literal or symbolic?
No. So there's a that's what I'm saying. If you can see directly, then it's a reality. If it's not reality, it's a symbolism. Then you have to find the right thing.
Precisely, that's the point that we are making. Whenever something goes against scientific reality or the reality of our natural sciences, you would call it symbolic. That's the point I made. Thank you. Well done.
No. Okay, Mansur. So that's what I'm trying to say. So somebody can perceive the ayat that says that they have laid this earth like a carpet. They can also think that it's a flat, and that's how they have perceived it, and that's what the people know. So it's all about the perception. It's all about the symbolism. It never says that it's round. So you perceived it. It's talking about something else, but it's not talking about it doesn't clarify. You're taking the meaning out of it.
I'm disagreeing with when you say, okay, somebody thinks something has been flattened, it means it's a flat. There's a difference between flattening and something is flat. I can have a very smoothened globe, but I'm not going to think and it's saying, oh, actually it's flat globe. It's a smoothen, flatten on the surface.
If you go word by word, it never says the earth is round in Quran. It never says that.
I'm talking about roundness. I'm talking about the concept that you're bringing. The earth is made, expansed, like it's a flattened and smoothened.
No, I did not make that comment again. I did not make that comment. So I was only trying to tell you that I was just only trying to tell that what is my position when people just trying to make fun of other religion without getting deep into it, without understanding the symbolism,
I agree
the
with you,
culture, and
Satya.
everything.
Look, the context.
So that was my answer. That was my answer.
But what I'm saying is, when the Quran describes natural phenomena, it doesn't mean this is symbolic language. It actually describes it literally. Sometimes it describes on the position of the observer on the earth. Sometimes it describes the phenomena while you're actually on space, in space, observing from outer the earth's surface. This is how the Quran describes natural phenomena, not symbolically. So that's where the difference is. So whenever you have Ramayana and other itihasa, you're saying a lot of has to be understood symbolically because it goes against the natural sciences of today, because you observe something differently. But I said, if scientists today agreed on and said, look, actually there's an elephant and there's the earth is actually on the head of the elephant, you would be the first one to say, that part in Ramayana is not symbolic. It's real. It's physical. It's historical. That's the point.
So
I think we are going in circles. So Satya, let me ask you that: what does the elephant and the earth on its head signify?
I have to read that whole sloka, and
by
then
the
I
way,
have to come back on that.
It's always a pleasure to speak to you, because you, like the other gentleman earlier, Akash, mashallah, you guys conduct yourself in a well-mannered way, and you do give answers to the actual questions asked. So it's really respect you for that, and we really appreciate your contribution to the panel, and hope to see you again.
I have a
in the
complaint. I have a complaint. You guys should have a Hindi channel too, right? We should have the conversation in Hindi as well. Because I know the Mansur does in Bangla, but I think Hashim, you speak good Hindi.
No,
right?
trust me, my Hindi is not that good. But it's I think it's a matter of our commitments and the time we have, which is free.
Yeah, I know. The reason why I'm saying is the Hindi and Urdu channel that if you go and watch, that has become a machi bazaar, right? That there is no space for intellectual conversation and the tolerance of being gentle with agreement in disagreement.
Absolutely.
So
You're absolutely right, because especially when you're discussing religion, I think we should all conduct ourselves in a way which is cordial, and where we respect each other. We don't have to agree with each other necessarily, but at least in terms of the conversation, we respect and we answer the questions instead of going about on a tangent or mocking or something like that. So we hope that everyone is doing that, including ourselves. And this advice is for myself first, because you see, the whole idea of these streams is not for entertainment. Yes, our purpose as duat is to take the message of Islam as da'is, and also to question other religions with critical analysis, not with the object of mocking or making fun of. So, if any brothers or sisters out there felt offended because of our line of questioning, that is not our intention. Okay, so just like, look, the reason you have these problems in India and other places, even though there are 200 million Muslims, or even more, I would say, yeah, which is like more than Pakistan. It's only second to Indonesia, and very soon the number of Muslims in India are going to overtake even that. They're going to overtake the population of Muslims in Indonesia. Now, going forward, I mean, the Modi government, or whichever government comes in power, they will have to live with this 250,000 Muslims there. Where are you going to send them? So you either learn to live with them in peace and harmony, and the only way we can achieve that is through communication, is through understanding each other. Because I personally believe that there are a lot of Hindus out there who have Muslim friends, but they had known nothing about Islam. And similarly, there are many Muslims who barely know anything about Hinduism, even though they might be living next door to a Hindu. So the only way we can understand each other and appreciate each other and show the mutual respect and tolerance is through conversation. And this is the only way forward. Keep the lines of conversation open with respect and with understanding, with the object of understanding each other rather than mocking each other or making fun. We don't want a Ravan Rajya in India. We want a Ram Rajya. And if that is going to be the case, then they should start acting like Ram rather than Ravan. Do you agree, Satya Bhai?
So I'll give you my closing statement. Absolutely,
sure.
100%. Ram for us is the heart, is the soul of the nation. The history, as far as India goes, it's very, 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 very deep, very, very old. Hashim Bhai, if you really want to discuss about history, we can discuss about it. The civilization, as far as Indian civilization goes, it is very deep, very rich, very healthy, very wealthy. That's why people came, people invaded, changed. We have been facing this invasion for not 1,000 years, for 10,000 of years. People come, go, assimilate, things change, things happens. We as a civilization, we always learn to live. We will learn to live 100%. So Ram is for everyone. If you see right now, you must have been following the news. Lots of Muslim people are going to see the temple, Ram temple, and they are not being objected by anyone. And they are not been asked to just convert. It's a piece of marble architect. It's also their history as well. They have chosen to pray differently. They have chosen a different method of worship, but that doesn't change their history. That doesn't change that 500 to 600, 700 years ago they were one of us, and they're still one of us. Because if you look at Hashim, I know that he lives in maybe UK or US, but if
UK,
I just open up my camera, right, him and I will probably look the same, because we have the same face, same ancestor.
Let's
right?
check.
Yeah, absolutely. Here. So
finally, good to see you, Satya Bhai.
Right. So good to see you guys too, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that we come from the same ancestor. We have chosen the way to worship,
but
differently.
I think, look,
but it doesn't mean that
what
we
I
should
was
be
trying,
living. We should not be living in peace, right?
No,
We
absolutely.
should.
Look, the only way you can achieve peace if there is justice. Whenever
Absolutely.
there is injustice, that is when peace and love went out the window. If you look, whether in Israel or whether in India or whether even in the US, when there's oppression happening, say for example in America against the black people over there, yeah, when the police get trigger happy, when every time you see on the news that the victim is usually a black person. Why? Because of the injustice that they have suffered, and then you will have chaos and you'll have problems in the communities. So it doesn't matter which, it doesn't have to be on a religious basis, that the difference are only religious. It could be on the basis of religion, on the basis of your
it's
color. It could
economic.
be on the
It's
race.
economic
No, it
education.
could be. These things are something which once they become endemic in your society, then we have a lot of problems. You see, the reason I mention about tolerance between different religions, between different ethnicities and customs and traditions, this is something that has to be celebrated. The whole idea of India being a secular country and not a Hindu country. And that is the reason you see this tolerance and this, living next door to each other in a peaceful community before the BJP stepped in. And we see this clearly, when you look at this cow vigilantes, the number of people killed because of that has gone skyrocket after 2014. Before that, you would have maybe one or two incidents, maybe in 10 years. Now you have like multiple incidents in a single year. So let's look at reality as well. Things have changed within the communities, between the way they interact with each other. The trust has gone. We need to rebuild this. And the only way, like I said, establish communication, keep the lines of communication open, and establish justice. Until then, you will always have an issue. Whether you believe in Ram or Allah, it doesn't matter. If you're not going to be just with people, then you're going to just be narrow-minded based on your religion, and you'll create a barrier between yourselves. You see, I'm not saying you don't follow your religion. Of course, respect your religion, respect your race, respect your culture, your tradition, your history. No one is saying not to do that. But if you're going to dwell on what the Mughals did 400 years ago, then you're always going to cause this vicious circle. This idea of taking revenge on the children after generations for what their forefathers did is going to be problematic all the time if you're going to have that mindset. Because the Indians today didn't do anything. Whether they're Hindu or Muslim, they are not the ones responsible for destroying your temple. But you see, when after democracy, when it was illegally destroyed by the car sevaks because of their emotions being played with by the politicians, that's when the problem started. Okay? All I'm saying is if you want tolerance, maintain the justice, and then love and peace will follow.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay,
I don't want to give you a counter argument, though I have lots of counter argument because
Well,
I work with society.
I'm pretty
I
sure
work
you
with
do.
the society, and I know what's the real situation right now in India, but I don't know why the news has not been passed to you guys, and the news should have been passed on to you guys as well. There are lots of good things happening in India. There are lots of great things happening in India, but I don't think that news is getting passed. It's just that all those
We do keep in touch with the news.
No, so understand what I'm trying to say. It's a country of 1.4 billion. So
Doesn't
not
matter.
a small
If you do
country.
100 good things, people will always point finger to the bad thing that happened. You know
I
why?
understand, Hashim. I understand
Because
that.
that is exactly what people want to object to. Nobody will object to good things.
No, I
Okay?
understand. See,
So the
I
Hindus going
understand
to the
that.
masjids or the Muslims going to the mandir, that is their choice. But
No.
you see, people will not complain about those things, but people will certainly complain when somebody is killed because they had beef in the fridge. Yes, or before they suspected them of having beef in their possession. That is what people are going to complain against in a democratic
that's
country.
the thing. That's the thing. So there has been a counted evidence of around 20 or something. I'm just not recalling the number because I checked the data last time because I'm a data guy. I work with the data thing, right? So that's the Hindu crime against Muslim happened in about 4 years. And you know how many crimes happened against Hindu by Muslims in that 4 years?
I talk about how many people were killed because of
because
the
of
cow vigilante.
because
Okay, tell me how many Hindus were killed by the cow vigilantes?
lynched and yeah, not cow vigilantes, the lynched by Muslim groups.
I'm not saying the Muslims are completely,
That's what I'm saying. So there are criminal.
I never said that.
So Hashim, that's what I'm trying. There are criminal evidence in every society, and India is a very big country. We have a criminal element in our society as well as in both the society, but because Muslim society is not a different.
You are missing the point. I'm not talking about criminals.
No, but you are talking about just the evidence from the one side,
it's
not the other side as well.
I'm sorry, it's not one side. If you look at the history of what's happening in recent years after 2014, there's a lot of evidence from all sides which you can see that goes against what, because you see, when you see the police literally standing and letting people be killed, like in the incidents in Godhra and so on, there's video evidence that
We are not
BBC has.
talking about 2002. I'm talking about incident right now. You
No,
told
but
that incident
I'm
has
talking.
risen
Look,
up, right?
you can't brush that under the carpet if you're a
No,
data
I'm
guy.
not brushing anything. So now, if you're talking about the past data, I'll go into the past data. So if you're talking about the incident has been risen up in the last 10 years, I am talking about the data. So if you're giving the data from
Why
one
you don't want to
perspective, from
recognize?
one side, no.
Why you don't want to recognize?
So then we
when
have to
Modi was
recognize.
chief minister,
Then we have to
he
recognize
stood
the
by,
19.
gave
Then we
the
have to
police
recognize the
complete
1947.
freedom to do anything.
Then we have to recognize the 1947. Then we have to recognize the 1949. Then we have to recognize the Mopala massacre. Then we have to recognize every massacre. Let's count those massacres. We can count everything. Then we have to.
We can have a
Then
separate
we have to.
stream discussing these massacres committed from both sides, but today it's not the
That's what
time.
I'm saying.
So
I'm not going to go and discuss that. So my message is
we'll
that.
let you go. No, that's it. We're not going to prolong anymore. We can have another discussion later in terms of what's happening in India and why both sides are actually being intolerant and causing all this mischief. This will be a topic maybe if we ever want to talk about in the next stream. But anyway, Satya Singh, it's been a pleasure
Let's talk
speaking to
about
you.
history next time. But
You take care.
there's a lot
Take
to
care.
talk.
Yeah.
Okay,
Take care,
Satya,
guys. Yeah.
you take
Take
care.
care, guys. Yeah. Bye. Yeah, bye.
I don't recall the Muslims calling for genocide in India. But anyway, maybe
we have to make things short now. What happened there? Because it's if you look at the time in India at that time would be like morning almost, isn't it?
Okay, I'll make it quick and easy for you guys. Whoever has their video on, the camera on, will be given first priority. Okay. So is that Simeon? How are you doing, Simeon?
Hi, I'm doing fine.
So where are you joining from?
New York.
Good. Do you know what the topic is about today?
Yeah, the Hinduism and everything. Just kind of.
It's about Ramayana.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Was there something else you wanted? What is it you wanted to discuss?
Yeah, because I'm a Muslim and everything. It's like because the whole Rama thing is like mainly for Hindu people.
Oh, you're a Muslim, mashallah. Okay, that's good.
Well, it is so that it's about Hinduism. This thing that I was thinking about. It's like, well, because number one, like you asked, like I'm in New York. Well, call it Turtle Island here, the Mohican land, Mohicanook. If you ever heard of Mohicans, as the natives. So anyway, basically, yeah, that's where I am, and it's a lot different over here. Okay, because I'm not in India, I'm not in Asia. I'm just like this is where I am. Okay, but we do have Hindu people here. You know what I'm saying? So,
of course, yeah.
Now, as a matter of fact, it's funny. It's kind of funny because I was just talking to a person who I didn't even know who he was. Is Tom, and we started talking because he offered me some food randomly. He was like, "Here, you want some food?" And I was like, no, I don't want any, but thanks." And then I followed him, and I was like, "Wait, are you a Muslim?" Because he kind of looked like a Muslim, and then what he said? He's like, "No, I'm a Hindu." I was like, "Oh yeah, you look like a Hindu and stuff." And he's I think he said, yeah, he was born in somewhere in India. But anyway, get this: the words that came out of his mouth, right, was, "I was a Hindu the day I was born, and I'll be a Hindu the day that I die." He said that to me. So anyway, maybe you already, if that's like one of their quotes or something, but anyway, I told him, you know what I told him so you guys understand, any Hindus are a little confused about like, Muslims and stuff, always bringing up these things in the past. Let me just make something clear. Even for you, Hashim, like between you and I, like, I think you kind of already know this, but maybe it's like not really at the front of the conscious. Anybody in the world has any kind of sympathy for Hindus would be the Muslims. Okay, because there's actually, I don't know if it'll ever happen or if it was ever successful, but there was definitely colonization in India, or attempted colonization that was conducted by like basically Christians.
The British, yeah.
not, you know what I mean? Just whatever particular kind of Christians that they so-called Christians that they were. So yeah, that all kind of just comes down to, well, guess what? Who is the only people who went to any of these places where those same people have successfully basically colonized most of the lands? Who's the only type of people who ever went over to those lands and did what? Attacked them? It was the Muslims. So I don't really want to hear anybody being ungrateful or disrespectful towards Muslims who are Hindu, to be honest. You know, like, I don't think any of us would want to hear that anymore, because it's just totally, like I said, it's just ungrateful behavior. But the only excuse would be, okay, well, the lack of comprehension about knowledge of the history. Well, it's not even the history; it's like just recent history, because it's just, I've heard like this history lesson in this stream today. Basically, it's like, well,
it's so, like I said, we were discussing we were discussing a particular scripture called Ramayana, which is one of the most widely read book about the story and the epic of Ram, who is their god, basically. So it's just a story. So the line of questioning was, did Ram exist in history? And if he did, can you provide us with evidence of it? And if he didn't exist and it's just a mythological figure, why do they go about breaking and demolishing the mosque? Because they are claiming it was the birthplace of Ram. So in a nutshell, that was our argument.
Is there any other comments you want to make, Brother Samin?
Yeah, I'll just say one thing, like yeah.
If you make it quick, please, because we want to.
We need to close, and I'll tell you what, Samin, why don't you come next time and we can continue? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. When do you think the next Hindu stream is going to be?
We have our streams every Thursday, starting at 5 p.m. GMT, which is the UK time.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I can join.
Yeah. So Assalamu alaikum and shukran. All right.
All right. Take care. Bye bye. Right. Who else has the videos or the camera on? We're taking them next.
Amir.
Hey, Salam.
Salam. How are you, brother?
I'm doing great. In Chicago, it's pretty fun.
It's going to be nearly 7 hours again. Okay, so Amir, what's on your mind? How are you? You all right?
I'm doing well. Can't complain.
Good. Is there something you want to discuss or comment on or question?
I have a question.
Yeah,
are you Hashim, Mr. Hashim, Mr. Mansur? Are you both like historians?
Historians? No, we are not historians.
Also, because you guys are very knowledgeable in like comparative religion. That's very awesome.
That's not what historians do. Comparative religion is a different field.
Any comments, brother, on the topic of the stream today? We talked about Ramayana, whether it's fact or fiction. Anything on this topic?
I'm not that sure about Ramayana per se, but I remember some learning in high school 10 years ago about how like Ashoka, about the same time as 300 BC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ashoka, anyway, so hopefully you found this stream useful, inshallah.
Yes. Can I ask you guys a question?
On the topic?
It's a general topic question.
No, we not on the stream. We are about to close, and so we're not going to take any questions.
You can always email us. There's an email in the bottom right corner. It's dawawise@gmail.com, and we'll try to.
Do you guys work with Anand Rashid or no?
We have been on this stream for 6 hours and 41 minutes, so we want to close. So any kind of questions which is not related to the topic, we're not taking any. Yes, we are working with Brother Adnan Rashid and others. In fact, Dawah-wise, we're working internationally, networking with most of the duats around the world. So, Brother Amir, thanks for coming to the stream. Inshallah, in another stream, another time, inshallah, we will talk to you. Okay. In the meantime, take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, Sharif Bhai, we're going to bring you next.
Your camera on if you want to. I'm going to take you next. Assalamu alaikum.
Can you hear us, Sharif Bhai? We can't hear you. Audio, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you at all.
Okay, I'll tell you what. You fix the audio. We'll keep you in the back studio. Until then,
come back again.
Let's bring somebody else in.
We'll just remove it for now.
Bring
Let's
Saad
take
in. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's been waiting for a while. Saad, are you there?
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. How are you, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we'd
Where
love
are
to
you
hear
joining
Alhamdulillah,
from,
I'm
Saad?
any comments or questions on the topic today, inshallah.
I am joining from Malaysia, but actually I am from Bangladesh.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Okay, mashallah.
So
Are you joining Dawai's Bangla channel on Saturday?
Yeah, sure. I have
What, 3
Mansur
p.m.
bhai knows me. I have attended his sessions also quite a few times.
Alhamdulillah.
mashallah.
Quite a
What's
few
in your
number of
mind
times.
today?
Actually, I would like to request your comments on the analytical part of mythological belief. For example, if someone's mind can engage in logical thinking, how is it possible for the same mind to embrace mythology? For example, a person who is highly logical and insightful, if he was to apply his rationale to scrutinize their mythological beliefs, those beliefs would likely dissolve for sure. India, known for India known for producing CEOs of Microsoft and Google, as well as making significant contributions to various other scientific fields. I wonder how can a nation with such a strong logical and scientific background also embrace mythology? Don't you think, in your opinion, is it strange or peculiar in a sense that a human mind can operate with both logical and illogical functioning or tendencies simultaneously? Isn't that strange to you? I'd like to. I'm curious to know your thoughts on this matter. What's your take? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question.
Yeah, very
Brother
interesting
has
question.
a good question. Yeah, Mansur.
What's interesting is if you look at those people who really are rational in their worldly affairs in terms of science, technology, development, data mining, whatever you want to call it, they methodologically work, systematically methodologically work with a certain paradigm because they know this works. But when it comes to the personal belief systems in terms of their religious identity, they don't really employ that kind of scrutiny and criticism and critical thinking. Okay, it's something they think, okay, we just have to believe in it, not to question it. Those who question, what happens is they remove from them this identity and they become non-religious. They either become atheists and so on. So most of the world scientists today, why are they identify themselves as atheists, even though they had a belief system that they inherited from their parents and so on? They're like Christians, for example, in Europe. But once they have realized that we need to be equally critical thinking in the worldly affairs as well as the religious affairs, they abandon their religious belief because they found myths and absurdities and so on and so forth. So when you talk about the context in Hinduism in India, these people are very high flyers. They are CEOs in high-tech companies and so on. When it comes to religion, they don't really know that much about the religion. They don't really understand the depth of the issues in their religion and so on. Because if they do, you will find that they are very rare in those cases. How many of you do you know they're really scientists and at the same time theologians? Okay, they have gone into theology. I mean, very rare. So most of the people, what we find is they're nominally Hindus in belief, and secular or liberal would be their outward approach in their worldly life, because they're going about this dunya, this life, as a liberalist, as a secularist, and they don't care about the dharma aspects of things, the religion aspects of things. So that's why when we're trying to reconcile in one brain, in one head, how do you have room for rationality and non-rationality at the same time? How do they go hand in hand? Is because they have found a way of dampening one, dampening one with the other, sometimes dominating one with the other. And when there is definitely a conflict, what happens is they abandon one for the other, and usually what they abandon the religious faith. And that's why many Hindus in our streams, as you have seen, they are not really Hindus in belief. They're atheists. They even say, like, we don't believe in anything. But when you question them, they are Hindus. So the element of of the belief is there, but they really abandon it because they cannot reconcile this rationally with critical thinking. So that's what I think it might be. But there are, of course, other issues of cognitive dissonance and how people deal with cognitive dissonance. This is a matter of psychologists, and neither of us are here psychologists in training, so I cannot give you more on that unless you have some research done yourself, either as a psychologist or done some background research and training, why people have this cognitive dissonance, and how do they deal with the cognitive dissonance? Do they always abandon one for the other, or do they just store these two contradictory belief systems and they live with it anyway? Whenever the questions comes, whenever the doubt comes, they brush it aside. This is one way of dealing with the cognitive dissonance. Or sometimes they will interpret metaphorically altogether, like many of the Hindus that comes on the stream. They will talk about how these are symbolic, because they know that this cannot be literally taken, because literally means absurdity. So they say there's a symbolic meaning to it, some kind of love and compassion and all this symbolism that comes into play. So that's one way of dealing with the cognitive dissonance. The other way of dealing with cognitive dissonance is people simply just don't talk about it. They're simply totally removing themselves from any kind of activity and interaction on this. So they will go to religious functions and ceremonies, but they will never be involved in a theological thinking, critically or otherwise. Many ways of dealing with this kind of cognitive dissonance. Brother Saad, maybe you can tell us from your understanding and experience what may be the reason.
Yeah, thank you, Mansur bhai, for giving me the opportunity. Based on my understanding, what I have seen is that every child model his father. So once his father teach him the basic fundamentals of the religion, he grows up with that belief. And at certain stage, it becomes quite difficult to uproot the belief. If he starts questioning his faith, it is going to challenge his very identity. So what happens is he uses his logical mind to justify the illogical aspect of the religion, and this is what's exactly happening. So until he is exposed to some sort of calamity, some sort of sheer situations which forces him to challenge his belief, because if he apply a faulty belief, it will give faulty results in reality. So if he is exposed to conditions where he is forced to apply his belief system in real life, and the result happens to be a negative one, once that happen time and time again, then there will come a time when he eventually start asking questions on the very basis of his religion. So the mythological belief, I mean. So that is the very reason why, in my understanding, these problems, I think we need to address these things, that in the mind, logic and illogical thing cannot exist, should not exist dual in a dual way, while in reality it's actually happening. So once people open up their mind to be more neutral, brutally honest, then they can come to conclusion, and then they can discard this mythological beliefs. And Islam is the only logical faith on the planet. And actually, you need to find the true God. But they're not even trying to find the reality. What will be happening in the afterlife? Am I going to where I will end up in the next life? Is there a next life actually? They're not asking these questions. So they want to reincarnate as some other forms or shape. And even they're not asking about the reincarnation. Are they going to reincarnate? They're not asking these questions. So they are just simply engaged with the materialistic world, engaged in business affairs, worldly affairs, and then they the time just go in very, very, very fast until they reach their deathbed. And even then they don't realize that after death, is there any afterlife, is there any akhirah, or is there what will happen to their soul? So they don't even bother asking these questions. I have a teacher who was a Hindu. Mathematics is a very important branch of science. In order to be adept in maths, you need to be a logical person, actually. So he was able to solve complex equations, but I was also worried that the same person worship an idol. I mean, something who can idol that cannot swat a mosquito, you know. So it's strange, quite intelligent people, you know, subscribing to this kind of beliefs. Actually, the questioning should come from from deep inside the heart. Question what I have been taught, what they have been taught. Do these teachings have any basis, realistic basis, a substantial basis, evidential basis? So I think these are the very reasons that these problems are there. So once people start to ask questions, investigative questions, then I think it will, at least it will weaken the very foundation of their beliefs, mythological beliefs, and then from there they will start to find true God. Once they start to find the true God, they will come to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at the end. There's no doubt
Inshallah.
about that in my view.
Okay, Jazakallah khairan
Yeah,
for sharing.
barakallah fiqh, brother. So it's,
Thank you
you
for-
know, Allah says in the Quran, Yahdi man yasha, He's the one who guides people. It doesn't matter how logical you are, it doesn't matter how clever or intelligent you are. You know, take the example of the shaitan. Do you think he was logical? I think he was pretty logical in his
He was arrogant.
arguments. He was arrogant, exactly, and he was a liar as well. So people who are insincere, people who are arrogant, and
He had
Allah will
faulty
not give them
logic.
hidayah.
He had faulty logic, Hashim. He had faulty logic.
Yeah, but he thought that was because he was
That's the-
intelligent enough to ask Allah to give him respite until the day of judgment. You know,
Yeah.
so he
But
had
when
already he was intelligent enough to do that.
when he said, okay, why am I going to prostrate because I'm better than him? His idea of what makes better was a faulty application of a faulty logic. Okay, that's where
So
you know,
his
his arrogance
arrogance,
big part.
made him believe that his logic was right, and he was right.
Another
And this is
observation
all
I made
linked, you
is
know,
that
the arrogance, the sincerity, the insincerity, the arrogance, the haughtiness. All of this is linked. Once you are an intelligent person, and you're sincere, and you actually have a rational, intellectual, you know, line of questioning, then inshallah Allah will give you hidayah. Otherwise, if you're going to keep lying, if you're going to keep being insincere, then Allah will make that path easier for them, because that's where they're focused, you know. And that's why we say that Allah is the ultimate guide. Doesn't matter who else it is. If Allah doesn't wish to guide them, and Allah doesn't bless them with the guidance, then they will not have the guidance. But brother Saad, jazakallah khair. Inshallah, we'll see you in the
yes,
future.
brother, on few points, last seconds. Another observation I made is that if a person is sincerely looking for the truth, neutrally, without making any biased assessment, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in my sincere observation I have made, his path will open up to Islam slowly but surely. So that's
Of
the
course.
thing I have observed.
Let's hope that they see this message, inshallah. Jazakallah khairan.
Inshallah. Thank you, brother.
And also make dua for them, brother Saad. You know, we as Muslims, we have to make dua
if
for
they
your
are
neighbors, for your teachers. Doesn't matter who they are. Say,
Okay.
say Allah give them hidayah, inshallah.
Let's leave it there, inshallah, brothers. It's getting very late, and people are
All right.
already tired. Some people are even saying salam and sleeping.
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brother Sharif, assalamu alaikum. Can you hear us now? And
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
your audio is
Yes.
fixed. Alhamdulillah.
Yes. Thank you, brother.
any questions or comments on the stream, inshallah?
Yes.
I'm very.
I want to make two comments.
Yeah.
First one is in your discussion, I see that many Hindu people, when you ask about the existence of Ram, they always point out to Adam. They always point out to Moses that if they are existed or not, right?
Yeah.
So the point is, we Muslims don't say that Adam lived this house, or Moses lived in this house, or they reside here. So we claim this land, but they are claiming a land, and this is a like a worldly thing, like the God is claiming a private property, right? So based on a claim, they demolished a mosque, 500 years old mosque. So there is a big difference. So it doesn't matter Adam existed or not, or we believe that, but we don't claim that Adam lived here, so I claim this land. So they are claiming that Ram born in this house, born in this place. So, and based on that, they demolished a mosque and there are many people killed already. So there is a big thing. So they need to recognize this. So that is number one. And number two is,
Sorry, before you go, number two,
yeah,
what if they asked you that if Adam did not claim land, or let's say if Ram did not claim land, then how would you justify the existence of Adam? How would you answer that?
actually, we believe that Adam existed based on our, we believe that Muhammad Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam brought us the message, Al-Quran, and we learned about Adam from Al-Quran.
Absolutely.
And we know that Quran is the truth.
Yeah,
And
so that
Quran
should be
is
your
the
that should be your answer, not what you
right.
gave earlier. Okay, because you always bring them back to the Quran because that is our source. So whether someone claiming land or not, that's irrelevant. Yeah, we have to go back to the Prophet, peace be upon him, because he's the link for us between us and the Quran and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So take them back to the source always. And that's the reason we question their source. Because if they claim Bhagavad Gita, or if they claim Ramayana, or if they claim any other book, then we ask them, okay, provide us the link for the person who brought that to you. In that case, Valmiki. And that's the reason we ask them that line of questioning. Because then you're comparing like for like. Do you see what I mean?
Right.
Okay. What's your next point? And
And
please make it quick
next
because there are other
next
people
point
waiting.
is about the Babri Mosque, and it was 500 years old.
Yeah.
And they the archaeologists, they find something under the Babri Mosque, but they don't know whether this is a temple or this is a house or something else. And how they know that this is the Ram Janmabhoomi, right? And maybe the building that was demolished long before the mosque was built, and there is no evidence that the Babur, Emperor Babur, has destroyed the temple or something. So based on what is the basis for this? I don't understand what they want or what they're claiming.
It's a claim. So if Ram itself, they can't find when Ram was even existed, how can they tell us the exact place where he was born? It's just a claim. I think it's just an
Exactly.
excuse to, because like earlier, Brother Abbas mentioned, it was actually an English man, a British person who sowed this seed of doubt between the Muslims and the Hindus. It's as the saying goes, they always practice the divide and rule policy, and that is exactly what happened here as well. So out of nowhere in the 16th century or 17th century, or even later, I think this individual, I forgot the name now. He actually sowed the seed between the Hindus and the Muslims, and since then they have been fighting for this place which they call Ram Janmabhoomi, which the Muslims call Babri Masjid, and that is the entire problem. So far, they haven't recovered any archaeological evidence which pinpoints to the fact that this indeed is the place where Ram was born. They gave us some Skanda Purana, which they can't even get their directions right. Yes, is it northeast or east? And one Hindu guy came here like an ignorant buffoon. He says that they both are the same direction, whether east or northeast. So all these manufacturers of the compass are a bunch of idiots who actually have northeast and east as separate direction. It's total, like I said, it's based on emotions, not based on evidence. And unfortunately, the Supreme Court, even the ASI, they've all been, in cahoot with the Indian government, the BJP, to make their dream come true. Because they have control over everything, in their country, in their land. So it's an unfortunate situation, but we just pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala it doesn't get any worse than what it is, because last time when a masjid was destroyed, more than 2,000 or 3,000 people were killed, and that is unfortunate in what they call the largest democracy in the world. It's going to backfire, and it's going to look bad on them in the future if this continues. But Sharif Bhai, Jazakallah khair for your questioning. Inshallah, you'll join us in the future. Where are you joining from, by the way?
I'm joining from Canada. I'm originally from Bangladesh.
Okay, mashallah. Make sure you join our Bangla channel to
Yes,
subscribe
I'm
to it,
waiting
share
for
it.
the evolution
Yeah.
stream.
Share it with your friends, your colleagues, your acquaintances, because we want to spread the news of this new channel, which is only like a couple of months old now. So yeah, please keep us in your duas, and inshallah we'll see you shortly, either on our English channel or the Bangla channel. Okay, keep us in your duas, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Right, Afzal Bhai, you're next.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I just want to say something about the incidents which is happening right now in India.
Mhm.
This RSS and BJP government is making the life of Muslims very, very difficult. And yesterday I have heard a news in Rajasthan. Actually, literally, they have introduced a new thing in schools. That is Surya Namaskar. That means that to pray to sun god. So this will be considered as shirk in Islam. So they are going to implement a law in all the schools. This Surya Namaskar will be a part of syllabus. So
Where
in
is
this
this?
situation,
In UP.
in Rajasthan.
Oh, in Rajasthan. Okay, I thought they'll implement that first in UP before Rajasthan.
Yeah, so they are trying to invite Muslims and other Christians and all to shirk, to do the shirk actually. So how in this situation we Indians, like Muslims, Christians, other faiths, so what we will do against these kind of atrocities happening in India?
It is, if it is something that is being forced on you and there is no other option, then just, when you do that particular action, you think of Allah.
Mm.
Yeah, because it's at the end of the day, it's just joining hands, isn't it? And you have to repeat
Mm.
something. So just, I don't know, say Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar or something like that in your heart, and your iman remains intact, because this is being forced upon you. So the action's been forced upon you, not the actual words, is it? They're not going to come to
Correct.
individual students and check. So this is one way,
Mm-hmm.
because in France they banned the hijab and the niqab as well. So
Mm.
what many sisters who were used to the niqab, they used to do, they used to wear some sort of a hoodie and put a face mask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nobody's going to
Mm-hmm.
tell them not to do that. So it serves a
Understood.
purpose. Always try to look for a way where you can actually mitigate the situation without breaking the law. And if that's not possible,
Mm-hmm.
then there are other alternatives. But try that first,
Mm.
inshallah.
Inshallah, inshallah. And one more
And
thing
make dua for
actually.
them. Make dua for
Inshallah, inshallah.
everyone. It's a very important aspect in Islam to make dua, inshallah, because it's a powerful weapon of the believers, which many brothers and sisters underestimate its power. If the Prophet
Mm-hmm.
ﷺ, with his iman, with his taqwa, with his knowledge about Allah and the unseen, he used to make dua when he was actually in distress, or when he used to require something, or when he wanted some result. Yeah. And also make istighfar, which is again the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. Try to make
So nice.
istighfar as many times in a day as possible. All these sunnahs,
Mm-hmm.
they come handy, and you will see the result of that once you start implementing these sunnahs in your life and in your daily actions, inshallah.
Inshallah, inshallah. And one more thing actually regarding this dawa wise, if someone wants to join with your team, I think this is a non-profit organization. So I'm actually interested to join in dawa works and all as a volunteer. So how could I do that?
So what are your skill sets that you would help us with?
I'm actually a public speaker. I was a public speaker in Toastmasters International also. So I have worked in Dubai as well. So I have experience and I can speak very well, as well as I have a little bit knowledge about, means I'm studying Quran as well. So
Right.
I think that I can also debate, not debate, but I can contribute to the team.
Yeah, that's the question. How are you going to contribute? Because we have our own panelists. So we are not looking for new panelists. We are looking for people who can help us in the background. For example, we have these long streams, which are over 7 hours already. I was trying to wrap it up under 7 hours, but, always we miss the target. We want to actually, list highlights from this video. So, there are a lot of good points being discussed. So, just snip those highlights and send us perhaps the timestamps for the beginning and end of each highlight.
I understood. Yeah.
Yeah, put it in a spreadsheet if you can, and email it to us. And inshallah, those kind of things would really help us as volunteers like yourself, who wish to help us. And this is going to be,
Inshallah.
after we make the videos and people get hidayah from this, people learn from this, inshallah, it'll be a part of hasanat, not only for us, but also for yourself who helped in the backstage. And you'll see the reward and the hasanat in the akhirah, when this will be your main currency. Your deeds are going to be your main currency that's going to help you in the
Inshallah.
akhirah. And this could be because the generations that look at the videos in the future, it'll become thawab al-jariyah, perpetual reward for you. And every Muslim would want perpetual reward in their on their scales of hasanat, inshallah.
Inshallah.
All right.
And
And
actually, one more question, last question.
okay.
Actually, I just want to have some motivation from your end for all the Muslims in the world. Actually, I have worked in Dubai for almost 10 years, but I can see that Muslims are in a very backstage situation, and other people like Christians or Hindus, they are in a very good situation in CEO level or something like that. So I think Muslims are the Ashraful Makhlukat, right? The leaders of the Ummah. And the money also, I think that if someone have money, that would be in the hands of Muslims, then we can do more things. So how can Muslims grew up into a better level when compared to other religions? What are the message you can provide to the Muslim Ummah for that?
Okay.
Muslims return back to Islam, inshallah, that will be the problem. When Muslims return back to practicing Islam, that will be the start of the solution, inshallah. That's
for
it.
the Muslims, the success is in the akhirah. We look for that, we aim for that objective. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't become CEOs and become successful in the dunya, but our main objective should be how to attain the highest reward of Jannatul Ala, Jannatul Firdaus in the akhirah. And this should be our objective in this life as well. If your life allows you to be a CEO of a company, to become successful both materially and spiritually, then all the good, all the better. And we should always aim for the best, whether it's your work related, your spiritual aspect related. We should be the foremost and the best in both cases. That's what we should aim for. But don't forget, becoming sometimes, when Allah gives you a lot of wealth, that is a test. And when Allah doesn't give you wealth, that is also a test. And it's a severe test in both cases. So we should always, like I said, keep the sight, whatever you do, keep the objective as doing it to please Allah. Because don't forget, becoming rich doesn't not necessarily mean you're actually someone who's blessed. Because many people, after they attain the richness, after they became CEOs, after they got all these luxury cars and flying business and first class, they actually went away from the deen. Because then this went to their hearts. This gave them the pleasure which they are seeking, and this kind of things are easy to sway you from your deen. So be careful what you pray for, because it'll become a severe test for you. So yeah, inshallah, keep a balance in life. That's what I say. Jazakallah khair, Afzal.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Thank you so much, and you are doing a wonderful job, and hats off to you, both of you.
And yeah, email us if you want to volunteer as a volunteer.
Inshallah, inshallah.
Inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
May Allah bless you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, this Imam guy, we are hearing a feedback from your audio. I don't know what's
Hear
happening.
anything?
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but
Right,
there's a
Mr.
feedback
Yes,
from
we
you.
can hear you.
There's a lot of background noise. What's that?
Okay, how about right now?
Yeah, switch off your TV, radio, whatever you have in the background. I can still hear it.
Give me a second.
Okay. So this is the last step today, inshallah. We're going to close, hoping to have it less than 7 hours. And we have exceeded again.
I was hoping only for an hour.
Yeah, I know. Mansur said he was going to join us for 1 hour.
Yeah, I mean, I really need to cut down.
Yeah, inshallah.
Did the background noise go
no,
away, or is it still there?
It's still there.
It's still bad.
Is it like very bad, or like?
It is bad, yeah.
Oh my God.
When you are speaking, it's fine. I think when we are speaking, can you mute yourself?
Are you wearing a headphone or something?
Okay, so you want me to mute myself while you guys are speaking?
Yeah, maybe that will help. Like for example, now we are speaking, and if you mute yourself, we don't hear anything. Yeah, and when you speak, then that should be all right. Yeah, it's like that. Okay, so what's on your mind? You're the last guest, inshallah.
Okay, first of all, before I start, I wanted to thank you two for spreading the message and for defending Islam, at the parts. May Allah give you guys good in this world and good in the hereafter, inshallah.
Amen.
So, like, this isn't, I'm not trying to talk about the topic. I wanted to share some knowledge with you guys, if it's okay. Otherwise, like, we can just end it.
Yeah, you can look, I'll appreciate if you perhaps want to discuss something off topic. You can always email us. We'll try to get back to you. But if it's not based on the topic, then let's leave it for the open Q&A when we have it, and you can join that, inshallah. Or like I said, you can email us.
Okay, khalas, no problem, brothers. Do you have like, what's your email?
It's in the bottom right corner. It's dawawise@gmail.com.
Okay, brother, sounds good. Thank you guys for your work, and thank you guys for 7 hours of communicating with our brothers in India to try and make things better over there.
Inshallah. Barakallah feek, brother.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. Have a good night.
Wa alaikum assalam. All right, that was quick. Okay, Mansur.
The streams are extremely long. We need to cut this down, and we appreciate suggestions from our viewers and those who are in the chat and so on. Obviously, because sitting there for 7 hours, Hashim, I don't know how you do it.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us the tawfiq, but like you said, we should cut down.
Yeah, priorities, and especially, I mean, if you think about now, those our targeted audience, if they're from that part of the region of the earth, it's like Fajr time, morning times, and go past their bedtime, so they want to prolong that long. So we want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's been watching, sharing, commenting, and subscribing, of course. Subscribing helps because you then get to see all our videos from Speaker's Corner, live stream, and so on and so forth, and you don't miss important programs rather than just coming ad hoc. And especially thanks to our moderators who have been really keeping the chat clean and civil. So there's many brothers and sisters that's there, Naeem, Sister Laila, and Iram, and others. I can't name them all. Quite tired. Doing a wonderful job there. Barakallah feekum. May Allah reward you for being awake all that time with us. This is also part of your dawah contribution, and we just pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He rewards you immensely for this. And thank you all for those who are patiently being with us for that time as well, because this is an exercise of and a test for patience, being all that time. If you enjoyed and if you learned, if you have benefited in any ways, do spread this stream. Excuse me. Do spread to your friends, your families, your colleagues, and let them come and take part as well in our live streams if they're able to. We want to hear different experiences different suggestions and how people are coping, learning, and spreading this information as well at the same time. It has been a pleasure working with many of our duat nationally and internationally. Brother Muris was there earlier on, Brother Abbas from EF Dawa. So please subscribe to their channel and also go and visit their channel and give them the support and the love they need, because we are trying to connect and network so that we all benefit from each other and we learn and grow by having these kind of endeavors together. The whole idea is it's not just to reinvent the wheel, but to work together so that we can take this message forward to the global community and people can see the message of Islam ultimately. So even though this stream was about Hinduism, specifically on Ramayana and the existence, we wanted to spark some questions and ignite them in their critical thinking, how things should be believed and questioned in terms of matters of belief when it deals with mythology, and especially when it has a political significance. It's important to understand where this can lead to, especially between the relationship between Muslims and non-Muslims in India and elsewhere, based on this very notion of Ram and his existence, and whether his temple was there in underneath Babri Masjid and so on. So these streams are useful in several ways, as I mentioned, in terms of understanding their mindset as well as learning about their belief system on this at the same time, because when we explore their belief and their ideologies comes up again and again in terms of the basis of the belief. Is it scripture? Is it hearsay? Is it tradition? Is it parampara from student teacher to students and so on and so forth? So there's various ways these streams can be beneficial and helpful, and we hope that it's not something that's being repetitively for you to be bored, but ultimately there's elements every day, new additions of knowledge that comes through this. I'm learning. I didn't know much about all this Ramayana renditions and so on and so forth. When we investigate and research more and more, and then you become more aware of other people's belief systems. And this is something quite helpful when it comes to knowing other people's ideologies and beliefs. It opens up doors and avenues to further knowledge, and this is something that we should always be open to in terms of gaining knowledge, but knowledge that's something that we can help us to direct and be focused. We don't want to just learn about everything and everything. You should know very well that learning about magic is haram, right? So we're not asking you to go and learn about everything. We're asking you to learn about these topics that is going to be relevant in your discussions with the people that you're discussing. Okay, if you're discussing with a Satanist and a magician, for example, you don't need to go and learn their tricks and trades. Enough and sufficient are the ways from the Quran and Sunnah dealing with this matter, and of course, broadly speaking, some other brothers who have taken the means to go. This is one of the brothers. Many prophets, one message, or one message, many prophets. We keep forgetting this. We need to get this,
smaller tight.
Yeah. Many prophets, one message. I think he's done a fantastic job in bringing these issues. So please go and visit the channel and learn on these subjects rather than you individually researching. So with this, we want to just thank Brother and Ustad Hashim for being in the stream for that long, dealing with a subject matter that not many people are familiar with, including myself. But alhamdulillah, this is necessary. Not many people are doing this, and with our efforts with brothers like Hashim and Adnan and Muris and Muslim Cowboy, Brother Brandon, and many others that join in this panel, enlightening us with this topic and knowledge. Inshallah, we'll be better equipped in terms of dealing with the others when we are inviting them to Islam. Because just because we are,
I just wanted to add, somebody mentioned about volunteering work for shorts. So if you can help us find the timestamps in our long streams, either for shorts, medium-sized videos, or even long clips, long videos, inshallah, you're welcome to do so. Please email us with the timestamps listed either in a Google Doc, Google spreadsheet, or another spreadsheet if you want. It'll be easier. So all we need is the actual link of the video or the live stream, the start time, end time, and maybe a brief description of what you have clipped there. That's just a simple format I can tell you now. Jazakallah khair. Should we close now, inshallah?
Yeah,
Mansur?
that's it. Okay, so وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت وأستغفرك وأتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله